One, two, 1 2. Can we hear me okay? 1 2 1 2. I have the stream playing somewhere and I can't talk. Okay. 1 2 1 2. Can we hear me? Can we hear me? I think we can. Hello, non-fawn viewers. Give me 1 second. Yeah, fuck it. We'll keep the man bun in. We'll keep the liberals happy today. Hi, non-fawn viewers. I'm Rinyald. I'm filling in for Nonfon. This was supposed to be the overlay was supposed to be transparent, but whatever. That's fine. Um, yeah, I'm filling in for Nonfon. He's on vacation, but we may see an appearance of Nonfon potentially. I want to talk about a bunch of stuff. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit. We're doing open call for the most part. So if anybody wants to come chat, then the place to do that is my server, which is in the description. Oh boy. Although the problem is that Discord is very, very low ping. So the problem is that I usually run the stream at a delay. But I don't know if that's an option on... I don't know if that's an option here on Restream. Settings. Backup stream? No. I'm a boomer. I don't know, man. But usually I stream at a delay, but I don't know how to do that. So hopefully the connection, it doesn't become too big an issue, because I am famous for internet problems. I guess we'll just see. I don't know. But got a couple things I want to cover. One of which, obviously, the LA riot stuff that's going on right now. Probably deserves some coverage. I don't know how to check chat either. Chat? I think this is all of them? Is this all of them? Yeah, I think this is all of them. So yeah. Keep this over on the side to monitor everything, and then why is my files open? Don't need that. OBS. Okay. So last night I was on TikTok Live, and some dude said that he has a really, really good argument against Trump for me. So we're also just going to read through that real quick. Test. I don't know what that means, but I guess we'll see. Trump is explicitly this is what he sent me. Trump is explicitly violating the 10th Amendment and probably Article 2 powers by unilaterally revoking funding from sanctuary cities. This is unconstitutional because the federal government cannot force states to follow federal laws that aren't in the Constitution. It has been litigated in the past when there has been federal overreach, when the U.S. tried to require the state and local enforce background checks on gun buyers. The federal government could make states lean towards certain federal policies by withholding some funding specifically targeted at the policy they're trying to enforce. This is seen when the federal drinking age was set to 21 when they withheld some funding. This court case set by the Dole standard, which is kind of important to know. Congress enacted this law and wasn't unilaterally by the president. And NFIB v. that, John Roberts states how completely removing funding is seen as a gun to the head, and how 5% is reasonable withhold of funds to nudge a state to your federal policy. What makes Trump doing so extremely egregious is the fact that the courts have already ruled upon this back in 2018. Now he was trying to test his luck again to see, okay. What is the case that he's referencing? This appeal presents the question whether or not, in the absence of congressional authorization, the executive branch may withhold all federal grants from so-called sanctuary cities and countries. Oh, shit. Yeah, so he did just already do it. Holy. Okay. Um, I need to do a little bit more reading in general on sanctuary cities. Um, but not right now. Because most importantly, right now, what we need to do is watch this video from the LAPD, I believe. Okay. Fuck your boring ass liberal stream. True. Thank you. So this is I've been doing a little bit of reading on the LA riot or the LA protests or whatever you want to call them. As a liberal, my stance is probably going to be pretty clear. I think violence is bad. I think throwing cinder blocks at ICE officers or the LAPD or at National Guard officers is obviously unjustifiable. You shouldn't be throwing fucking rocks at moving police cars. That's definitely attempted murder. That much is pretty obvious to me. The National Guard is something that I can kind of move back and forth on, and I have moved back and forth on. I saw videos circulating around that showed maybe there was a problem, like the LAPD were actually being overwhelmed. And if that's the case, if the LAPD is being overwhelmed and Gavin Newsom isn't doing anything about it, or nothing is being done about it, it would make sense to deploy the National Guard, because that's kind of the point of the whole point of deploying the National Guard is for when, there's an insurrection or when the state enforcement can't do all of their work. If they're being overwhelmed by protesters, it probably makes sense to do the National Guard thing. I've seen videos suggesting that maybe they were, but I got linked this video saying that they said that they weren't. So the invocation of the Insurrection Act would absolutely be a step too far. Obviously the the Marines being deployed is fucking insane, a giant overstep, not necessary at all, and is probably just meant to I was actually talking to Average Debate Enjoyer about this earlier. It's literally just there to inflame the protesters and basically win political points for the president, which probably isn't so great. I think we could probably agree that if you're just deploying the National Guard to inflame protesters, then that's not good. You're not actually interested in peace. You're not actually interested in law enforcement. You are just interested in partisan politics. Holy shit, I need to make this chat smaller. Non-font. Your people are going off on me. Yeah, you're not actually interested in peace, and that's kind of what that's kind of the impression that I'm getting based off of the Marine stuff. But I got linked this video basically saying that the LAPD didn't think that even the National Guard was necessary. If that's true, I'm going to defer to the LAPD. I'm not necessarily comfortable deferring to the governor, but I'm obviously going to be willing to defer to the LAPD. And apparently they said it wasn't appropriate, so we'll watch that.
I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the Incident Commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles in the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Asali, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request.
Okay. I've seen someone bring this claim up. Oh shit, what? When was this done? This was done 18 hours ago, June 9th. So this was on June 9th.
Incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes, and that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible.
So this is pretty bad. If they're saying like, hey, listen, the feds are actively getting in our way from being able to from being able to enforce the law properly, it's really bad. Oh shit, I forgot to put this up on the screen. LOL, LOL. Wow, we got two crazies arguing in the chat with each other over whether or not I'm right wing or left wing. That's crazy. Anyway, okay. So if the LAPD is saying like, hey, you guys are actively inhibiting our ability to respond because you were using tear gas, we didn't know that you were going to, we were underprepared because of the actions that you were taking, then that strengthens the argument that the Fed shouldn't have been involved in this protest at all.
At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops to take control of those National Guard troops in the southern area because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers here. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, if I don't know what basis they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our what I delineated here about the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration, and just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area, and that way they can safely go in a large group of officers and able to handle whatever they come across. If we were to send in a single unit or a couple of units into a riotous scene, certainly they'd be surrounded and the outcome would probably not be good. And so this is a configuration that has worked for us, developed here, worked for us for many years, but it doesn't happen instantaneously. So we have to call in units, we have to meet at a certain location, they get the information they need to operate in the environment, and then they go and they take care of business. And so that takes a little bit of time for us to be able to get in there in about 35 minutes is pretty much textbook. So while we'd love to be able to say we can get there in seconds or minutes, in the reality of a situation of civil unrest, we got to do it right, we got to do it safely for everybody involved.
Go one at a time, please, and let's identify name and outlet.
Victor with Univision Chief, we have seen 2 kinds of groups, at least from Friday, Saturday, and today that I've been working. The community that is enraged and they're not happy with the actions of ICE, and then the community that loots and attacks and destroys our city. What would be your direct message to both groups? Yeah, to the people who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people are worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well,
this is an invasion, not a protest, not a riot. There is a map with 8 major cities and hundreds of other locations all around America where invasions are planned in 48 hours. So, I don't know what you think invasion means. It's not that, but slay.
No, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened, and then the National Guard was federalized. So they're working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard.
Do we need them?
Do we need them? Well, looking at it tonight, this thing has gotten out of control. Before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel,
how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning.
Who is coordinating and funding this? Unless you think it's Mexico, then I would really like to see any evidence that Mexico is coordinating these protests. Yeah, let's see.
In large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about the immigration rates, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time. Get away with whatever they can. Go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely, city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
Chief, let's go next to Tony over here.
Okay.
Do you think that the presence of National Guard increased the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. Do you think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. What was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent? To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern. But certainly, I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that, and they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed, and if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate, and also the potential for federal charges given the type of environment we're in, and the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Let's take 2 more questions. Anybody that hasn't asked already, go ahead. Thank you. Given the amount of officers here in downtown LA, how does that affect response times in other parts of the city and safety of people that are not down?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. A great question. It was, how does the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city affect our ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical alert, that means we only handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away. So the other calls get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come, and they're important to everyone who is a victim of any kind of a crime. And so when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly, but in this case we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, I understand, I believe that you spoke to the ICE director as well as our city commissioner today. Is there any effort being made for us to share information about what their next move is?
Yeah, that's something that we did talk about, and there's no resolution to that. And the problem is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to live by, but it also, on a normal situation, not that big a deal, but in a situation like we saw here in the past couple of days, it turns out to be a very big deal. So we're going to continue to work with the partners that I mentioned and many others as we go forward to try and be able to make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum.
Chief, how many arrests so far?
Yes, Captain Raul Derval, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and preliminary. At least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak. About 3 officers injured. Unfortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor, but they're not significant enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak. And we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make arrests. Right now, really, our officers are really under attack. As you can see, when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll move into, if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions.
Really quick, she has a question. How long does the expect this situation happen?
LA County Sheriff says ICE tactics are breaking public trust and causing escalation. I'm paraphrasing. Oh, ICE tactics. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that's pretty undeniable. I think we're talking about like federal when he said that there's not enough information to tell whether or not the federal presence is upping escalation. It's probably more so just more so just fear around like specifically the National Guardsmen upping violence or like escalating the protests. But I mean, ICE tactics escalating, they're causing tension and eroding public trust. That's like almost necessarily true. I mean, they're doing a lot of shit in plain clothes, and California just doesn't fuck with deportations. So
I'm sorry, say that one more
How
time.
long do you think this situation?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires and dealing with the fallout from the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited-sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but more so on our people and their families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
Sure. We'll go one more back there because he hasn't asked yet, and so Carmen, go ahead, and then one more, and then we're going to call it.
So just two questions. One, is there a chance of instituting a curfew? And two, will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there wasn't an opportunity to make the rest of the time, but going back and trying to investigate who's responsible and potentially addressing after that?
No, thank you for the question. I spoke with the sheriff today, and we discussed the possibility of implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I gotcha.
things just unfold in real time. Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this, for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere on social media, on individuals' cameras, iPhones. We will go after that very aggressively. Go after the all available video, analyze that video, and hold whoever we can accountable for the variety of different types of crimes that have been committed. And that's something we'll do with a number of different partners with levels of expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Tell me on what charges people were arrested yesterday and today.
Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while.
Was anyone arrested on the freeway or related to the freeway?
So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
okay. So I mean, it definitely does seem like feds were kind of gunking it up, but it's also kind of hard to tell.
Everything else is still
Or
very.
it looks like it's kind of hard to tell. Okay. Jesus. Hassan was there? Why? Okay. I mean, that definitely does cut against the idea that National Guard was needed. Definitely cuts against the idea that the Marines were needed, because it seems like there's actually issues with a lack of communication between the LAPD, the National Guard, and I assume probably the Marines now, to where it's just kind of muddying things up. That's not good. Bad, if you will. We'll watch that in a little bit. We'll watch the video in a little bit. Lawfirm stuff, sanctuary cities. Oh shit, he cited a lot of shit. Okay, give me 1 second. Being armed isn't a special category for any region of the country. True. Okay. I guess I should just. This is too high level for me. I need to see if maybe I can just oh boy. Okay. Mr. Frank is here.
Oh, yo.
1212. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me? I want to pause the stream.
I can hear you okay.
All right. Yeah, let me know. I got a mic on my helmet too. Yeah, what's up? What were we? I just got onto your stream. I see in the chat.
That's
Sure.
yeah, I was just I watched the one guy from the LAPD kind of break down what was going on. It seems like it did kind of back up the idea that deploying of the National Guard wasn't necessary, and it was kind of gunking up their ability to actively respond to concerns. So that's not good. Probably don't support that. If the LAPD didn't view it necessary, and they explicitly said that they wouldn't have been there yet in response to federal presence, it's one thing to bypass Newsom. That's fine, but it's another thing to bypass the LAPD, who doesn't view that it was necessary either. And they actively described one situation where they were prevented from deploying as fast as they could because feds used tear gas on a group of protesters, and they weren't ready to.
I saw that.
Yeah, they weren't ready to deal with tear
They
gas
gassed a
yet.
bunch of deputies.
Yeah. So that's why they were like super delayed to answer some calls, is because they weren't prepared for tear gas to be used, and then it was used, and then they had to go back and get their tear gas shit, and then yeah, I don't know. It feels like now probably the National Guard usage was inappropriate. It doesn't seem like anybody was requesting it, but
yeah.
And then on top of that, deploying the Marines is absolutely fucking insane, and there's no argument at all that could ever be made for that being justifiable, and it's probably just there to inflame the crowd, so the lefties can look insane and the right people can look like they're the group of law and order.
Honestly, like we keep. You still there? I should have beeped. Oh,
Ow.
still there? Can you hear me?
Oh, how are you?
Oh, it's three of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at a point where it's like I feel like oh, sorry, Master Libby, I'm getting a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, Master, you gotta echo, buddy.
1 second. Let's see.
Cause like it's like when they're. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna server mute him for a second until. Master, if you get your mic set up, then just at me in general, then I'll fix you.
I grew up with a lot of Reagan Republicans, and one of the hard lessons I learned with like dealing with stuff with my family is that like just because like I try my best to be good faith and believe stuff doesn't mean other people are. And I think right now we're seeing like because like I think Trump kind of believes it, but dude is like obviously senile, and the people in charge, like they're not competent evil people. Like even the real evil ones, like Stephen Miller, aren't. You know what I mean? They're not. I don't think it's like when they made fun of Biden for falling off the bike, even though like I don't think Trump ever figured out even how to ride a bike in the first place, which is like actually shameful. Like an old man like Biden riding that bike's actually kind of impressive. You know what I mean? I've seen old guys,
Yeah.
but you know, it's like every time that they start obsessing on something, it's like a projection and a confession, like with the Hunter Biden thing. And like you look at Trump's kids and just look at this administration, and it's like, you know, they're on drugs, you know, they're on like not in like a music festival way, you know what I mean? In a like American Psycho and Friends kind of, you know what I mean? It's a pretty unwell. They like, and not just that, like between like the plastic surgery kind of things going on, like just the kind of people like they have an issue with the trans folks, you know what I mean? But then if you look at like the body dysmorphia going on inside the White House right now, like that's the kind of like I have like people one step away from my family that are like that, and it's frustrating because you can't ever say something, but it's like y'all got something wrong with you, you know what I mean? You're getting way too much work done. And you're mad your husband left you for a younger lady, but no one wants this thing you're turning into. You know what I mean? It's just like it's like an actual troublesome thing. But kind of like with the ICE thing, it's like I feel like it's just like racism is stupid, like by default. Like the more racist you are, the more stupid you are. Like they've done a bunch of studies that it's like, I don't think it's an IQ thing, but there's like a whole thing where it's like it's a trait. Intolerance is like often tied to like intelligence. And if you look at what's happening right now, a lot of it just seems like I think that they think that this can work, and I think that their lens of the world makes them see things like differently than how they are. You know what I mean? Like they actually see this dissent as being revolution because like they are so, you know what I mean? They're really, these are a bunch of bad faith people that like never had to work a day in their life and like have gotten away. Like the one thing I think they all have in common is they've all gotten away with things that most people don't get away with, and they kind of have that in common. They all have each other's backs for stuff that's like actual crimes. You know what I mean? Not like the kind of stuff that you get in trouble for, but like actual crimes that have like victims.
Yeah.
Like even the ice people.
Yeah. I mean, I don't super disagree with any of that. I mean, I think there's just a piece of advice. I feel like the speculation on people being on a bunch of drugs is probably not a good look.
Have you seen Cash Patel?
Yeah, I
Dude,
have.
it's one of those things where it's like we've gone past the point. Like I would agree with you in like a lot of other settings that that's like super inappropriate and that's someone's like private medical information. You know what I mean? But like we live in the day and age where like you can't smoke weed and work for the post office, but like you can be Elon Musk and be the most like obvious. You know, like it's at a point where like we always get accused like you're on drugs, and it doesn't matter. And now we have people where if you just like look at the faces. Like, have you seen Dan Bongino and Cash Patel doing their little interviews?
Yeah.
Like they're sweaty, their eyes are peeled, or their eyes are peeled off their faces. You know what I mean? Like we went after. It was like totally appropriate to go after, like an actual recovering, honest addict. You know what I mean? Because he was the president's son, and it was like literally lies and slander. And now it's like at a point where it's like I don't even think it's lies and slander. And I'm like and also like I don't think anyone should do this because it's annoying. Like sometimes like a lot of people just assume everyone's on meth or whatever. And I think a lot of people's addictions are usually more normal than that. But you can tell when someone is unhealthily medicated. And one of the main side effects, like one of the main adverse effects to having an addiction is you stop knowing a good idea from a bad idea
Mm-hmm.
and start living in this like megalomaniac sense of grandiose paranoia where like you think you're like the main character that has to save the world and everyone's against you. And it's a common theme I've seen with a lot of these people that like live in this very paranoia based politic. And it's not always just like straight up substances, but it's always something. Sometimes it's guilt. Something there's a lot of layers to it, but a lot of times they're like improperly. And if I'm looking at the White House right now, it's like the first time where I'm like, no, like these, it's like no one who's qualified, and a bunch of people that just seem as if they're Kamala was like kind of, wine mommy
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. You know what I mean? There was
Mm-hmm.
like, it's easy to make jokes that, seems like she took a Xanax before a thing. But the way that this administration is talking, it reminds me of like, it really reminds me of hearing from people who are unwell. Like they can't directly answer questions. They always have excuses. They always blame other people. It's like literally what like addicts and thieves and like gaslighters do. It's like a super unwell, like just so blatantly, like I think it's like you can't play chess with a pigeon. You know what I mean? We keep talking about 4D chess, but we're more in a tic-tac-toe with a chicken situation. You know what I mean? Which is like
Kinda.
actually like you actually have to, that's a difficult game. It's really hard to, it's really, because like
Mm-hmm.
you can't predict what the chicken's gonna do.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've heard that
There's-
analogy given. I don't know how applicable it is, mostly because like I don't know if I like the chess with a, or what is it, chess with a pigeon or whatever, just because
Yeah.
it feels like a lot of Trump's actions are being done on technically legal grounds, or on like dubiously legal grounds where there's not a lot of case law to actually push back against him. So it's not necessarily like I'm just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it stick. It's like I'm specifically calculating where I can throw this shit to where it will like fuck up the wall in its entirety, which is a pretty meaningful difference, I think.
Kinda, but I mean, like, because a lot of the rules he's breaking, it's less that like he found a loophole. It's just that no one in good faith would ever interpret it that way.
Right. Yeah.
But because of the way that the system works, and because no one wants to make themselves a target, and he'll just straight up break rules and then just say, because like right now in California, I feel like he's pushing it. You know what I mean? Like, ICE already hit that guy with the car. They're just trying to go for enough of a like get a Kent State moment, just start something. Because if you can get away with doing something to California, you can get away with doing it to the rest of the country. And like New York, Eric Adams is already working. Like he's already, because they got dirt on him, just like working with ICE and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So like you kind of have like the two powerhouses having their like two different sides of the coin moment, where I feel like they're trying to see like, because I think, because this whole thing that's happening right now feels so desperate. It feels like an animal that's sick or hungry or something, and it has that one last kind of like push. You know what I mean? Like that like final, like in Borderlands when you get downed and you have a second to get back up, and it's just like very. And it kind of makes sense because we're like reaching this age of like more accountability, and like you just can't get away with stuff now that you could in the 90s. You know what I mean? It's kind of like an end of an era,
Mhm.
and it kind of feels like this last desperate push to get the United States into this like new kind of Christo-fascist version of Dubai or something. I just feel like the reason I brought up the chess thing with the pigeon is because everyone always tries to pretend that there's a purpose to all of this, and I feel like it'll drive you actually crazy if you try to look at this administration with like there's a purpose to everything. I think it's like I think it's actually like they've never had a plan. I don't think any of them thought they would make it this far. No one they're working with has like any experience. It's a bunch of just kind of like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like people that have immense amounts of power and influence, but there's like very little actual loyalty. You know what I mean? There's just a lot of like desperate, hungry people that are just like looking for their moment.
I
And
I think I disagree with this because I mean like
oh,
I think there is a very, very clear plan for everybody but Donald Trump. And I think that any seemingness that there is no plan is because Donald Trump isn't willing to follow the plan because he's too egotistical to think that the plan knows better than his intuition does.
oh yeah.
But I think like most
Like
of
Russell Vought.
like most of the policy prescriptions, like I hate to sound like a broken record, but like Project 2025 was pretty clear about most of the shit that we would be seeing.
Yeah.
And it feels like most of the breaks of that is just Donald Trump's ego instead of like, like the administration not having a plan. I think the administration has a very clear plan. It's just that plan didn't factor in the fact that Donald Trump would want to break from it a fuck ton of times.
No, but I think the administration's entire point is literally just to get them to bust the country up. So it pretty much turns into like a bunch of corporate warlords, like oligarchical warlords, kind of dealing with like I think that they think this is going to bring on a civil war because all of their most like bought and paid for mouth heads. Like I got listening to AM radio since I was like 6 years old. You know, what I mean, since before 9/11, and it's like that's been the common narrative from all these Heritage Foundation adjacent, like, you know what I mean? Like very religious based political groups are. And that Vought guy, like when I say there's no plan, I'm just talking about currently the people that are technically in charge that are running around with chickens like their head cut off. But I do think there is like there is a plan. Like we've like I've seen a lot of these little neo-Nazi groups. Like there is like a bunch of people waiting for a little master plan that are kind of more serious about it. They I think are waiting for kind of Rome to fall in a sense so they can take advantage of the chaos. Like when they start attacking the power grid and like that kind of thing. And I feel like that's kind of what they're trying to get California to cage, especially because right now is about it's Pride Month. So it's like going to be a lot of people that want to be in the streets anyways down there, especially.
Mhm.
And it's like it just started getting hot here. Like it's going to be over 100 like regularly down there for like the next couple of weeks. So it's like a perfect time to try to kettle people. You know what I mean? But Vought, I agree with him for a plan. I just think the current people are like they're just waiting for Trump to die. Everyone knows that dude's going to die soon. He's just not doing well. He's old. Yeah, I feel like after he didn't have to run anymore, he's kind of losing it because he's really good at running for president. He's really bad at being president. You know what I mean? He's really good at doing the like, you know what I mean? Versus. But once he's in the spotlight, he's like, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to.
Master, do you have anything you want to add? I unserver muted you if you want to chat.
Well, first, is my mic all right?
It's all right.
Sound good?
Hey, I fix it. On the current topic of the administration, well, not really much.
On whatever you want to talk about. In
like
a couple
trying to do
minutes,
something,
well,
we don't
just
exactly know.
real quick, in a couple minutes, I'm going to read through a couple of the stuff with the law firms, like the targeting the law firms, but I'll be here for a couple minutes. AKA, you'll be here for a couple minutes, and I'll kick you in a couple minutes. But if you have anything you want to talk about, you can.
Well, the National Guard stuff, it seems I was right about. Remember,
What did you say?
that?
I don't remember what you said about the National Guard stuff.
That it was eventually going to be used and abused.
Oh, wow. Fucking Hail Mary of the century. Donald Trump was going to abuse federal power.
Not in the
Holy.
way, no, in this.
Wow,
in
big
this
pat on the back for you,
specific way
buddy.
Under the Insurrection Act.
Hot take.
Under the Insurrection Act.
He hasn't signed the Insurrection Act, has he?
Yeah. No, the Insurrection Act's been in law since like the 60s.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he didn't like invoke the Insurrection Act, right?
No, he used the delegation of Article 1, Section 8, calling upon the militia powers. Because National Guard still falls under that.
Yeah, but he
temporarily.
You said that you were right about him using the Insurrection Act, but he hasn't.
He's going to be moving it over to the Insurrection Act because apparently.
Yeah, probably, but
yeah.
Again, that's not
like
that big of a Hail
like,
Mary. I mean, like we probably all knew that.
Like the most like I didn't do my homework, but I'm gonna pretend that I did my homework administration ever. You know, like it's just.
Well,
like, did you see Marjorie? Did you see Marjorie's vote the other day? And she's like raging out, saying, and it's just like she just didn't read it. Like she just straight up didn't read it because they don't. Like I realized between certain people I talk to on the internet that are especially my little brother's age and stuff, where they grew up. Like I had to read a lot of books and write a lot of essays in college, in high school and stuff like that. And then my little brother was like 3, and even then he didn't really read the whole. You know what I mean? It was just different. It's not like they did full chat GPT, but it was like it's like different. But then I knew a lot of old growers when I was working with like urban stuff like that were like the same way. When they didn't really read and write, they're like a little ledger, but they don't really, you know what I mean? They're like not really book people. They know how to like read like a bottle and stuff like that. But I realized that there's people in this world that like all their information they get from listening to. And sadly, a lot of the people with the good information are hard to listen to. And so the people that end up speaking to them are just like filling their heads with lies, but no one else is speaking to them. But it's like they literally like they don't read. And it's like now there's like the audiobook people, which I feel like is a little bit better than whatever corporate sponsored nonsense you have at work. But you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of people it's kind of classist because a lot of people don't realize there's people out there where it's like you kind of have to get to their level. It's like they're not. You have to. And to tell someone about that kind of stuff, there has to be a mutual respect because you know what I mean. You're talking about something you differ on because, like, you know, like it's not really like most people are not looking this stuff up. They're not double checking it. It's whatever news source they find most convincing and represented by, and whatever they say, they're taking as gospel. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit lost. What were you referring to?
Just like there's a lot of people out there that like they're getting their information from stuff that they listen to. Like they're not getting anything from they read. They're getting stuff from listening. And then there's other people that are getting stuff from reading. But there's a lot of people out there that like they seem incorrect, but that's because like they don't talk like the people from the coasts talk, and so they don't feel represented by it. And so it's easy for like it's like the Mark Twain thing. It's easier to fool the world than convince one man he's been fooled. Because like at least you know the person who's dealing with no ethics and is like, you know, shameless, that person has no issue lying and cutting corners. If you're telling someone the truth, it's more difficult because you have to like you have to explain to them the truth. You know what I mean? You have like a set series of rules. You can't just like cut corners whenever you want.
All right. Is there anything else prescient that needs to be gone over before I?
Well, I was gonna just mention like the current state of the National Guard and how it's gonna get much worse since the Insurrection Act doesn't have legislative veto, and it's all presidential discretion.
Yeah.
Including the fact that he can decide if or what constitutes obstructing the law.
I mean,
sanctuary cities is quite a catch-all thing that he could try and use.
Yeah. I mean, like realistically, was there any shot of a legislative veto anyway? Like probably.
No. But
Yeah.
at least there'd actually be a system to prevent it.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Because
an
even
idea
with
for
the delegation of the calling of the militia power, there's some sort of legislative veto that can be done because it's a congressional power, not an executive power.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
I had one idea. I just want to ask y'all really quick. So like,
Yeah, go ahead.
I had an idea for the military that I feel like would make the military do a better job. And that's like when they have to go to an engagement, I feel like the militaries involved should have to vote before they go. And it's like ranked voting depending on like, you know what I mean? Probably a couple of factors. It's not like there's one vote for every person in the army because there's a lot of difference depending on where you are in your career. But I feel like, you know what I mean? Morale-wise, I feel like we should have like an educated and supported force and they should participate in it because I feel like it's very outdated and kind of dystopian that our military doesn't get a say. And like, you know what I mean? Like you're enlisted, you should be in the know. I feel like that'd be like the most effective military is one that's like, you know what I mean? Well versed in their surroundings and not going in blind.
I've got no idea how to comment on that. I don't know anything about military structures.
Yeah,
but
just like you think that the military should have a vote. Like, you think
I don't even know what
should
that
have a
has to
vote.
do related to like the procedure of what we're talking about.
Do you think that no, in this procedure that we're talking about right now, do you think it'd be a better or worse United States of America if this National Guard unit that was like if these what's called 2,000 servicemen that are supposed to, or service members that are supposed to deploy, if those 2,000 got a vote, do you think that'd be a better or worse armed forces?
I mean,
you know what I mean?
The National Guard isn't supposed to be a part of the standing army, isn't supposed to be a part of the military. They weren't even allowed to deploy until the early 1900s.
National Guard, so right now what National Guard does is you can take contracts and stuff like that. It's like a whole thing. Like it's like you don't have to. There's like drills, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, you know, you could just do your couple of weekends, but you also can like regularly do like 4 months in Africa.
And that's the
or, like,
reserve
go over to
army.
Germany.
That's the militia part. It's a dual service thing. So in 1903,
listen,
the militia.
wait, hold on.
Act of
You guys
1903
can chat in the waiting room. I'm gonna read the law firm's thing, and I'll drag you up if you guys.
Oh
are
yeah,
still here.
sorry.
Okay, have fun.
Oh great.
Holy, okay, got a bunch of fucking derailers. I wanted to talk about the National Guard, and we're talking about giving fucking army battalions the right to vote and like how coked out the fucking Trump administration. It's just not. I don't care. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna read a couple of the complaints from the Trump admin targeting the law firms. That's the idea. I just gotta get some of the scenes worked out real quick. Targeting law firms. I'm also gonna pee before we do that, so I'm gonna send you to the wonderful new Be Right Back screen where it's playing a bunch of bangers that I put there. Just give me 1 second. And then chat can go here. Okay, that'd be fire. Okay, is that a Misfits shirt? No, it's Adam Copeland from AEW. Are these new law firm stories? So they're related to the executive orders that we're all probably familiar with, but I think a couple of them got decided recently, and I haven't had time to look into them because I've been doing a bunch of immigration shit, so I haven't gotten the time to actually read the cases about them. So we're just going to read the cases about them because I haven't had the time. It's not really breaking news. It's just, housekeeping. But I got to go pee real quick, and then we'll read these. Thank you. Okay. Okay. This is okay. Okay. Lawfirm stuff. We're going to be taking notes. We're going to be reading. It'll be boring, but we're going to have fun, okay? We should be all good to go. Okay. So this is the Bar Association. Versus the DOJ. Bop. This is the complaint. And then there's a preliminary injunction here, I think, too. Okay. The First Amendment guarantees that our basic rights to our system, what guarantees that I assume that there are basic rights to our system of government and to our way of life. Among these fundamental rights are the freedom of speech and freedom to petition the federal government for redress. The Administrative Procedure Act prohibits the government agencies from taking final agency actions that are arbitrary and capricious of otherwise contrary law. This case seeks to enjoin the DOJ, the Attorney General, and the Deputy Attorney General from trampling the First Amendment rights of the American Bar Association, violating the Administrative Procedure Act by unlawfully terminating grants to the American Bar Association Commission on Domestic Sexual Violence. The American Bar Association is the largest voluntary association of judges, lawyers, and legal professionals in the world. Its mission is to serve the legal profession and the public by defending liberty and pursuing justice. In line with this mission, for more than a century, the ABA has had a productive partnership with the DOJ. The Attorney General and the DOJ officials have long played an active role in helping the ABA to support rule of law, including by participating in ABA events and panels. Oh yeah, I believe they basically said that the bar isn't going to be necessary as important to higher positions in government or some shit. I don't know. Yeah, I think this has to do with grants, but we'll see. For 3 decades, the ABA has served the DOJ grantee DOJ, through its Office of Violence Against Women, OVW, has since 1995 funded the ABA's training and support programs for lawyers and judges designed to increase access to justice for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. Congress appropriated this funding through the Violence Against Women Act and subsequent reauthorizations. The DOJ ended the ABA's funding through these OVW grants suddenly and without notice earlier this month. Is there background? Is there like a okay, yeah. Okay. The lawsuit is necessitated by the DOJ's undisguised efforts to regulate against the ABA for taking positions that the current administration disfavors and for seeking judicial redress from administrative policy that contravene the Constitution, and by the DOJ's unlawful termination of OVW grants to the ABA. On April 9th, 2025, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche issued a memorandum, engagement with the American Bar Association, the Blanche memo. It's pretty important, I think. What is this in my shirt? Jesus. Did you see her conference thing when Garcia was flown back into the U.S.? No, I didn't. So, April 9th. Oh, cool. There's no copy-paste on this. Neato! Thank God. Okay. To single out the ABA for its purported support of activist causes and its litigation against the administration on issues contrary to the federal government's policies. The memo takes the position that the DOJ can withhold funds from the ABA as a response to the DOJ's disagreement with the ABA, because the DOJ must be careful stewards of public fisc. Therefore, to sanction the ABA for engaging in constitutionally protected activities that the administration dislikes, the Blanche memo imposed new and extraordinary limits on DOJ employees' engagement with the ABA. Ha, no copy paste. I forgot. LOL. LOL. Can we find the memo maybe? How long is this memo? 3 pages. Okay. From time to time, the American Bar Association has taken positions on contemporaneous legal, policy, and social issues. Although these positions frequently have not aligned with the positions of the Department of Justice, the department has chosen to engage in an exchange of ideas with ABA officials and members. Recently, however, the term activist has been butchered for nonsense reading. Bondi has taken advantage of the ABA and is trying to pull the ladder from behind her. Yeah, absolutely. Recently, however, the ABA filed a lawsuit against the United States. As a result, the department is actively litigating against the ABA. Yet the department continues to expend taxpayer dollars on the ABA events. The ABA continues participation of department personnel to attract attendance to those events. The ABA continues to use department engagement to legitimize its positions it advances that are contrary to the federal government's policies. The ABA is free to litigate in support of activist causes, including by inserting itself into pending litigation. But public service is a trust The Department of Justice must, consistent with the Constitution, be careful stewards of public fisc, represent all Americans regardless of ideology or political preferences, and defend the policies chosen by the Americans' democratically elected leadership, as reflected in constitutionally enacted statutes and presidential policy choices. Moreover, department employees must conduct themselves in a manner that does not undermine or appear to undermine the department's core mission of administering justice in a fair, effective, and even-handed manner. Put simply, the department's own speech, which includes employee speaking engagements and written publications that rely upon taxpayer-funded resources, must be focused on achieving the department's core constitutional mission, advancing the legitimate and lawful statutory and policy decisions made by the political branches of our government. The Department of Justice will no longer use taxpayer funds to pay for any travel or engagement with ABA events. Additionally, the department employees may not, when acting in their official capacities, speak at, attend, or otherwise participate in events hosted by the ABA. Hi, Antoine. Is this open call? If you have something particularly you want to talk about, then we can. But until then, I'm going to... I'm just going to read this, and then we'll probably do open call after I'm done. Or, well, depends. If you have something particular you want to say, you can come up and say it, though. That's the idea. Oh, I forgot I should probably link this. Because one of the largest expenditures in the department's budget is employee time, department personnel may not participate in ABA-sponsored events on official time. Further, inconsistent with longstanding policy, personnel may not use or permit the use of Department Justice title in a manner that could be reasonably construed to imply that the department endorses or sanctions their personal views of the ABA. For those who serve in policy making, policy determining, or policy advocating positions, any participation in ABA events requires specific approval by their component head, followed by specific approval from the Deputy Attorney General. Further, employees who serve as public employees may not write, speak, or otherwise publish materials in ABA-sponsored events of any kind, absent specific approval by their component head, followed by specific approval by the Deputy Attorney General. Public employees are directed to... We demand more frank. Not right now. Public employees are directed not to hold leadership positions in the ABA or renew any existing memberships. Career staff who do not serve in policy determining may attend ABA events and maintain an ABA membership with the understanding that the department will not cover the cost of their participation. Non-policy employees who choose to write, speak, or publish ABA-sponsored events do not require additional permissions. ABA-related activities shall not qualify under de minimis personal use exception for the use of department property or resources. Okay. Didn't seem that terrible, but okay. The memo prohibits DOJ employees from participating in ABA-sponsored events on official time and from undertaking even activities like reading a book in the DOJ library or small pieces of paper that would support ABA-sponsored publications. Holy shit, wait, is that what that means? The memo also prohibits some DOJ employees from even renewing their personally paid for ABA memberships. Blanche memo makes no secret of the DOJ's intent to punish the ABA for litigating positions, including by cutting off taxpayer funds to support any ABA activities. DOJ acted further on that intent a day later when it abruptly, without cause, terminated all ABA OVW grants. Although the DOJ cited a purported change in agency priorities as its justification, DOJ's only apparent priority was to punish the ABA, as other OVW grants with similar aims were distributed. Indeed, DOJ has assured other guarantees that OVW remains committed to the success of their projects, highlighting the pretextual nature of the DOJ's stated reasoning for terminating the ABA grants, and the fact that 2 of 7 ABA grants that the OVW purported to cancel had already ended their terms underscored that the DOJ did not engage in any specific grant analysis of DOJ policy, let alone reasoned deliberation. Moreover, the relevant regulations do not allow for termination. This doesn't seem that crazy, right? Maybe we should. I don't know. This doesn't feel that crazy. Maybe we should read this one first, because this one seems a lot crazier. Holy fuck. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. And I think this one, yeah, got summary judgment, which just means that it was decided without a trial. What are we thinking? Does this seem like a super, super crazy thing? I don't know, man. I guess we could read, like, what was decided. The following background is drawn from the ABA's complaint, unless otherwise indicated. Over 30 years ago, Congress passed the Violence Against Women Act. Can I copy paste from this? That'd be great. I can? Holy. Okay. To enhance the investigation and prosecution of violent crimes against women, to provide support to the survivors. As part of this effort, VAWA, very petty order from someone who doesn't know what the ICJ is. Yeah, I mean, true, but as a part of this effort, VAWA established the Office for Violence Against Women within the DOJ to administer grant programs aimed at reducing domestic violence, dating violence, etc., etc. These OVW grants, which constitute cooperative agreement between the recipient and the DOJ, are awarded through extremely competitive and open application process. They're governed by the OMB, which allows DOJ, upon written notice, to terminate a grant in 3 circumstances: non-compliance with the award's terms and conditions, consistent and relevant here, pursuant to the terms and conditions of the federal award, including to the extent authorized by law, if an award no longer effectuates the program's goal. Okay. So, okay, I guess this is background. So this is for the ABA lawsuit. Okay. Authorizes the DOJ to administer grant programs aimed at reducing these. Did they ever investigate those J6 Republicans that Trump ordered? What do you mean? Did they ever investigate those J6 Republicans that Trump ordered? I don't know what your question means, if I'm being 100% honest. Okay. So these grants are governed by the OMB. Allows the DOJ, upon written notice, to terminate the grants under 3 circumstances. Sent an executive order to investigate 2 Republicans that Trump was ass mad at for saying January 6th investigation showed that he lost the election fairly. I haven't seen that. Shit, if you could in the Discord link something there, that would be great. I've never heard that. Holy, I thought I was a J6 pillar. Jesus. Oh shit, okay. I got completely lost in the sauce. Okay. In 3 circumstances. 1 for non-compliance. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I keep hitting tab instead of 1. This new keyboard is killing me. So basically just allowing them to terminate the grant upon written notice if there's non-compliance with the award's terms or if the award no longer effectuates the program's goal. That's fair. Should probably start citing this. Getting a little lazier with citing things. It's not so good. Okay. This case is about 5 OVW grants to the ABA, the world's largest voluntary association legal professionals. The ABA established a commission on domestic violence when the VWA was passed to help the ABA play a more active role, a national leadership role, in the enhancement of the legal system's reform on domestic violence. Today, the original commissioner's successor, the Commission on Domestic and Sexual Violence, provides training and technical assistance to legal practitioners and adjudicators who work with supervisors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Since its inception, the ABA CDSV has received training and technical assistant grants from OVW. Thank you, Hunter. It employs 7 full-time staff members to support the OVW's grant projects, 5 of whom are entirely or almost entirely funded by OVW grants. The ABA, CDSV, and the DOJ has historically enjoyed a collaborative relationship, with the ABA, CDSV providing input on new OVW grant programs and helping the OVW coordinate and plan training for award recipients at the start of each new grant cycle. Has never been found to violate any of the conditions for grant awards. Okay, I'll read the Reuters article in a little bit. Okay. We should put some lounge music on. Give me 1 second. It's a little quiet. It's a little quiet. Creative Commons. 2 hours. Yes. In my veins. Okay, thank you. The law fighting the law is outside my brain power to even assess what's a transgression. So the idea is that there are certain conditions by which the DOJ can terminate these grants that are afforded by the VAWA, and I believe the ABA is arguing that they didn't go through these processes in the way prescribed by law because they didn't. There are 3 situations by which the OMB allows the DOJ to terminate the grant, and it doesn't seem like they went through, like, any of the conditions were met by the Bar Association. That's the idea that I'm getting. And the only reason why they terminated them was for political reasons. Jesus. That sax is loud. Calm down. Skipping past this song. Okay. That's fine. Okay. But things changed after the start of President Trump's second term. Between February and March 2025, the ABA publicly criticized the Trump administration for actions it viewed as undermining the judiciary and legal profession. On February 11th, 2025, the ABA condemned recent remarks of high-ranking officials of the administration appearing to question the legitimacy of judicial review, which they did, by the way. It's page 4. God, we're going to be here for a little bit. Page 18. Holy! Judicial review is a load of bullshit. Okay. Also, just for everyone, just to make sure everybody knows, except for Localist, because I don't really want you in here. If you want to come chat, you can do it. I feel bad for making Discord noises go off. My bad. You're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, I hope I didn't just something. Okay, so this is a very specific matter of appropriation by Congress and the executive branch acting unilaterally to impound funding. That's the story of this whole term, it seems. Kind of. The reason I'm hesitant to say that's true is because it doesn't seem like the process by which you revoke these grants are the same process by which you impound funding. That doesn't seem like it's the case. But, but it does seem like they didn't go through the lawful process to revoke the funding. That's the idea that I'm getting. So it's not technically impounding because it's not under like the Impoundment Act. Like I don't think it's the same kind of funding as like as that, but just have ChatGPT summarize this and analogize it in a way that a third grader would understand, and say you read it, read it. They're true. Jokes, by the way. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm trying to make sure I didn't. I forgot to go back to full screen. seem to consider the judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional question, which is a very dangerous doctrine indeed, and one that would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy. True. I don't know that people who think the last 220 years of legal precedents are the people that we want weighing on these issues. Yeah? Okay. Well, I didn't post anything. I didn't post anything too crazy, so we're good. We're good. Okay. On March 3rd, 2025, the ABA issued another statement decrying a clear and disconcerting pattern of targeting judges who issued decisions this administration does not agree with. March 3rd. And on the 26th, the ABA and 100 other bar organizations issued a joint session rejecting the notion that the U.S. government can punish lawyers and law firms who represent certain clients or punish judges who rule in certain ways. The ABA also joined a lawsuit in February challenging the administration's freeze on international development grants to the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. That lawsuit apparently prompted the DOJ. Holy shit, why do I keep turning this off? It seems like almost a Doge scenario, maybe, where they bypass the OPM to cut funding that wouldn't otherwise be allowed to be cut in that way. Yeah, kind of. I mean, no judge of the Supreme Court ruling can override the rulemakers challenging the rules. No judge or Supreme Court ruling can I mean, kind of? On April 9th, 2025, Blanche signed the memo. The memo explained why the DOJ had a history of engaging with the ABA, even when their positions on contentious legal and policy and social issues had been at odds. But in the light of the ABA's lawsuit against the U.S., DOJ is now litigating against an organization it was also funding. They're just mad because Rudy and the crazy one chick got their bar license removed. It could be, who is it, Powell or Ellis? DOJ is now litigating an organization against the funding, while the ABA continued to benefit from its engagement with the DOJ through boosted attendance at ABA events and legitimization of positions that are contrary to the federal government's policy. Thus, the memo went on. While the ABA is free to litigate in support of activist causes, citing abortion, affirmative action, religious exercise cases in which the ABA had filed amicus briefs, the DOJ has an obligation to be careful steward of public fisc and its employees to conduct themselves in a manner that does not undermine or appear to undermine the department's core mission of administering justice in a fair, effective, and even-handed manner. According to the memo laid out in a new DOJ policy regarding engagement with the ABA, first, DOJ would no longer use taxpayer funds to pay... Oh, we got a noti. Pentuple rated me. Imagine that. What a goat. Thank the Lord. He even rated me while I'm streaming to Nonfon's channel. Holy. What a move. What a move to do that. Hey, I mean, fuck it though, it's your life. Okay. Wow, imagine that. Accordingly, the memo laid out a new DOJ policy regarding engagement with the ABA. First, DOJ would no longer use taxpayer funds to pay for any travel, bonging stuff. I assume you're Brit. Hello, Sadie. You didn't know. Well, you guys just contributed to a big non-fun viewer increase, so I hope you're proud. We're reading about the targeting of law firms and apparently the targeting of the Bar Association. A legal question: can the president nuke Chicago? I don't know. The Trumpy US? I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Who knows? You know? Who knows? let me think. So technically, I don't know how you would consider. I haven't watched the debate. I watched the debate like once. I don't remember how that came up. Maybe USV Trump is actually very, very, very crazy. So it's possible. Second, all DOJ employees would now be prohibited from participating in ABA-related activities while on duty or using their government resources. And third, moving forward, policy employees who serve in policy determining, policy making, or policy advocating positions, including all political appointees, would have to obtain approval from their component heads and Blanche himself before participating in any ABA event or writing, speaking, or publishing any materials in ABA-sponsored events. Policy employees who were now also prohibited from holding leadership positions in the ABA or even renewing their existing memberships. The next day, the DOJ terminated all of the ABA OVW grants effective immediately, citing a change in agency priorities. It gave no explanation why the grants no longer effectuated agency priorities. Fire. At the time, the ABA CDSV, so the ABA CDSV is the section of the... Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't give an explanation of the case. I just kept reading. So what we're reading right now is the American Bar Association is suing the Trump administration for canceling grants that were meant to go to the American Bar Association and specifically their department to fight sexual and domestic violence. Those grants were obligated to be given, not necessarily to the ABA, but through Congress, through an act of Congress, something. Give me 1 second. Through the Violence Against Women Act. Basically, these grants are governed by the OMB. They allow the DOJ to terminate a grant award in 3 circumstances: either non-compliance with the award, or I don't know why it says 3. It's basically 2. Non-compliance with the grant, like the conditions of the grant, or a change in program goals. And it doesn't seem like the termination of the grant was off the grounds of either of those 2 conditions, which was probably not legal. That's what we're reading. I think the court sided with ABA on this, though. So that's where we're at. And we're going to keep reading. I'd imagine it's probably hard to avoid ABA activities / materials when working with the DOJ, where many people probably associate with the ABA. Yeah, I mean, the American Bar, I'm pretty sure, is like the thing that accredits most lawyers. So by the time we figure out what's official, we're already cooked. Yeah, I mean, Trump v. US was already a fucking disastrous ruling when it explicitly said that the stuff with Jeffrey Clark was protected and like protected from any judicial probe. That's fucking insanity. That's insanity. The fact that the president can just compel the attorney general to lie to states for him, and then threaten to fire him if he doesn't, and replace him with somebody who will, and the fact that that can't even be reviewed in a court. Nutty, crazy. At the time, the ABA CDSV had 5 active OVW grants totaling $3.2 million. Okay, so April 10th, 2025, the ABA's OVW grants were terminated on the grounds of changing agency priorities. I know I misspelled that. Just let me. Oh my god. Just let me correct it. Dude, I remember the Jack Smith case feeling like a race against time as stuff kept being pushed back more and more. The doomer feeling when it all just stopped. Yeah, dude, I mean, I don't know. The fact that all of the electors stuff is just going to go completely unpunished is crazy. Which, by the way, Pentuple, if you're still here, we need to have our chat. Okay, we need to have our J6 chat. I bet he's not still here, but. Due to changing agency priorities, but did not name one. That's here. Wait, page 18. That's absolutely not right. I bet that was page 4, maybe? Page 3. Also a reminder that Trump could have deployed the National Guard on J6 and this override of states' rights proves that it wasn't Pelosi's fault they weren't deployed. Yeah, true. Oh my god, yeah, true. Okay. The ABA had previously received 2 additional grants that, by their own terms, ended on March 31st, 2025. DOJ canceled all unobligated balances remaining on the 7 awards, including the 2 that had already ended. According to the government, the unobligated balance of the grants was $2 million. As soon as Trump v. U.S. came out, Biden should have done every illegal thing he could officially do to the Supreme Court and make it clear to Congress that until they pass a bill saying the president is not immune to criminal charges. Nonfon got hacked. What the fuck? So I'm hosting for Nonfon while he's on vacation. That's it. I'm hosting for Nonfon while he's on vacation. LOL. Okay. DOJ did not cancel any other OVW grants. Sure. Okay. Well, if you want to DM Nonfon, let him know that I'm live. In fact, the ABA alleges DOJ assured other guarantees that their grants were safe and the DOJ remained committed to their projects. Approximately 2 weeks later, the ABA filed this lawsuit against the Department of Justice, asserting 6 claims: First Amendment retaliation, First Amendment viewpoint discrimination, unconstitutional conditions on government grants in violation of the First Amendment, and spending power. I'm seeing Nonfon later tonight, I'm telling him. Okay, good. Violation of Fifth Amendment equal protections, violation of Fifth Amendment procedural due process, and violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Yes, he should have called their bluff with some type of smart unilateral action that forced capitulation by the court. Oh, it would have been constitutional at that point. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. It would probably depend on the action. Need the analysis. Preliminary injunction is an extraordinary remedy that should be granted only when the party seeking relief by a clear showing carries the burden of persuasion. I'm reporting to kick, so you get fucked in the ass. Okay. When considering a motion for preliminary relief. Okay, blah, 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 blah. So I think a preliminary injunction in this case would end it, right? I think this case is more... it's not closed, but it's more or less decided, right? Just kills me that they know that they're the bad guys. They know Democrats are good and Republicans are evil bastards who break laws, kind of. You have to play the game by the rules of the belligerent side until they cede back to you. I'm just on... I don't know. I'm undecided on that. I don't know. Because the court finds that the ABA has made a showing that, as to its First Amendment retaliation claim, has satisfied the other factors, it will grant the motion for preliminary injunction and deny the defendant's motion to dismiss as to that claim. The court will reserve judgment on whether the ABA's other claims warrant injunctive relief or survive the defendant's motion to dismiss. Although the government did not initially contest the court's jurisdiction over the ABA's First Amendment retaliation claim, its reply brief argues because that this case involves a cooperative agreement to which the government is a party and rewarding relief could result in the payment of money from the public fisc, the entire action belongs in the Court of Federal Claims under the Tucker Act. Therefore, the court will address whether the ABA has established a likelihood of success on whether the court has jurisdiction. I'm not super interested in the jurisdiction claim. The merits. That's where we need to be. First Amendment prohibits the government from abridging freedom of speech or press, or the right of the people to peacefully assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Accordingly, the First Amendment bars government retaliation for protected speech. Here, the ABA claims the DOJ terminated its OVW grants to retaliate against its supporting activist causes, taking positions not aligned with the DOJ and filing suit to challenge termination of ABA federal funding for foreign assistance projects. To prevail on this claim, the ABA must show that it engaged in conduct protected under the First Amendment. Defendants took some retaliatory action sufficient to deter the person of ordinary firmness in plaintiff's position from speaking again. And there is a causal link between the First Amendment activity and the adverse action taken against the ABA. Courts may consider a defendant's contemporaneous statements when assessing retaliatory motive. Thus, while the government emphasizes that the Blanche memo did not purport to terminate any of the grants, it nonetheless is relevant because it announced new DOJ policy towards the ABA and came just a day before the grants were terminated. Okay, I don't know how to ban you. I guess like that. LOL. Okay. The ABA has made a strong showing that the defendants terminating its grants to retaliate against it for engaging in protected speech. Okay. The government does not dispute that the ABA has met the first two elements of its retaliation claim. First, the Blanche memo openly acknowledges that the plaintiff engaged in speech or other activities protected by the First Amendment. It identifies the catalyst for the memo in the DOJ's change in policy as the ABA filed a lawsuit against the United States. And it describes the ABA's history of taking positions on contentious legal policy and social issues that frequently have not aligned with the positions advanced by the DOJ and its litigation in support of activist causes. This activity is protected under the First Amendment. Second, the DOJ's termination of grant funding is an action sufficient to deter a person. Government claims that it had a non-retaliatory motive for terminating the grants. They no longer aligned with the DOJ policy. But the government has not identified any non-retaliatory DOJ policies, much less explained why they were suddenly deemed inconsistent with the goals. It's page 15. The government's different treatment of the other guarantees suggests justification is pretextual. DOJ did not terminate any other OVW grants, and at oral argument, the government conceded that the other grant recipients continue to conduct similar training functions with the OVW money. Has it been appealed to the Supreme Court yet? I don't even think this has been appealed, period. Maybe it has. We'll check it out. Irreparable harm is pretty obvious. For the foregoing reasons, the court will grant the plaintiff's motion for preliminary injunction on its First Amendment retaliation claim. A separate order shall accompany this memorandum opinion. Doesn't give a date of filing. Okay, so let me do some investigating. We need American Bar Association versus the Department of Justice. Yeah, it looks like this case is pretty much settled. I don't see any complaint on court lister, so, or court listener. What was the date that opinion was given, though? May 14th, 2025 is when that was given. Free speech isn't violated by bureaucracy hiring decisions. I predict that if it does, they'll rule in favor of the executive branch. It doesn't even look like they're appealing, so. Also, I don't think that, I don't think that's true, but who knows. All right, this is the lawsuit that I think is the bigger one. Because this has to deal with the, well, I guess this has to do with government grants as well. This is the order. Perkins Coy. We don't want Perkins Coy right now. Jennifer Block. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna have to... Jesus, 64 fucking pages. Holy Moses. I don't necessarily agree, but I feel like they'd see it as a stretch, and there are at least 5 adherents to unitary executive power. Five? I don't know if there's 5 unitary executives. I know 2. Maybe the other 3 are kind of. I think 5 of the 9 Supreme Court believe in the Constitution. I generally agree. Fuck. All right, I'm tired of reading, so for now we might come back to this, but for now we're just gonna watch the video. So there's a good dude who I think was on the stream last night, who dropped a video that's like 3 fucking hours long about the Trump admin. It's called The First 100 Days in 222 minutes or less. I have a feeling that I probably forgot about a lot of this bullshit. Or maybe the court whispered in their ear and maybe that's why they haven't appealed. I've got no idea. Do you want to check the video of the EO? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll look at this real quick.
Thank you, sir. The next presidential memorandum we have for you relates to Miles Taylor. You may recall that Miles Taylor served...
The way I popped in right as soon as you started watching. Yeah, we're going to watch after this EO signing thing.
Administration. In his capacity with the Department of Homeland Security, he leaked classified information. He wrote a book under the pseudonym Anonymous, making outrageous claims both about your administration and about others in it. What this presidential memorandum is going to do, one, it's going to strip any active clearance that he has in light of his past activities involving classified information. It's also going to order the Department of Justice to investigate his activities to see what else might come up in that context, given his egregious behavior during your previous administration.
And I had no idea who this guy was. I had no idea. I saw him on CNN, or one of them, I guess CNN, a lot. He'd be on all the time, saying that the president is the president. I had no idea. It's like, in this office you have a lot of young people, and they're here. I'll see him for 2 minutes, and I assume he was in the office, but I barely remember him. It was somebody that went out and wrote a book and said all sorts of terrible things that were all lies, and it was like he was this gentleman or that gentleman, like I dealt with him all the time. I had no idea who this guy. I said, who the hell is Miles Taylor? And he made a living on going on CNN talking about the president, and I think what he did, he wrote a book Anonymous, said all sorts of lies, bad things. And I think it's like a traitor, it's like spying. He walks into the office. He's supposed to be sitting here. A lot of people, I'll be here, and there'll be 20 people.
Why are we saying that he was leaking classified information and then call him a liar? That feels weird to me. Yeah, I don't know. It pisses me off that so many people were talking about like weaponization of the Department of Justice. Is this probable? Is writing a book under a pseudonym probable cause? Really?
In the room, there'll be oftentimes young people in the office. I assume he was one of them at least. But I didn't know anything.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Did Biden ever sign an executive order to investigate somebody? Did he ever sign an executive order specifically to investigate one of, a Republican? Is that something that Biden ever did?
About him, and he wrote a book, Anonymous, and I always thought it was terrible, and now we have a chance to find out whether or not it was terrible. But it was a work of fiction.
Wait. Now we have an opportunity to find out if it was terrible. You don't even know if it's terrible before directing the Department of Justice to investigate him?
Had a lot of publicity, got himself a nice job with CNN or one of them. And I think we have to do something about it. You can't have that happen. If that happens to other presidents, it wouldn't be sustainable for other presidents. I seem to be able to sustain. But if that happened to other presidents, it's just unfair. And if it was a Democrat president, I'd say that's a terrible thing. A thing like that can happen. That's a terrible thing. And it's time to find out whether or not somebody can do that. Can they write a book about very confidential meetings? And, because they happen to be one of a lot of people in a room, and they go out and write a book, and worse than that, call it anonymous, like it's a big deal. And everybody say, who is it? Then it was found out who he was a long time later. And got a lot of publicity off that one. He's like a promoter. But we're going to find out whether or not somebody's allowed to do that. I think it's a very
Also, keep in mind, this is like the high transparency president, by the way. We're talking about like, oh yeah, you know, big, you know, big transparency. We want to make sure that the American people know what's happening in the federal government. Meanwhile, we're also going to instruct the Department of Justice to investigate this dude who wrote a book about a meeting. Holy fuck.
case, and I think he's guilty of treason, if you want to know the truth, but we'll find out.
Jesus, treason?
Department of Justice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Terrible guy.
Similarly, sir, Christopher Krebs, the former head of CISA. This is a man who weaponized his position against free speech in the election context, in the context of COVID-19. This is it's a similar presidential memorandum to the one you just signed. It addresses his access to government, existing clearances he might have, and further instructs your Department of Justice, other aspects of your government, to investigate some of the malign acts that he participated in while he was still head of CISA.
Okay, I have heard about this because Christopher Krebs is a name that rings a bell. I just didn't realize it was for cooperating with the special counsel. I didn't realize that's what it was for, but okay. Okay. We're going to watch this video. Shout out to David. He was on here last night. We're going to watch this big long video, and we're going to speed it up a little bit too, so I feel less bad about stealing 3 hours of hard-earned content off of him. And if anybody has anything to say, then, you know, we can chat about it if you want to. Should have fired Garland for slow walking. It was obvious he was playing games. Yeah, probably. Okay.
Hello, my fellow Americans.
And shout out David. Shout out David.
And welcome to the complete analysis of Trump's first 100 days in office. This is going to be an exhaustive list of every single consequential action from the Trump administration during his first 100 days. I have one intention with this video, and that's to convince whoever's watching that Donald Trump needs to be impeached. An added bonus if I can get you to agree.
Hold on. We are going to need to do something here, though, so I'm probably going to play Minecraft on this place. Because holy 3 hours. Holy attention span. So give me 1 second, and we'll get this set up. Okay. Do I have a Minecraft thing? No, I don't. LOL. Okay. It was the long con. It will be a good resource for people, and I made it because I made a Google Doc with all the info and my sources for everything. Didn't necessarily expect people to watch it all in one go. LMAO. Well, we might. We might. I still gotta get this set up though. Okay, hold on. Okay, so if I do a window capture, that'd probably be fine. That here. Theater mode it. Or no, if I just picture it. Make that small, like that. Can I window Jesus. Can I window capture a picture in picture? I can. Let's go. You're going to be in my other corner. Then we'll have chat up.
most of his administration has to go with him, but that's a lot to ask, so we'll go one step at a time. I obviously cannot include literally everything, as this video already is going to be very long. But for the stories I think are most important, I'm definitely going to try to give as much detail as possible. I will include a Google Doc in the description of this video that will include every single story I can find and my expanded thoughts on them. It will have all my sources for this video as well as links to any videos or other recommendations I give throughout the video. Despite the snarky and comedic tone I'm going to take for most of this video, this is not an I told you so. I don't need you to grovel and
should be able to pop it out depending on your browser. I figured it out. Don't worry. I'm not that much of a boomer.
apologize. I don't even want you to become a Democrat or a liberal. We can save that conversation for later. What this video is a call to my fellow Americans to help defend our Constitution. We are way past left versus right now. Our Constitution is our way of life. That document is our history, our heritage. That's what makes America so special. Not a politician, not a political party, not an ideology, but the contract we have as a people to the very laws of this nation. We are a country of laws, a country of principle. That's why I still love America and why I still have hope even after all of this crazy bullshit. We literally have the history of our entire nation, our laws, beliefs, social progresses, and failures etched into a document that is the culmination of some of history's greatest minds. You can cherry pick apart my sources if you'd like and completely ignore what I'm saying, but I'm going to make this video in the hopes that at least 1% of you can meet the moment that history demands of us. All right, that's enough being serious. Let's get into the fucking video. Oh, and before I forget, you're gonna see the lighting and my clothes change a lot because I thought I was gonna get this video done by the 29th of April. Obviously, that did not pan out, so here we are. They're eating the dogs. Before Donald Trump even gets sworn in, there are major controversies surrounding him even being elected as president. You might wonder why people never shut the fuck up about January 6th. It's because it's absolutely awful. And I'm not just talking about the violence on January 6th. That gets overhyped because it's like visually disruptive. I challenge you to actually research the truth behind January 6th, what actually happened. In my sources document, my section about this will be...
By the way, if you wanna do some investigation on January 6th, I've got a pretty good document, I think. Go to... I don't know. There should be a link in the bio actually to Substack somehow. It's probably, I think there's a link in the bio to my link tree, which then leads to the Substack, I think. I wrote like a 10,000 something word Substack on all of the elector bullshit, all of the Jeffrey Clark stuff, all of the pardons, all of the coordination from the Proud Boys. I wrote a big fat fucking Substack on it. So if you want to go do a big reading deep dive onto the J6 stuff, that'd be a good place to start, just saying.
Much longer than I'm going to give in this video. But if all you take away from this video today is looking into January 6th and discovering the movie plot level conspiracy to overthrow the government, then I will be happy. So I just want to mention it. But as much as I want to rant and rave about January 6th, we've already buckled into this ride, so let's get into the actual events after he became president. Donald Trump is sworn into office as the 47th president of the United States, and one of the first things he does is sign a pardon for the 1,500 defendants who took part in the insurrection against the Capitol. Many of these people violently attacked police officers, had previous criminal records, were involved in groups like the Proud Boys, who had communications specifically about the goal to overthrow the government. And
someone on Destiny's subreddit thought Destiny was taking too long with his video, so he made his own little animated retelling thing of it. Yeah, that's fire. I mean, that's I think I posted my Substack to the Destiny subreddit whenever it was done, and I said, hey, listen, since Destiny's sitting on his hands so hard on this video...
600 individuals were charged with the felony offense of assaulting or impeding law enforcement officials and were part of this pardon. Most of these people 100% deserved their convictions. There was even a story about how Pamela Hemphill rejected Trump's pardon because she knew what she did was wrong. It didn't take very long for this to prove to be an extremely horrible idea, as stories began surfacing that a lot of these people began immediately running back into trouble with the law. This sort of action encourages political violence. If you can storm the Capitol building and fight for your candidate, and then if they win, immediately be pardoned of all crimes after the fact, what's stopping you from doing it again? Trump signs a grand total of 26 executive orders on day one of getting into office. This is the most of any president in history. Many of these executive orders immediately found themselves being challenged in court because they were either completely unconstitutional or against already existing laws or a complete overreach of the executive branch. I'm going to try to go through the most noteworthy and controversial ones as quickly as possible, so let's get through this. Executive Order 14148. This was one of the first executive orders signed, and it rescinded a bunch of previous executive orders, many of which were just objectively good orders. For example, Executive Order 13999 literally just ensured up-to-date guidelines and scientific information was available for all federal workers. All of the language in this order was very specific not to force compliance. Consider whether any emergency temporary standards on COVID-19, including with respect to masks in the workplace, are necessary. And if such standards are determined to be necessary, issue them by March 15, 2021. Executive Order 14007. As directed, it is the policy of my administration to make evidence-based decisions guided by the best available science and data. Officials and employees across my administration shall seek from scientists, engineers, and other experts the best available scientific and technological information and advice. Just why rescind these? There are many more that have very positive and good language. It seems like he's he's literally just doing this because they were passed by Biden. Executive Order 14151. This was one of the first orders targeting getting rid of that nebulous DEI that Trump hates so much. But it pretty quickly got challenged in the courts because nobody on the right actually understands what DEI is. A preliminary injunction was granted. However, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals lifted the stay on this 4 days later while the appeal is pending. I could not find any information on the current status of this case. The last I saw was from March 14th, 2025. Executive Order 14152. This was going after, quote, election interference, adding a whole list of people who he believes had wronged him. This executive order is just a reminder that the President of the United States doesn't believe in the results of the last election. Executive Order 14155. This executive order withdrew the United States from the World Health Organization, which is crucial for sharing research and data on potentially dangerous diseases in order to try to avoid potential outbreaks and pandemics. It's not like a recent event that destroyed the global economy and put massive strain on the healthcare system has specifically validated the need for
I forgot that we're not a part of WHO anymore. Like that is something crazy that I just never really looked into, is withdrawing from World Health. That is nutty. I don't even know. I think it's mostly just because like we're so insulated from everything that our government does, basically, that I don't even know for sure what the World Health Organization even does, really. But I mean, I know it's like updating health standards and bullshit, and that's obviously bad. Or it's obviously bad that we withdrew for that reason. But yeah. I mean, I don't even really know if I know what the World Health Organization does, so maybe that would be a good thing to look into. I'm definitely gonna go over the doc here because.
Organization, but what do I know? Executive Order 14158. This simply establishes DOGE, which will play a central part to this administration in the days to come and be the center of a lot of controversy. Executive Order 14160. This was the administration's attempt to revoke birthright citizenship. I say attempt because, for obvious reasons, this was immediately challenged. This is one of the most blatant and obvious violations of the Constitution. I want to be clear that it doesn't matter what you think about whether or not we should have birthright citizenship. If you hate it, cool, I don't care. You need to pass an amendment in order to actually undo birthright citizenship. An amendment to the Constitution can only be undone by another amendment to the Constitution. The president cannot revoke birthright citizenship through an executive order. Executive Order 14163. This was an executive order attempting
technically, I'm going to do a lot of, technically legal arguments because that's what we're dealing with here. Technically, he didn't revoke birthright citizenship necessarily. He just redefined what subject to the jurisdiction thereof means. You could say it's kind of the president's job to say what specific interpretations of the law look like in enforcement, to say that like we've been interpreting this wrong kind of, and it actually means this. That would still probably encroach on the judicial power, but maybe you could make an argument there. But he didn't technically get rid of birthright citizenship. He just redefined it technically. Bullshit, but I mean, technically not getting rid of it, I don't think. Like not through an amendment. It's not saying like the 14th Amendment doesn't apply anymore, lol. It's a little more complicated than that.
Overhaul the U.S. refugee program. Again, regardless of what you think of the refugee program, this has to be done through Congress. This was also blocked by the courts, and I did find the entire case documents for this one, which I will include in the sources document.
Wait, did he try to get rid of the refugee program like as a whole? Really? I just started being a wokester on immigration stuff, so.
Executive Order 14164. President Trump wants to reinstate the death penalty, which isn't illegal or anything. I just personally find it extremely barbaric. Executive Order 14166. Trump reverses the TikTok ban, which, just for the record, he is the one who helped push for this the first time around. TikTok pushes a cringe little message to all of its users thanking Trump for saving it. True. Executive Order 14168. This was the first of many executive orders specifically targeting the trans community by withdrawing federal recognition that trans people even exist. Hilariously, they attempted to define male, man, woman, and female with such inaccurate, unscientific language, they failed to recognize that sex does not exist at conception. Fertilized eggs cannot produce reproductive cells. This case was also blocked in court and is currently being litigated as part of a suit that includes this and another executive order, 14187, which we will be covering later. Executive Order 14169. This executive order blocks all U.S. foreign aid, most famously impacting U.S. aid. This was immediately blocked in the courts because abruptly stopping this would 100% lead to people dying who rely on this aid. I have the court cases for this in the document as well. Executive Order 14172. Another wonderful, totally not cringe as fuck action the president took today was renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. He doesn't even have the authority to do this. I mean, he kind of does, but like the rest of the world is not going to recognize it by its new name. No one will call it.
Yeah, that's the problem. That one statement in this video just outlined the entire problem that I think this video is going to have, where it's like, the president doesn't have the power to do this. Well, I mean, he like kind of technically does a little bit, kind of, but like not really though. And that's going to be the most of the problem, is that they're just taking, the Trump administration is trying to take these like super niche, unimportant, unrealized kind of like procedural authority that it has and turn it into something like completely game-changingly different that basically cedes all of the power to the president because of like how bad faith a reading that they give of it. It's the same exact thing that they did with Pence's role on January 6th. It's like, yeah, you're technically the president of the Senate, so I think that means you have the ability to do whatever the fuck you want to in the Senate because it's your job to count the votes, and it's nobody else's job to count the votes. So you shouldn't even pass off to Congress. That's not their job. That's an encroachment on your 22nd Amendment powers. It's like not a single soul read that part of the 22nd Amendment like that, but there's nothing that says that a dog can't play basketball. Yeah, that's basically it, right? Like it really, really is. This whole thing is just going to be like, well, the president doesn't have this power, but he kind of does on like a weird technicality, but like it not really. And then they'll just take that and go running.
The Gulf of America who lives anywhere other than America. And just for the record, I will never, ever, ever refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. That is so stupid. We finally made it through all of the executive orders we're going to be talking about today, and no, we still don't get to leave the first day. Trump attempts to suspend the asylum process through an executive action. I will discuss the asylum process in more detail later, but this is the administration's attempts to illegally avoid actually addressing the real problem with our immigration system. They cannot do this. The president cannot just override a law in Congress. The ACLU filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for this move. Here is a statement from the lawyers involved in this lawsuit. The government is doing just what Congress by statute decreed that the United States must not do. It is returning asylum seekers, not just single adults, but families to countries where they face persecution or torture without allowing them to invoke the protections Congress has provided. Head on over to my sources document if you wish to investigate yourself. We need to talk about his presidential inaugural address. He mentions during this speech that he wants America to expand its territory. This will become a theme throughout the entire rest of the video, and he also ends up mentioning his tariffs that he plans to place on Mexico and Canada. His tariffs were supposed to go into effect today, but that didn't happen. I can't believe I almost forgot to add this in the video because I forgot when this happened. Elon Musk does a motherfucking Nazi salute on stage twice. People try to argue that this isn't what he's doing or that somehow it's out of context. Like, no, look at this. Look at this. He hits that shit hard. You cannot tell me that isn't a fucking Nazi salute. You can't say that he was saying his heart goes out to you because there are other clips of him saying that exact same thing and doing a different hand gesture, so that's not normally what he even fucking does. That motherfucker was hitting the Hail Hitler, okay? Especially with the new Kanye album that came out that was fucking nuts, okay? Can we not see that this is getting dangerous, that it's getting really popular and okay to do shit like this? I thought that Americans thought it was cool to kick the shit out of Nazis. I thought that was a cool thing. Did anyone watch Inglourious Bastards when they were kids? Well, not when they're kids, but you know what I mean. If you defend Elon Musk's Nazi salute, watch Inglourious Bastards. Holy shit, we finally made it through the first day. And if you've noticed, no, the war in Ukraine did not end today. And for every day following this day, I'm going to mention at the end whether or not he has solved the war in Ukraine, because he did promise us it would end on day one. And with that, we are finally able to close the book on day one of this administration. Before you get too worried, the first day is one of the longest out of the entire video, so a lot of the days will go by much faster than that one did. Starting the day off with another executive order that looks to combat DEI, the most inclusive slur ever created, which is kind of commendable, and it even keeps the perk of sounding more racist when you say it in a southern accent. This executive order was also blocked by the courts, with a judge granting a temporary injunction. The court found that the executive orders likely violated the First Amendment by expressly threatening the expression of views supportive of equity, diversity, and inclusion. In case you forgot, that's what DEI stood for. Marco Rubio becomes the Secretary of State, which surprisingly ends up being the most normal pick of the entire first 100 days. So props to him, I guess. The Trump administration instructs federal health agencies to pause all external communications until February 1st or until communication is approved by a political appointee. There was a lot of pushback on this, mainly because these organizations provide a lot of important up-to-date health and safety information to our allies. These freezes are never good, especially when the details around whether or not they're going to be lifted are extremely vague. In another shocking move, Donald Trump pardons Ross Ulbricht, who founded the dark web marketing site, the Silk Road. There was an entire film made about this guy in 2021 that went by the same name. He wasn't the libertarian hero some make him out to be. This is some really, really bad shit. He also hired a hitman to kill someone to try to cover up his tracks, who ended up being one of the agents that was investigating him. Legal Eagle has made a wonderful breakdown video of this pardon, so you should go ahead and check that out if you want a more detailed breakdown. Compared to day one, basically nothing happened today. So we get to move on to the next day. And no, the war in Ukraine has not magically ended. Starting today off strong, President Trump orders an additional 1,500 active duty troops to the U.S.-Mexican border. This may seem like great movement on the immigration problem, but let's talk about the real issue in the United States with immigration. People crossing the border of our country have the legal right to claim asylum, meaning they are fleeing from persecution of some form originating from their home country. It would be naive not to mention that this can easily be abused. So we have a legal process for reviewing these claims. While they wait for this process, they are allowed to stay in the United States, because if they're telling the truth, we do not want to send them back into their country to their death. Whether you agree with this or not, it is currently a legal issue, meaning this is how the laws are written in the United States. If you have a problem with it, you need Congress to pass something to fix it. It will not magically get solved by sending troops to the border. The influx of illegal immigrants coming across the U.S. border comes from not having enough border enforcement, federal judges to hear this problem, or a way to legally refuse these people at the border. This is precisely what the bipartisan border bill that was proposed before the election that Trump shot down was written to address. It addressed all three of these issues. It added more border enforcement, allowed for more federal judges. Which it's funny that people get on Marjorie Taylor Greene for not reading the budget reconciliation thing, but there's that one video of Ted Cruz saying like, yeah, you know, I did vote down this bipartisan border bill.
and thank God I did. Or he was like, yeah, I voted down the bill, and no, I didn't read it, but thank God I voted it down because it was so bad. Crazy.
to help with the asylum process and added a cap to the border crossings that gave the government a legal process for shutting down the border. This would drastically help the issue with zero military action, zero executive orders, no ICE mass deportations, no accidental deportations, and actually addressed the legal problem with the asylum process. Hey, but maybe at some point in the future, he does actually fix this problem. I don't know. Trump redesignates the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, which, as far as I can tell, this doesn't actually do anything substantive. Here's what the official government website says about what this does. Support efforts to curb terrorism financing and encourage other nations to do the same. Stigmatizes and isolates designated terrorist organizations internationally. Deters donations or contributions to and economic transactions with named organizations. Heightens public awareness and knowledge of terrorist organizations. Signals to other governments are concerned about named organizations. For more information, you can see the resources document. If one of the stated benefits is that it heightens public awareness, I don't think this actually fucking does anything. Trump revokes security details from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and former diplomat Brian Hook. This is well within the authority of the president to do, but revoking security details without communicating with the people and making sure that they have their own arrangements is extremely dangerous. These are things that should be happening regardless of political affiliation that Trump completely ignores out of spite. The Trump administration announces rolling back an Obama-era directive that had protected illegal immigrants when they were in sensitive areas like hospitals, places of worship, funerals, weddings, and schools. Literally, why overturn this? There is literally no reason to do this unless you are specifically planning on targeting immigrants in those areas. This is one of the first signs that these deportations might not just be criminals. That marks the end of day 3, and to no one's surprise, the war in Ukraine still rages on. Welcome to day 4.
Fuck.
Trump gives a riveting speech at the
Maybe
Economic
tomorrow.
Forum, promising that we are about to enter the golden age of America. Surely there won't be anything in the first 100 days that seriously questions his economic performance, right? I mean, it's only 100 days. Holy fuck. What the We get the privilege of seeing John Ratcliffe being confirmed as the director of the CIA. I'm not actually being sarcastic, because given who else gets a role of responsibility in this administration, this guy seems overqualified by comparison. Also, he was supposedly described as one of Congress's most conservative members, so that's reassuring. Trump declassifies files related to the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK. This ends up being a bit of a nothing burger, but hey, at least we'll be getting the Epstein files. I mean, Trump did promise to give us those, and I'm sure that he will fully release that information with no caveats or a disappointing lack of new information. Trump rescinds an executive order on AI safety signed by Biden aiming to establish safeguards for rapidly advancing AI technology. Trump's repeal is seen as symbolic of his admin's approach to ensure AI innovation free from ideological bias. Okay, sure. Former National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases Director Anthony Fauci gets a security detail revoked, which this sort of action is not normal, especially considering how hated Fauci became following the right's campaign to completely discredit him. Many people have forgotten that when COVID first broke out, we knew absolutely nothing. This was a novel virus. They were working with brand new science and trying their best to provide information to keep the public safe. That meant with the intentions of public safety, they sometimes had to make decisions on incomplete or lacking information. This means, yes, they made mistakes. That doesn't mean this is some sort of mass plot to kill everybody. I haven't noticed any mass enslavement or dropping infertility or zombie apocalypses or microchips in everybody's arms. Have you? High-profile ICE deportations occur in several major cities, including Boston, Seattle, New York City, Miami, DC, and Philadelphia, resulting in detaining a grand total of 538 undocumented illegal immigrants. At least we're trying to do something about this. This doesn't fix the asylum process. Even if you agree with everything he's doing, this doesn't fix the problem. Another day down, and another day without an end to the war in Ukraine. Jumping into another day, starting with a Senate confirmation, Pete Hegseth got confirmed by Congress as the 20th U.S. Secretary of Defense in a very controversial vote. His confirmation was split 50-50 and had to have the tie-breaking vote cast by J.D. Vance. Why was this guy so controversial? Simply put, he's extremely underqualified for this position. During his hearing, we learned that this guy was a degenerate who drinks on the job, has numerous complaints about his character, and even his own fucking family dissed him, which is just ouch. This guy has almost no experience in terms of heading our Defense Department. His most recent years were spent as a Fox News host. He did serve in the National Guard, which I am not a member of the military and personally think it's super cringe to compare branches and how much you've contributed, but he did also just serve in the National Guard. So I'll let you make of that what you wish. He is much better known for his stint as a Fox News host from 2017 to 2024. Another glaring issue is his reported drunkenness, which was affirmed by Veterans Affairs groups as well as his previous coworkers at Fox News. He even was considered an insider threat by a fellow service member. Something I didn't know until researching for this video is that he has a book called American Crusade. This proves that this guy should not be in charge of anything anywhere near our federal government. Some quotes from this book include, "There are irreconcilable differences between the left and right in America, leading to perpetual conflict that cannot be resolved through the political process." He furthermore calls for an American crusade. He says, "The hour is late for America. Beyond political success, her fate relies on exercising the leftist specter dominating education, religion, and culture, a 360-degree holy war for the righteous cause of human freedom." Central to the theme of American Crusade is that there is something he calls Americanism, which The Guardian describes as essentially being right-wing populism. Hegseth characterizes Americanism as being in opposition to forces like feminism, globalism, Marxism, and progressivism, and says either Americanism will prevail or death will. This guy's fucking nuts. Like actually insane. Like, that's some wild shit to say. Like, am I crazy? That guy's in head of our Defense Department. This is just the tip of the iceberg with this guy, so if you want to do your own research, feel free. And
I hope that he goes over the fucking Cash Patel book. Holy.
Also, all of this will be in the documents in the description. Give a warm welcome to the Mexico City policy that Trump reinstated. Apparently, this is also referred to as the global gag rule by critics, which sounds way more badass. This global gag rule blocks federal funding from going to non-governmental organizations or NGOs who provide any sort of abortion advocacy, counseling, referrals, or support for decriminalization of abortion. So if you support abortion, this will be going directly against what you believe in. During a press conference, Trump states that he would love to see Canada become the 51st state. I know for a fact this isn't the first time he mentions this. However, I had some trouble digging up the actual first time he mentions this or the post that he made about it, so I could never find the primary source for this. There are many references to Truth Social posts he made about this as well, from the 21st and the 22nd. I found one article dated January 20th with a mention of him saying this, but couldn't find the source, so that's why I've decided I'm just going to mention this first one on the 24th. Either way, he has repeatedly and continually talked about this. He only ever doubles down or reiterates that he does think Canada should become the 51st state, constantly makes public posts about it, talks to Trudeau about it. In their conversations has mentioned that he wants Canada to become the 51st state. He even made dangerous comments about not knowing who drew the border, which is a common tactic that Russia uses when they try to annex sovereign nations. Like, why the fuck is this even a thing? You can't say this is just a joke. He is making these threats. He is doubling down on them. He is talking to other countries' leaders about them. He's talking about actually going into trade wars with other countries with the goal of making them our territory. This isn't a joke. He's following through.
Well, also, why even... It's fun to say, like, oh, he was just joking, LOL. Like, why is the president making jokes about annexing our allies? Like, that's fucking crazy. Even if it is just a joke, like, we are actively aggressing upon Canada, and then we're making these jokes about how they're not even going to be a sovereign nation. Do you expect the Canadians just to be like, oh, well, you know, he's probably just joking, LOL? When Donald Trump uses this excuse for fucking everything. Every bad thing that he does, he'll always joke about first. So I don't know why people still use this. Well, it's because blind partisanship. But I don't know why people still let him get away with using that. Guerrilla chat posing across platforms is a valid tactic, according to the Geneva Convention. I'm sorry? What? What are we talking about?
He's actually doing stuff to make this happen. And this isn't like Timbuktu, okay? This is Canada, our closest ally. I don't know if you know this, but they've sent troops with us to fight in almost every major conflict we've ever been involved in. Another event that's worth mentioning is Trump's seemingly arbitrary firing of federal employees. Some firings are normal during each presidency transition. However, a lot of the positions he's targeting normally do not change when administrations change. What's so special about this specific instance? Trump fires the inspector generals, or IGs, which is not a normal position to cleanse, especially in the way that Trump did it. The administration just sent out an email informing them that there were changing priorities that had led to their positions being terminated effective immediately.
Oh,
this
that
got
sounds
pushed back
familiar.
even from the GOP senators. Senate Judiciary
Bro, that
Chairman
sounds familiar. Changing policy priorities. And the changing policy priority is that we don't give a fuck about fraud, waste, and abuse in the government for some reason. Weird. That's a weird policy proposal from the Trump administration. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta go do something. But we'll be back in like a second. Okay. We'll give you a second. Enjoy the music. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I need to pee too, but we're gonna truck along before I do that. How the fuck did viewership go up while I was gone? Are they just really fucking with the music, I guess? True. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people didn't know what the IGs did. I didn't until I didn't know until I had to prep for that one fucking debate with Pentuple and Grid. Which blowout, if I do say so myself. But I think you're muted, Chief. Holy, there's no way. No, I'm not muted. Oh, this is muted. The video is muted. LOL. Okay. Yes, you're right. Good heavens. Okay, anyway.
What's so special about this specific instance? Trump fires the inspector generals.
Yeah, okay, we'll play it from here. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I would have gone like that for a long time. Another reason why you're good. Yeah, I didn't know about the IGs for a long time. Until I prepped for the debate with Pentuple and Grid 1. Blowout, but yeah, that's like, it's super important that that those are in place, especially since, like, we can make a conservative argument for the IGs and not firing the inspector generals. It's Doge is dog shit at cutting fraud, waste, and abuse. It hasn't even there hasn't been verifiably anywhere even close to the amount of fraud, waste, and abuse found from the IGs in one fiscal year. So from the perspective of like fighting fraud, waste, and abuse, the IGs are way more effective. Why would we curtail that power instead of to choose Doge over it?
Or IGs, which is not a normal position to cleanse,
Okay,
especially
can
in
we
the way
hear
that
it
Trump
now?
did it. The administration just sent out an email informing them that there were changing priorities that had led to their positions being terminated effective immediately. This got pushback even from the GOP senators. Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley of Iowa, who said Congress wasn't given the 30 days notice from the White House required by federal law. For those of you who aren't aware what the Inspector General does, which full transparency, I wasn't either until I researched for this video, they are an oversight division of a federal or state agency aimed at preventing inefficient or unlawful operations within their parent agency. Such offices are attached to many federal executive departments, independent federal agencies, as well as state and local governments. Each office includes an Inspector General, or IG, and employees charged with identifying, auditing, and investigating fraud, waste, abuse, embezzlement, and mismanagement of any kind within the executive department. These positions are extremely important. These are precisely the positions you want to be unaffected by and unaffiliated with the administration to keep them in check. Cleansing them and replacing them with loyalists like Trump is doing in every federal position is exactly how you end up with actual fraud, waste, and abuse. I'm not one to buy into conspiratorial thinking, and honestly I'm pretty boring, but for those of you who are wearing your tinfoil hats, this is prime pickings for some serious fucked up shit. Another day down, and another day without an end to the war in Ukraine. Starting with another Senate confirmation, Kristi Noem gets confirmed by the Senate as U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. There's nothing too scandalous about her past, but very recently outside of the scope of this video, she has been in some hot water. All I will say is that this bitch has got some fucking crazy eyes, okay? She definitely keyed an ex's car in high school for fucking
This probably happened. Well, this wouldn't be mentioned in this part of the video anyway, so. But Kristi Noem, wasn't she the one with the dog stuff? With the like the shooting the dog because it wasn't a good farming dog? Wasn't that Kristi Noem? Yeah, her definition of habeas, I really hope that the deadline for this video was after the habeas thing from her, because holy fuck. Habeas corpus is the right of the president to deport illegals. God, please, I hope that comes up. God, please, I hope so.
Sure. Trump attends a rally in Las Vegas where he leaned into his promise to end taxes on tips, which, where are we at on that? Editor David here. Congress did actually pass the no taxes on tips bill unanimously while I was editing this video. Quick rundown, it would eliminate taxes on reported cash tips up to $25,000 for workers earning $160,000 or less. However, most people don't report their tips anyway, and many who actually do make a living off of tips make way more than $25,000 in a single year, so basically all this does is move you into a slightly better tax bracket. It really isn't that much of a difference, which is probably why it was passed unanimously. It's just an optics win, not much changes at all. Like I said, there may be some days where not much happens, so it looks like we can just, holy shit, Trump says he wants to take over Greenland. Sorry, but in case you forgot, invading sovereign countries ain't cool anymore, little bro. He has yet to back down from this any time during his first 100 days, and has only ever doubled down. He even confirmed that he wouldn't rule out military force, which is fucking wild. We don't just take other countries, people. That's not how this works. They attempted to do a press tour showing how much Greenland wanted to be a U.S. territory, and well, they paid homeless people to pose for it. So that went over well. J.D. Vance's wife attempted to tour there to drum up support for this little fiasco, and they had to cancel this trip because of all the protesting. And obviously, they don't want any of you people to be there. Based alone on the fact of how many clips exist of him doubling down on this and actually taking actions to do this, he's definitely not joking about this either. Moving onwards as another day comes to a close, and no, the war in Ukraine has not ended. Starting with some dabbling into foreign affairs, Trump announces an extension to the Israeli-Lebanon ceasefire agreement that was initially done under Biden's administration. Spoiler alert, it's not doing too hot. I am not going to go ahead and claim I'm extremely educated on this conflict, because I am very much not, but I didn't feel like I had the time necessary to dedicate enough research into this specific conflict to give an educated opinion. I am not educated enough to talk about this topic in depth, so I'm not going to out of respect. There are plenty of other sources to get information about this topic. I will not add to the misinformation. Moving on. President Trump plays a round of golf for the first time in his second term as Trump National Doral Miami. Here comes the first inkling that there are going to be major issues with Trump's deportation process. Early Sunday morning, the Trump administration tried to send some migrants to Colombia via a military plane. However, the condition of this transport was lackluster, to say the least. They were in chains and handcuffed, and there was no air conditioning, and no one explained to them what was going on. Sending deportees to Colombia was nothing new. However, the deplorable conditions that they were sent there in definitely were. Colombia refused to accept them under such conditions and wanted their citizens to be shown respect. In response to this, Trump instantly went crybaby bitch mode, ordering steep tariffs on all Colombian imports, a travel ban for Colombian citizens, the revoking of visas for Colombian officials in the U.S., and suspending visa processing for both immigrant and non-immigrant visas. The visa restrictions were particularly extraordinary because normally those kind of things are reserved for people who violate human rights. In response, the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, threatened retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. The White House had announced by Sunday evening that they had come to an agreement trying to pawn this off as some sort of major victory. The story was that Trump's deal-making and tariffs are what saved the day, when in actuality, he just agreed to send the prisoners in the conditions that the president asked for initially. All of those theatrics and entering a trade war for a minor disagreement that was solved within a day. Not looking great for his negotiating skills. Congratulations. If you're still watching, you've made it through the first week. There are 14 more to go, and no, the war in Ukraine has not ended.
Fuck.
Obama. Ed Martin, the interim U.S. Attorney for D.C., opens an internal review of the Justice Department's decision to charge hundreds of J6 defendants with felony obstruction offenses in connection with the Capitol attack, because Trump's administration doesn't believe they've done anything wrong. Several career lawyers who worked on the criminal investigations into Donald Trump are fired by Acting Attorney General James McHenry on the grounds that he does not believe that the leadership of the department can trust you to assist in implementing the president's agenda faithfully. This is very dangerous rhetoric from the office of the president, as their oath is to the Constitution, not the president of the United States. Here comes the first story I remember that really broke into the mainstream media beyond the normal circle of political punditry following the election. The Office of Management and Budget sent out a memo instructing federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities that may be implicated by the president's executive orders. Executive Order 14173 was one of the orders they were referencing that we went over earlier. This was massively contested as being unconstitutional, as it is in direct violation of the Impoundment Control Act. The executive branch cannot withhold federal funds that were already appropriated by Congress. The last president to try to do something like this was Nixon. Trump loves to follow in his footsteps, and as we'll see later, loves to repeat some of his most infamous mistakes as well. What I want you to keep in mind about this story is that even if you agree with these targets of federal funding, this is something he has to get passed through Congress. If he was an effective president, he wouldn't try to get everything done through executive order. He has a majority in Congress. If he really wanted this stuff to get passed, he could do it. Everything that he has done with these executive orders can simply be overturned by the next president when they get into office. Speak of the devil, here are some more problematic executive orders that Trump signed today. Executive Order 14183 was another attempt to ban transgender people from serving in the military. This was obviously challenged immediately. Glad Law and the National Center for Lesbian Rights filed a federal lawsuit against the administration and blocked this executive order. Executive Order 14184. This one is just reinstating everyone who was discharged from the military for refusing the vaccine, which is cool, I guess, but okay. Executive Order 14186. Donald Trump wants to build an Iron Dome for America. And for those of you who don't know, no, this isn't a literal Iron Dome. This is basically just a high-tech defense system. But it is very impractical to do in the United States because the United States is a massive country. Which sure, this sounds nice and dandy, but with what fucking money, bro? How are we going to achieve the goal of cutting spending if we're adding massive military projects to our budget like this? Makes you think. We have reached the end of yet another day, and no, there is no end to the war in Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt holds her first press briefing, and I cannot express to you how much I absolutely despise this woman. I recently saw a Daily Show sketch where they pretended to read online insults to Marjorie Taylor Greene's face, and one that stuck with me that I think equally applies to this woman is a good argument for misogyny. Perfect. No notes. More Doge news as the new Office of Personnel Management sends out an email to nearly all federal employees offering an opportunity to resign. They could choose to resign from their posts January 28th to February 6th while still retaining full pay and benefits until September 30th. The email called for a reformed federal workforce composed of employees who are reliable, loyal, trustworthy, and subject to enhanced standards of sustainability and conduct as we move forward. For reference, federal employees account for nearly 3 million jobs, making up roughly 2% of the entire American workforce. This would be a massive shock to the economy, not to mention the need to fill these positions and then train new employees would cause massive backups in the effectiveness of governmental positions and programs. Also, critics weren't even sure that these people were going to get paid because Donald Trump doesn't seem to have a problem with ignoring ignoring federal law. Finally, another executive order specifically targeting trans people gets signed by the president today. Executive Order 14187 targets trans youth as they hilariously define child as the term child or children means an individual or individuals under 19 years of age. So for all of my libertarian friends out there, they are saying that people who are 18 years of age do not have elective control over their bodies. That's kind of fucking insane. Just for the record, this is the third executive order specifically targeting trans people, which only make up 0.5 to 1.6% of the US population according to Pew Research. And we're only 9 days into the administration. Really makes you wonder what their priorities are. Strange that trans people are catching so many strays from this administration, don't you think? Another day down with no meaningful economic or immigration reform and no end to the war in Ukraine. Looks like it's time for another day. Maybe he'll sign another executive order about trans people. Remember the federal funding freeze from 2 days ago? Well, today they officially rescinded that memo because of overwhelming backlash from people saying that this was illegal. The new press secretary gives us the beautiful statement saying this is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo. Why? To end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's executive orders on federal funding will remain in full force and effect and will be—
Oh my god, yeah. It was like there was a memo that froze a bunch of funding, and then the courts were like, this is probably illegal, and then they're like, okay, well, rescind the memo because the memo's the thing that's illegal. But we're still going to keep freezing the funds. It's like, what do you think is the illegal part of it? Like the fact that it was written down on paper? Is that the illegal part of the funding freeze, or is it the funding freeze?
Will be rigorously implemented. Oh, so you were still trying to do the illegal stuff the court's trying to stop you from doing. It's just you don't want the memo out there because it's confusing people why the president is doing illegal shit. Gotcha. I may have been a little too quick to judge this administration because today we have the first law passed by Congress. It's only 9 days in, so I'll give them credit. The Laken-Riley Act allows Homeland Security to detain illegal immigrants who have admitted to, been charged with, or convicted of a crime. Okay, so this doesn't really fix the asylum process, but that's okay. This still could be a good thing. Let's see who supported this bill. The Federation of American Immigration Reform and the Association of Mature American Citizens. Okay, this sounds reasonable then. Who opposed? American Immigration Council, American Civil Liberties Union, Center for Constitutional Rights, League of Women Voters, NAACP, Legal Defense and Educational Fund, Jewish Council for Public Affairs, National Education Association, National Organization for Women, Southern Poverty Law Center, United Steelworkers, United Church of Christ, National Association of Social Workers, National Council of Churches, Coalition of Black Trade Unionists, Center for Law and Social Policy, Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Oh, did I miss something? Critics of the bill expressed concern that it required the deportation of illegal immigrants who were charged as opposed to actually convicted of a crime. But surely this won't lead to any horrifying events. I'm sure the administration would never violate someone's due process rights. That would be insane. Another noteworthy event is that at the signing of this bill, President Trump states that he will order his administration to open Guantanamo Bay to detain immigrants. Excuse me, what? Why are we opening Guantanamo Bay, famous black site for detaining terrorists and violating people's rights? Why are we opening that for detaining immigrants? This, combined with the fact that he just passed a law that has a loophole to allow them to violate people's due process rights, is terrifying. And just for the record, when people tried to raise alarm about this, we were told we were overreacting and being insane. Turns out that gaslighting is the only thing Republicans can do better than writing executive orders targeting trans people. President Trump announces that federal employees who don't show up to work in person by February 6th will be terminated because conservatives hate it when your life is convenient. President Trump signed a settlement agreement for $25 million to end the lawsuit he brought against Meta after the company suspended his account in the aftermath of the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Reminder that free speech doesn't actually apply to social media platforms. They are owned by private companies that have the ability to moderate their platforms as they see fit. If you don't agree with this, get Congress to pass a law to fix it. Another fascinating story, American Eagle Flight 5342 collides with a U.S. Army helicopter over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., killing all 67 people on board both aircraft.
Anything,
when pressed about this event, because many—
I don't know if anything ever came out of the air traffic control stuff. Did anything ever come with that? From that? The video is too loud, hurting the head. I don't know if you know. You can turn it down, buddy. You could just turn your video down, because it's about as loud as I am.
People were rightly concerned this could have something to do with the fact that they were
more quiet than I am. So turn your video down, buddy.
Attacking and firing people at the FAA. Trump fucking blamed DEI. Are we serious? Are we fucking serious? Why is he the president? Why is he the president? We have fortunately completed another day, but the war in Ukraine still rages on. Continuing with Trump's mass firings as he wages war on his own federal employees, several senior FBI employees are served an ultimatum by the Trump administration to resign in the coming days or be fired. This doesn't seem to go with what Kash Patel said during his first congressional hearing to become director of the FBI. I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken. An anonymous letter from one of the agents that was served this ultimatum made the rounds on social media and confirmed everyone's fears that these agents were targeted because of their involvement with the January 6th investigation. A chilling vignette titled "Uncommon Sense Was a Common Vice" gives a dire warning to Americans about the problematic position the Trump administration holds and why they're acting un-American. I will include a direct link to this in the description, as I think it is really worth your time to read this whole thing. I couldn't find anything else noteworthy about today, so that wraps us up. And no, the war in Ukraine is not over. Finally, we get to talk about tariffs. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
I hope pick reports don't do anything, because non-fun. I've gotten you like 3 reports.
And 10% on imports from China starting February 1st with no stated exemptions. Now would be a great time to go over how tariffs work, because this seems like the only economic policy this administration knows how to use to affect the economy. Tariffs are taxes on American companies. When they ship something into the country, when it gets to the port, the company who ordered it from that country has to pay at the port the tariff for ordering it from that country. There can be good reasons to place tariffs, one being to protect domestic industries that need help being competitive with foreign industries, which is the main reason the Trump administration seems to give for why they like tariffs so much. However, this only works when applied to specific sectors of the economy, and paired with a long-term plan with the tariffs remaining in place to help these companies get off the ground and know what their prices are going to be. Stability is extremely important, because tariffs are a calculated risk for your economy. They make things more expensive in the short term in order to protect domestic industry. But Trump's a businessman. I'm sure he knows this. So let's see how this plays out. Firstly, our trade deal with Canada and Mexico was a large part of Trump's first campaign. NAFTA, which he called the worst trade deal in history, was renegotiated by Trump into the USMCA, which went into full effect in 2020. So if he has any problems with our trade, it's 100% his fault. He made the deal. It's also important to mention the president cannot normally enact tariffs. This is normally something designated to Congress. But of course, Trump wants to find his way around everything. He needs to state some sort of emergency that gives him the powers legally to do this. The reasoning he gave for these specific tariffs were the influx of illegal immigrants and the opioid epidemic, both of which have very little evidence of being anywhere close to an actual national emergency. The resulting trade war became an absolute shit show. Trudeau immediately responded with retaliatory tariffs aimed at red
Oh, never mind. These are the Canada-Mexico tariffs.
States targeting specific goods that disproportionately affect those states, most noticeably alcohol. Canadian stores nationwide started pulling American liquor off the shelves. Many companies and citizens have sworn off American products to this day. Eventually, this escalated to the point where Canadian provinces were going to add their own individual tariffs on American products. Ontario Premier Doug Ford threatened to shut off the power they supplied to 3 of our largest states in protest, which would have had obvious horrifying ramifications. If you think this pushback from Canada is a little extreme, just remember that Donald Trump has been saying repeatedly at this point that he wants to make Canada the 51st state, and talking about renegotiating the borders between our two countries. And then he enacts a trade war against them. This is very dangerous behavior. If Putin started doing this to another neighboring country, everyone would assume he was about to invade it. Only a few days later, on February 3rd, they attempted to say this was some sort of massive win when they agreed to pause the tariffs for 30 days, when they literally just agreed to deals they already had in place with the Biden administration. Think about how much stress this puts in the relationship between Canada and America, all for 5% more border security. They were already willing to cooperate with us to do this. They literally showed that they had gotten fentanyl crossing the border down to half an ounce. So fucking why do this? District Court Judge John J. McConnell Jr. sides with 22 states and issues a TRO blocking Trump's federal funding freeze. Just a reminder that electing a convicted felon into office often comes with them trying to break the law. Trump announces that he's going to impose tariffs on the EU because so far these tariffs have been just so successful. Following that up with another wonderful executive order from the Trump administration, Executive Order 14192, unless prohibited by law, whenever an executive department or agency publicly proposes for notice and comment or otherwise promotes a new regulation, it shall identify at least 10 existing regulations to be repealed. Wait a minute. Surely this is a joke, right? Like, you have to repeal 10 regulations just to get a new one? Why? Surely you can agree this is like just bad, right? True. Another day comes to a close and the war in Ukraine still rages on. Starting off today with a show of strength, President Trump orders airstrikes in Somalia targeting a senior Islamic State attack planner and other members of a militant group. Pete Hegseth cancels identity months for Department of Defense employees, including but not limited to Black History Month, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, National American Indian Heritage Month, LGBTQ Pride Month, Women's History Month, Juneteenth, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and Holocaust Remembrance Day.
MLK Day is crazy.
Why? Okay, like, just, okay, I get it. Like, the Pride Months or whatever, they can go. I can kind of understand that from, like, their perspective of why they would just want to get rid of that. Like, okay, yeah, sure, like, okay, Pride's annoying, it's cringe, whatever. You hate gay people, I get it. Even the Black Pride Month stuff, like, okay, like, yeah, it's kind of racist, but, you know, I understand, right? Like, I mean, I kind of get that. But why Juneteenth? Martin Luther King Jr. Day? Why Holocaust Remembrance Day? Why get rid of those? We went into full depth on this yesterday, but today is actually the day those tariffs we talked about go into effect. So Mexico and Canada both announced their plans to place 25% retaliatory tariffs on the U.S. in response, and here are the 3 executive orders that were signed giving him the authority to do all this. Executive Order 14193, imposing duties to address the flow of illicit drugs across our northern border. Executive Order 14194, imposing duties to address the situation at our southern border. Executive Order 14195, imposing duties to address the synthetic opioid supply chain in the People's Republic of China. Some lovely Doge News updates. We have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent giving representatives of Doge access to the federal payment system, which is an incredibly powerful and sensitive tool. Considering the other legal challenges surrounding Doge, this was also highly contested as even being legal. Considering Elon Musk did not have the authority to make budget cuts or staffing decisions, this was just a big splash that caused a lot of people to become aware that Doge was acting outside of the scope of what they were legally allowed to do. In other news, President Trump fires the director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This marks yet another of many firings that completely fly in the face of getting rid of fraud and abuse. The CFPB has returned more than $21 billion to consumers who were defrauded by financial institutions. The agency has established or proposed rules to cap overdraft charges and credit card late fees, prohibit medical debt from credit reports, limit the ability of data brokers to sell personal data, and limit predatory payday loan practices. Whether you know it or not, these institutions protect you and save you money constantly without taking up very much of the federal budget. As you will see, there are many examples of them cutting programs like this that take up a minuscule amount of the federal budget while having an immense impact for people. All of this while never touching the defense spending, which is the largest portion of the budget. With all of that, another day is in the books, and we move on without an end to the war in Ukraine. As we head into day 7 of week 2, China's Ministry of Commerce announces plans to file a legal case against the United States at the World Trade Organization in response to Trump's decision to impose more tariffs on Chinese exports to the United States. On a trip to Panama, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio demands that Panama make immediate changes to what he calls the influence and control of China over the Panama Canal.
Yeah,
this becomes another pissing contest for Trump as he makes comments about taking back
stuff has gone either. I completely forgot about that. I wonder where the Panama stuff is. I wonder if we control the canal yet.
the Panama Canal, even though this has historically been quite a dark spot on American hegemony. The Trump administration ends the temporary protected status of more than 300,000 Venezuelans as part of their efforts to go after illegal immigrants. These Venezuelans were already affected by a rescinding of an 18-month extension to the temporary protected status that had been given by the Biden administration. More than 600,000 people were affected by this decision to reverse the extension. U.S. District Court Judge Ed Chen's ruling in NDPSA v. Noam protects approximately 350,000 Venezuelan TPS holders who were set to lose work authorization on April 3rd and deportation protections on April 7th. As a result, they will instead retain the humanitarian protections while the case proceeds. As the second week comes to a close, there is still no end in sight for the war in Ukraine.
Commonly referred to as Crooked Hillary.
Starting off with an executive order today. Executive Order 14196 is the first time I actually might be able to praise the president for something. This was an attempt to work towards establishing a sovereign wealth fund in the United States. For those unaware, a sovereign wealth fund is a state-owned investment fund that is typically comprised of stocks, bonds, real estate, precious metals, and or alternative investments. I recently saw an economist writing a critique of this idea that I haven't read yet, but will include in my resources document for further reading. I personally think this is a good idea, but given how much debt the U.S. has incurred, I've heard that is an argument against using a sovereign wealth fund, at least in the United States, so the jury is still out on whether or not I can fully give the go-ahead for this to be a good idea. However, the unfortunate reality is that even if this is an amazing idea, I am almost 100% sure that Donald Trump's implementation of it will be disastrous. I know for a fact that he will not have the correct regulations in place to ensure that no corruption reaches this sovereign wealth fund. Obviously, I would be in favor of it funding public services, but I'm almost sure that that's not where the money would end up going. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that he is acting as the head of USAID as Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency proposed to shut it down. It's important to stress that the executive branch does not have the authority to shut down agencies outside of Congress, which is why there is so much pushback from the courts. This is not constitutional. They have a Republican majority in Congress. If they really wanted to get this done, they could push it through Congress. It wouldn't be that hard. But to Republicans who have no idea how to govern a democratic country, it would be extremely difficult because they would have to contend with all of the constituents and the voter base that elected them into office. Today is the day that they announced the 30-day pause on all of the wild and insane tariffs. Mexico moves around some of its military. Canada appoints a border czar because Trump loves that word. And Trump pawns it off as a unanimous success. VPJD goes to East Palestine, Ohio on the 2-year anniversary of the train derailment. Trump honors the Stanley Cup champions Florida Panthers in a ceremony at the White House. He declassifies some airstrike footage. The Senate confirms Chris Wright as the U.S. Secretary of Energy. And finally, Secretary Marco Rubio meets with the Salvadorian President Nayib Bukele during his trip to El Salvador, where Bukele offers to house dangerous American criminals and deportees.
Non-Fon's here. Fire. I didn't see you. I didn't see you in the thing. Non-Fon, how's it going?
It's good. How are you?
Jesus. Hot mic. Okay.
Oh, damn.
No, you're good.
I'm with my headphones right now.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah. Two things. One, have we done the reading on the I need you to catch me up on the LA riot stuff if you have done reading on that yet.
Yeah. It's complicated. So basically there was a big ICE raid that happened in LA, super militarized. The people in LA felt super uncomfortable with it, so there was a giant protest basically blocking a lot of the ICE trucks from doing ICE activity. Some of them got violent. The LAPD and the Highway Patrol were basically told to, come out and get the guys. It seemed like they were doing fine, and then they didn't request for any help. And then Trump just fucking deployed the National Guard because he thought that they weren't doing enough.
Okay. Based. Awesome.
Yeah, true.
Did he ever invoke the Insurrection Act?
Not yet, but the riots are still going, so we'll see.
Oh boy, yeah.
They are pretty rowdy, I will say. Like, there's videos of protesters throwing cinder blocks off of overpasses to hit police cars. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Sure. Are they so is the riot just like a sort of like a general riot in response to the ICE raid, or is it there's ICE raids ongoing and they go to them and try to stop them?
Ongoing ICE raids that they're trying to block.
Okay. Because that is not that, and you tweeted about this, and I agree with you. I saw this earlier today that what the technical definition of insurrection is not that usually just weighs down the conversation. And I agree with that. If you look at any of my Jan 6 combos, I'm always I usually say I'm not committed to the claim that it's an insurrection. I just think it's kind of bad that the president tried to illegally overturn the election results.
Yeah, kind of, maybe a little bad.
Maybe a little cringe. Yeah, maybe it's a little.
Which I mean, if you really want to call this an insurrection because it's preventing ICE deportations, then okay,
right.
You could probably.
That's what I was gonna say. So it seems not that I don't talk too much about the technical definition of insurrection or whatever, but most of the definitions I've seen, basically, you'd have to be actually preventing the enforcement of some law or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You can't I don't think I would count just if there's an ICE raid that happened and people just rioted afterwards because they were upset. I don't think that'd be an insurrection. But if you did or if you're doing what they're doing, like you're literally stopping ICE raids that they're trying to do from happening, I think that could be whatever point 2 on the Gregor definition is of like, oh, preventing the execution or enforcement of whatever law.
The definition that I've seen that holds the most water to me is like the prevention of the execution of the Constitution. It doesn't it doesn't feel like ICE raids are necessarily an execution of the Constitution per se.
Sure.
Maybe you could make an argument that it is, and in that case, then yeah, we could probably call it an insurrection. But in the same way that we could call an insurrection like a couple dudes going and like throwing rocks at the fucking White House to try and kill the president or whatever, like,
right?
You could technically call that an insurrection, but like it doesn't hold a candle really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the protests are really bad. Violence is bad. Trying to, kill police officers who are just trying to protect random ICE officers is probably bad. Luckily, the National Guard was only really deployed to, I think it's just to protect ICE agents. They're not like arresting anybody. They're not doing deportations themselves. So that's good.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, if the Insurrection Act gets signed, then they're probably just going to be doing deportations too. Like the Insurrection Act, basically, just they could do whatever they want, really.
Yeah, is there what would the courts have to rule on if he did try to invoke it? Would they have to rule on like the merits of it being an insurrection?
Nope, he could just I think he just kind of does it unilaterally, and I'm pretty sure judicial review of his invocation of insurrection is limited. So
okay, based awesome.
Yeah, so you could just kind of do it. Great, like that. It's the kind of legislation that's passed like assuming that it's going to be operated in good faith, kind of like the Alien Enemies Act.
Right.
They wouldn't think that anybody would declare like a predatory incursion as a couple gang members who are decentralized and not working on behalf of the government is somehow an invasion. So it's probably going to be something like that, where it's just going to be like a super bad faith definition to justify the Insurrection Act. But I mean, the Marine shit too is really, really crazy too, because they also I already think the National Guard was probably a step too far, like that probably wasn't necessary. Then they're like, okay, now the National Guard isn't even enough, and we also have to deploy like a couple hundred Marines to keep this in place, and like a couple like military grade helicopters to make sure that this all stays in place for like a couple thousand protesters, which is obviously just there. I had an exchange with Average Debate Enjoyer, and he made a decent point, and I don't think he was trying to make it. I don't think he was trying to make this point, but it was a good point, where it's this just serves for optics. Like if you're deploying the Marines against these violent lefties and they're like, pushing back against the Marines, it's literally just there to inflame the protesters and then, look good for it because the lefties are so fucking crazy. Which is pretty nuts, but based. I appreciate Tyler for illustrating that so eloquently.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to or not, because Tyler will call himself center left. I mean, I think that's disputable to say the least.
I mean, I have yet to see a left wing take from him, but I mean, Slay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he always tries to. Whenever I've talked to him about like tariffs so many times, and he'll be like, "Oh, not fun. You say tariffs are bad for the economy, but worker protection is also bad for the economy. And because I'm left wing, I like worker protections. They can't believe you're left wing and don't like worker protection." It's obviously, I mean, one, I dispute that worker regulations are always bad for the economy, right? Like I don't know, I literally do not know where he's getting this idea from. That like he says it all the time, like, oh, if you just look at it from the perspective of GDP, all taxes and all regulation are going to be bad. It's just like, well, no, I don't think that's true. I think there are, like, I think, if you were to do like a land value tax or a resource rent tax, I think that'd be good for GDP. You'd be socializing rents of things that are, there's a fixed supply of, and that would actually be good for GDP. Obviously, I think taxing externalities as well. If you tax cigarettes and less people do cigarettes and they demand less healthcare services because of that and spend money on other more productive things, that's a positive thing for GDP.
Yeah.
But I literally don't know where he gets this idea from, but he always tries to draw that equivalence, and it annoys me. I hate it so much. But that, like, he will he will have like semi left-wing positions on the economy in the sense that like he's like, oh, worker regulations are good. I think that's the most I've heard from him though.
Wow, bold.
I know, incredible.
But yeah, I mean the riots are the problem is the main problem is just that the rhetoric surrounding them on both sides is really, really stupid, because you have like the people coming out
Right.
who are basically saying that, you know, riots are good, LOL, and that's obviously stupid. Then you have the fucking Trump supporters saying this is an invasion and we need to treat this like a hostile occupation, which is holy fuck, like way crazier. But
Yeah. What did Pisco said? Okay, my goat hasn't fallen yet, has he?
I think I don't know. I haven't followed Pisco's coverage.
Damn. Okay. I saw him and Rob Noor were beefing about it a bit, but I didn't look.
No,
I
yeah,
don't
it's
wanna
probably
spend
gonna
too
be
much
another like
time.
fucking 12-hour discussion over the technical term of insurrection, and that'll be that's really gonna help everything.
Yeah, we'll solve it this time, guys.
Yeah.
This is the last. This is the last talk.
I'm sure they're both going to agree that this is actually an insurrection, and they're all gonna
Obviously.
But yeah,
Listen,
I mean,
okay. At least it'll be good reaction content. Okay. It'll be
True,
good
yeah, my ass is gonna watch it. Yeah, I fuck with Pisco.
Speaking of reaction content, okay. I don't know if Potts David G. I saw him in chat earlier, or I scrolled up in chat and saw him type in. I wonder if he's still watching. My goat. Okay. Convenient timing. My friends are staring at me right now in a weird way, but convenient timing. Okay. I walk up here, I click on my stream, and I see my goats reacting to a goated video, and at the most goated part, okay, about a sovereign wealth fund. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Potts or David, if you're still here, okay, a sovereign wealth fund is probably based, but you are correct in stating that Trump is not going to implement it correctly if he even does implement it. Like, first of all, the executive order was just like ordering the Treasury Secretary to like look into possibly one day maybe starting a sovereign wealth fund. It's like, it's not a very affirmative executive order. And then secondly, like they've talked about like funding it via tariffs, which is dumb. And I doubt that Trump is going to do anything useful with it if he actually ever did get it set up. He'd fund it in a bad way and then spend a lot of the money in a bad way. Like, how do I know? Like, I literally don't trust that the Trump sovereign wealth fund would not invest in his own meme coin. Like, I think
it probably would.
I don't trust it. That would not happen. But it is based. Okay, David, you are correct in saying a lot of people are like, oh, you know, we have a deficit, so we don't want to do a sovereign wealth fund. There's kind of an argument for that. Econoboy would. I mean, that is the one thing you should talk to Econoboy about is the sovereign wealth fund. Okay, everything else ignore him. Okay, every other position is wrong except for the sovereign wealth fund and most of his other tax policy. Okay, the rest of his tax policy is good. Sovereign wealth fund is good. Everything else Econoboy says is wrong. Okay.
Oh my goat.
But people are like, oh, you know, we have a deficit. We shouldn't be like borrowing to like invest the money and basically like speculate. We are taking a risk when we buy stock, obviously. But one, like, you know, I don't, the risk of like buying the S&P 500 or whatever, it's like not that big. Like, as long as you don't have a president pressing the crash the economy button by doing 10% tariffs on everyone, it's not that risky or anything to buy the S&P 500. But secondly, if you're just like, I mean, there are plenty of ways to do a deficit neutral sovereign wealth fund. Like, you can just only invest the money that you get from taxing resource rents. Like, just tax like the excess profits of mining companies or tax land value, the unimproved value of land, and just use that to invest. And like, that's deficit neutral in the sense that you're not borrowing to do it. You're not adding to the deficit. Now, obviously people will say, I mean, you could, and I mean, they're right. Like, you could just tax that money and use it to pay down the deficit. So there is an opportunity cost, but at the same time, there's an opportunity cost on the other side because, and I would say a bigger opportunity cost, because if we tax that money and pay down the deficit, I mean, we might get a little bit lower inflation at the very best. But if we tax that money and put it into an investment fund, that fund will grow over time, okay? And we can spend it on cool shit, like helping poor people and like building roads and way cooler shit than paying down this deficit, okay? But yeah, sovereign wealth fund is based. if it's done correctly.
Well, thank God we
Yeah.
have one
Well, that- I
potential
mean, that is a-
theoretical good policy. I don't know how deep we are into this video, but probably a couple. We're probably nearing an hour by now.
Yeah, I was just thinking it would be another crypto hype train. Well, yeah, David, I do think, like I said, there is a concern with sovereign wealth fund. Anytime you have the government like own something, not that there isn't also a concern for private ownership and corruption, but like obviously there's concerns with corruption and like if you see like in Venezuela and like some African countries, we don't have a transparent government. You don't have a particularly democratic government that in which people can be punished for bad decisions or corruption or whatever. Not that voters in America want to punish people for corruption, but
true.
You will see like certain politicians or executives, appointed people will be taking money from the sovereign wealth fund or investing it in their own companies. And I think under Trump, like we talked about earlier, I don't think that'd be entirely unlikely. I do think, like I said, it might invest in his meme coin, it might invest in its own companies, okay, which are not the ideal. But in democratic countries with a transparent government like Norway, it seems to work well. As long as we have good institutions, it seems like we are able to do it pretty effectively.
The water is like.
Well. Oh,
okay.
By the way, you got a kind of by extension, you got a Pentuple raid.
Hell yeah.
Kind of.
Wait, did he raid you or did he raid?
Yeah, he raided me, but
JC.
I mean, no, he raided me, but it all kind of goes to the same place.
Sure.
So fire.
Hell yeah.
Isaac's gonna be so hyped.
I think he unbanned me in his Twitch chat.
Wow.
I know.
The bridge.
But he still does not want to talk to me.
Yeah, still doesn't show your cam during panels.
That is true as well. Yeah.
Listen.
Anyways, I gotta. Yeah. I gotta go.
Yeah.
I appreciate stopping by.
I appreciate you giving me your channel.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Listen, it's content for me as well. But yeah.
True.
Anyways, I'll see you. Appreciate you. Love you.
Yep.
Later.
Fun.
Yeah.
Goat. I fucking hate that guy. Okay. Distracting from the video. What
in
the
his
fuck?
country's jails, notably CCOT. Rubio calls the offer an extraordinary act of friendship. I'm sure this won't become.
Well, he's so right. This part's goated because now, non-fund's favorite part, the sovereign wealth fund got covered. Now my part comes up. All right, I'm a deportation guy. I was following Garcia. I don't know how much you touch on the Alien Enemies Act, but God, I hope it's a lot. I can't wait. I'm frothing at the mouth for the Alien Enemies part.
Become important later and be the source of an extremely dark mark on American history, but hey, what do I know? Another day is finished, however, the war in Ukraine is not, so we have to move on to another day. First up, we have USAID announcing that all of its direct hire personnel will be placed on administrative leave globally, with the exception of designated personnel responsible for mission-critical functions or leadership in specially designated programs. This caused another round of panic as this was never fully defined by the administration. Everyone was wondering how mission-critical their roles were. Ultimately, it became apparent that the administration just wanted to be able to pick and choose their DEI hires that they wanted to fire from the federal workforce. This wouldn't require any further analysis or deep thought from the administration. The trade war between China and the US escalates today as there was an additional 10% tariff placed on the existing tariffs we had on China. This resulted in them announcing a retaliatory 15% tariff on coal and liquefied natural gas products, as well as a 10% tariff on crude oil, agricultural machinery, and large engine cars imported from the US effective February 10th. The Senate confirms 2 more cabinet picks, one of which is Doug Collins, who for the sake of this video is not very important, and the other being vitally important to many of Trump's upcoming horrifying actions, Pam Bondi. A little history lesson on Pam Bondi. She led the legal arm of the Trump-aligned America First Policy Institute, a nonprofit that planned policies for a potential second Trump presidency. She worked to file voting lawsuits in battleground states relating to the 2024 election. For obvious reasons, this is quite concerning that the new Attorney General has a history of weaponizing the legal system to suppress voting. Her statements and actions going forward in this administration are absolutely abhorrent, to say the least. We will definitely be talking about her more later. President Trump holds the first bilateral meeting and joint press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Netanyahu is the first foreign leader to visit Trump since his inauguration. It's interesting that the anti-Semitic conspiracy nuts never seem to care that much that Donald Trump, throughout his entire second presidency, seems to be extremely aligned with Israel. He shows overwhelming support for Netanyahu and basically gives him the green light to do whatever he wants to the Palestinians. During this conference, Trump lets out an absolutely insane statement saying the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous, unexploded bombs and other weapons on that site. He's basically suggesting that the U.S. occupied Gaza during their conflict. That's wild. We'll end the day on another executive order from the president, Executive Order 14199. This is aimed at withdrawing from and reducing funding for certain UN programs, which isn't the end of the world, but it's just weird how much he hates the UN. It gets shit on a lot, but if any country should be leading the UN, it should be America. We should want our country to be leading the free world and want as much influence over it as we can possibly get. Whether you like it or not, globalism is here to stay. Especially with the age of the internet, it is almost impossible not to be connected to every other country constantly. And with another day down and another day without the end to the war in Ukraine, we move on. Pam Bondi gets sworn in today, and we do have another Senate confirmation, this time Scott Turner as the U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, which isn't very spicy, but we'll throw him in anyway. However, Pam Bondi is already showing her true colors as she sends out an internal memo stating that the Justice Department will shift focus away from investigations and cases enforcing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, unless they are related to foreign bribery that facilitates the criminal operations of cartels and TCOs. This may not sound like a big deal, but we should probably ask ourselves what it is exactly that that act protects against. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is a United States federal law that prohibits U.S. citizens and entities from bribing foreign governments' officials to benefit their business interests. That seems pretty damn important, especially when the richest man in the world is acting as one of these government officials. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu meets with Vice President Vance and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. More lovely Netanyahu time. Today also marks the first large-scale protest that was picked up by the media protesting Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Project 2025. I actually went to this protest in Columbus and have some videos from that event. Speaking of Project 2025, didn't the left as well as the Democratic Party continuously try to explain that this was the real platform behind Donald Trump and then was dismissed by the right as being fear-mongering and that Trump never actually backed it, never endorsed it, and himself claiming I have never read it, saying it was all a hoax? Well, if you ever take the time to read this 900-page monstrosity, then you will be fully prepared to know what's coming in Donald Trump's second term. This goes over exactly how they plan to dismantle our constitutional republic. They go over in painstaking detail exactly how they're going to get full control over the government through the executive branch. If you want a brief overview, you should probably watch this video here. If you want a more in-depth analysis of how it's playing out today, you should watch this instead. There is even a live tracker online that you can see exactly how many policies they've enacted so far. It's scary the speed at which they're able to get this thing done. Another problematic executive order coming down from on high is Executive Order 14201, keeping men out of women's sports. This states that the federal funding will be removed from educational institutions that allow transgender women or girls to play on women's or girls' sports teams. Is this yet another executive order about trans people? Where were we on the border and the economy again? Oh, that's right, nowhere. Moving on to the next day, and no, the war is not over. Starting today with President Trump giving a speech at the National Prayer Breakfast, and honestly, not that much happens, but I will point out that he very tastelessly rants about his attempted assassination, talking about how God saved him from the bullet, completely ignoring the fact that if that's true, he also guided the bullet into a father and firefighter behind him. So I guess that guy doesn't matter as much as the divine orangeness himself. And yes, that is an actual post from the White House. It was not posted on today, but it was posted while I was editing this video, and I just had to throw it in here because that shit's fucking insane. I cannot believe that's not a meme. Doge takes a massive L today as it's uncovered and released to the public that the team working for Musk is made up of a bunch of 20-something pimpled face Reddit mods. But hey, before we judge them too harshly, maybe Musk is just giving an opportunity to the prodigies of the next generation. Unfortunately, no, that's not the case. One of them literally goes by the name Big Balls. Holy shit, these people are working with your private information. Let that sink in. Even more competence is lost as people uncover none of them are familiar with government systems, and their online profiles are filled with extremely questionable posts like normalize Indian hate. JD Vance defends this, by the way, even though his own wife is Indian. Holy shit, talk about a cuck. Good God. There was even reports circulating that some of these members had ties to the Russian government. Big Balls being a national security risk? Who could have guessed? Not that much else happens today other than a Senate confirmation, which typically are not that exciting, so it looks like we'll... Oh no. Russell Vought is confirmed as the 44th director of the Office of Management and Budget. Where have you might have heard of the name Russell Vought before? He is a self-described Christian nationalist who's a member of the Project 2025 Advisory Board. He was appointed the policy director of the RNC and was exposed in a CNN report confirming he was working on secretive efforts to draft executive orders for Donald Trump's second presidency. Here is a clip from that interview.
And what are your actual memos the secretary sends out to do it? Like, there's an executive order, regulations, secretarial memos. Those are the types of things that need to be thought through. He's very supportive of what we do, and know that we have all manner of things that we do that's, even unrelated to Project 2025. So I see what he's doing is just very, very conscious, distancing himself from a brand.
And you wouldn't publish those?
No.
Take it straight to.
Yeah, they're very, very close hold.
As we discussed earlier, Project 2025 was not a fad diet. It wasn't just policy suggestions, it was their playbook. And they are enacting it step by step into our government. If you want to know where America is headed, read Project 2025. For the sake of this video, all I'll need to tell you is that they are looking to create a post-constitutional United States, meaning one without a constitution. That should be terrifying and extremely dangerous. Another day down the drain, and so is the country. Moving on, because there's no end to the war in Ukraine.
It's within belief. Do they say that explicitly? Do they say post-constitution? Because I wouldn't be shocked if they do, but probably not.
President Trump holds a bilateral meeting and joint press conference with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba at the White House. Also worth mentioning, Trump revokes security clearances and daily intelligence briefings from former President Joe Biden. Another noteworthy firing, Hampton Dellinger, was dismissed by Trump yet given no reason for his dismissal. Why is this worth mentioning? His position was specifically protected by law and required a valid justification for dismissal. We will go into more detail about this at a later date. In a lovely turn for the better, FISC Judge Carl J. Nichols placed a temporary restraining order on the administration following the firing of USAID personnel, lasting until February 14th. Are you seeing how often Trump gets stopped by the courts? This isn't one instance or one radical judge or some handful of radical judges. This is the entire Justice Department having to snap down on Trump because he continually tries to get around the law. This is what happens when you elect a convicted felon into the office of the president. Doge cannot
Technically, just want to make sure we know, not the Justice Department. The Justice Department is the one that's backing him. The justice system that is cracking down on it. The Justice Department is bootlicking.
seemed to stay out of national headlines as members of Congress were denied access to the Department of Education while Elon Musk and his Redditor henchmen were giving access. Something that doesn't necessarily spell disaster for the country at large, but is certainly worth mentioning as it highlights Trump's character. Trump announces his intention to dismiss the board of members at the JFK Center for the Performing Arts and appoint himself as chairman because being the president of the United States just doesn't come with enough responsibilities for the amazing character of Donald Trump. Day 5 of week 3 has been marked off, but the war in Ukraine rages on. This is the first and only day in the entire first 100 days that I couldn't really find any news stories coming out about Donald Trump. So we all get to take a deep breath and get a small reprieve from all of these insane headlines. I hereby dub this the Day of Silence. Okay, moving on. We have so much fucking shit to get through. And
yeah,
no, the war did not magically
I don't know
end.
how
Let's
you
go.
let that
In a
slip
desperate
by.
ploy to get more people to recognize his contribution to history, Donald Trump signs a proclamation designating February 9th, 2025 as Gulf of America Day while flying over the Gulf from Palm Beach, Florida to New Orleans to attend Super Bowl LIX. Licks. This makes Trump the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl. It's our lovely little influencer president. He must need a break after all of those anti-trans executive orders. This is the second and last time I will mention something positive Donald Trump has done. He instructs the Treasury Secretary to stop minting new pennies. Woohoo! I'm sure this will be completely offset by other absolutely catastrophic things to come. The Democratic Party publishes a press release revealing that Trump's administration is imposing a new policy to cap indirect costs for the National Institutes of Health, NIH, research grants at 15%, which would cut billions of dollars in federal funding for life-saving research to develop cures and treatments for diseases. The NIH is responsible for some of the best research for developing cures for cancer, investigating rare diseases, and inventing new treatments, which has historically always had bipartisan support in Congress. This agency specifically was one that suffered major setbacks and chaos from the federal funding freeze that Trump tried to pull on all federal agencies. People like to think that places like these can just keep on working and know that they aren't part of these federal funding freezes and shouldn't be worried. Newsflash, the federal government runs on making sure that they're operating within the bounds of federal law. Federal regulations and mandates are what keep us safe. It guarantees that our milk is safe to drink, that our food is safe to eat. So when new vague shit drops overnight, those agencies have to scramble to make sure they are still up to date so that A, they aren't doing anything illegal, and B, they aren't doing anything that inadvertently causes more harm than the good they do. As we will see continued throughout these first 100 days, the Trump administration is hell-bent on targeting scientific research as well as universities. This is because they are a threat to him. They produce highly educated people that statistically do not vote for him. As we bring week 3 to a close with, again, no end to the war in Ukraine, I just want you to keep in mind a few things as we move along. I want you to ask yourself at the end of each of these weeks if you would defend any of this behavior from any politician other than Donald Trump. I promise you that if you are not involved in politics that much, what's coming next will shock you. It is absolutely terrifying what this president is doing to our rule of law, to our constitution, and to the people that live within this country. Trump is asking you to believe that every single mainstream media source, all of the judges, the entire Democratic Party, all of the liberal commentators, a lot of the conservative commentators, a lot of ex-Republicans, a lot of military veterans, a lot of people in positions of power, journalists, researchers, economists, all of these people are lying to you. It's some super elaborate scheme, all because we just hate Donald Trump, because we have some sort of derangement syndrome. Or do you think that maybe just a handful of people are doing some really bad things and everyone's trying to stop them? They're anti-democratic, they're anti-constitutional, and they're trying to take apart our government, and the rest of us are just trying to stop him. That's why there's so many people so spoken out about it. We don't just hate Donald Trump because we hate him. He's actually doing this stuff. That's all I'm asking you to believe. Anyway, that's enough of that. Moving on. There may have been a reason why I ended that week with a speech. I hope you buckled your seatbelt for this one, because if this was the only story to come out of this entire first 100 days, it would have been enough to get Trump impeached on its own. If you were at all familiar with Watergate, this may give you some deja vu. In an internal memo, acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove, on behalf of the real Attorney General Pam Bondi, orders the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, to dismiss the pending criminal charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams for bribery, solicitation, conspiracy, and wire fraud, on the condition that Adams agree in writing to dismissal without prejudice. Why is this so bad? This could be its very own video. And if you want more details about it, I again direct you towards Legal Eagle, who has a wonderful video breakdown of this exact case. If you want more information about the Eric Adams case in general, I direct you towards this video here. Long story short, New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, was caught red-handed in some seriously fucked shit. He then spoke with Emil Bove, who made a deal saying if his state complied with Trump's federal immigration agenda, then they would drop the case that he was being prosecuted for. And that's exactly what happened. When they tried to get a federal judge to sign this dismissal, at least 7 prosecutors decided to resign rather than sign the order to dismiss the charges because they were purely corrupt in basis. This is the exact kind of corruption that caused Nixon to resign from office rather than face the charges. But Trump will never have to face trial for this because the Republicans in office are going to turn a blind eye and do nothing. The smoking gun here is the dismissal without prejudice. What this means is that they can pick up the case again later if they choose to, which is what holds Eric Adams to his end of the deal. In the actual filing, the DOJ gives no reason why this case should be dismissed without prejudice. This case alone could have put Trump's second presidency as one of the arguably most corrupt in history.
It's crazy this is a really, really good strategy. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it feels like Trump keeps doing this thing where he does something super clearly illegal and gives almost no legal justification for it in hopes that all of his fucking dick suck supporters come up with this vague legal justification that they can give later. So it's not so much that like, oh yeah, this is legal because of this reason. It's like, well, I'm going to do this. And then all the Trump supporters are like, yeah, well, yeah, he can technically do this under this. And they're like, yeah, see, you know, I can technically do it. That feels like the whole thing. I mean, like with the Perkins Coie order, that felt like that's the thing with the Eric Adams thing, with the pausing of Grant to the American bar. There was another thing that David brought up. The firing of the one dude, of the inspector general, I think, without cause. They just they just do shit and don't explain it, and then wait for the post hoc justification from all of the bootlickers for it, and then that's what they run with. It's kind of the same thing for Garcia, where they didn't justify anything before Trump supporters were like, wait, hold on. This person was adjudicated as a member of MS-13. Hold on. This person has a record against a restraining order. Hold on. This person is like all of those justifications were post hoc because the initial action, whenever that first happened and they were asked immediately to answer to their crime, they were like, oh, it was an administrative error. Oopsies. And then all of the justifications came about how they actually could do it. Yeah, it's crazy.
And this is just another passing story in a laundry list of a 4-hour-long video. And we're just going over the first 100 days. This is by design. They want you overflooded with so many stories that people like me seem like we're just conspiracy nuts drawing strings on a board instead of actually showing you what's going on. And this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is Steve Bannon's flooding the zone. They want the media jumping from story to story to make it seem like nothing they're covering is actually that big of a deal because they move on so quickly. But the truth is, almost every one of these stories is unprecedented. Moving on, because we literally have no other option, we have Judge John J. McConnell Jr. ordering the Trump administration to restore certain federal funds that were the subject of a funding freeze. Just want to mention that the administration has been constantly bashing the courts during this time, complaining that they are stopping us from making America great again. But as we have seen and discussed, it is because it's unconstitutional and it's illegal. This was most obvious when J.D. Vance made a tweet that made a lot of heads turn. Again, this rhetoric is very dangerous to the health of a democracy. And Trump is back with his favorite word in the English language as he proposes 25% tariffs on all foreign imports of steel and aluminum to the United States. Just as a quick check-in, we are not even a quarter of the way through the first 100 days. And from the release of this video, he still has over 1,300 days in office. That wraps up today, and to no one's surprise, the war in Ukraine is still happening. Starting today with another executive order that causes even more Doge drama, we have Executive Order 14120. This executive order was instructing federal agencies to cooperate with Doge. However, this was another massive holdup because nothing they were doing had any legal basis. Every time they were asked about what Elon Musk was actually doing, they gave a different answer. They would say, yes, he is a government employee. No, he is actually just advising. No, he has a special designation. It was all over the place. A restraining order was initially granted against Doge. However, later, a federal judge ruled against it. This wasn't an approval of Doge's behavior, however, as the judge said. This conduct of using law enforcement, threatening criminal investigations, using armed law enforcement from 3 different agencies. Why? Why those ways here? Just because Doge is in a rush? I have to say, I'm offended on behalf of the American citizens who have done so much service to this country to be treated so abominably. As recently as April 18th, yet another federal judge put limits on their actions operating in the Social Security Administration and accessing sensitive information. President Trump holds a bilateral meeting and joint press conference with King Abdullah II of Jordan. U.S. citizen Mark Fogel is released from a Russian prison following a deal struck by Steve Witkoff. In exchange, the United States releases Alexander Vinnik, a Russian citizen who has been accused of money laundering. The Associated Press is informed by the White House that it could be barred from accessing an event in the Oval Office if it does not align its editorial standards to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Crazy that they can't understand pronouns, but they flip shit when the legacy media calls a body of water by the name it's had for centuries. Another day down without an end to the war in Ukraine. Waking up to some developments in the Eric Adams case, we have Danielle Sassoon, the U.S. Attorney General for the Southern District of New York, offering her resignation letter to Pam Bondi as she refuses to sign the order to dismiss the investigation into Eric Adams. The EU starts to consider if the United States is actually still a reliable ally, and reporting indicates serious talks about moving on without the U.S. in terms of trade. The Kennedy Center unanimously votes to elect Donald Trump as its chairman. Wow. Lastly, we have another Senate confirmation. Today, Tulsi Gabbard is sworn in as the 8th Director of National Intelligence. But what exactly do we know about her? Well, she originally was part of the Democratic Party, yet there were concerns that she was being influenced by Russian assets. U.S. media analysis has shown that sites tied to Russia celebrated her campaign launch and defended her when she was involved in controversy. The U.S. intelligence community has concluded that Russia interfered with the 2016 election in order to help boost the Republican Party's, i.e. Trump's, chances of winning the presidency. Another red flag here is that she completely flipped in 2022, claiming that the left had gone too woke and were anti-white and dragging us closer to nuclear war, just like a lot of the other previously left-leaning content creators online, who very precariously have been uncovered as being paid by Russia to spread propaganda. But I'm sure she will not be involved in a very serious threat to national security that just gets swept under the rug after a few days. Hold your panties, because today we actually have some movement on the war in Ukraine. We have news that President Trump is speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin over the phone. Will we finally get an end to the war as promised? Unfortunately, no, as they only agree to begin negotiations. Very strangely, Ukraine is not included in these initial talks. So sadly, there is no end to the war in Ukraine today. Starting off today with even more Eric Adams drama, we have Emil Bove, acting Deputy Attorney General, accepting Danielle Sassoon's resignation and accuses her of having, quote, lost sight of the oath she took when she started at the Department of Justice by suggesting that you retain discretion to interpret the Constitution
long
in a manner
video.
consistent with the policies of a democratically elected president and Senate confirmed
I
Attorney
need to
General.
get to
Holy
the alien
shit,
enemies,
the
though.
Constitution is the Constitution, and the only body of our government that has the authority to interpret the law of the Constitution is the judicial branch, more specifically, the Supreme Court. It's important to note that these positions in the Department of Justice specifically are under the executive branch. So no, they do not have the authority to interpret the Constitution. However, they are still bound by it. So they have to abide by the constitutional interpretation of the judicial branch, not the executive branch. They do not get to interpret the Constitution or the law. I appreciate the throwing in of Senate confirmed and democratically elected as if it has any bearing on the authority of the branch to interpret the Constitution. This is even more evidence that their goal is to consolidate power under the executive branch and ignore the other two branches. They do not want the judicial branch to be able to interpret the law, and they do not want Congress to be able to pass laws. They want to do all three under one branch of government. Also, following in Danielle Sassoon's footsteps, Hagen Scotton, who is another U.S. attorney for the same district, also resigns instead of authorizing the order to dismiss the Eric Adams case. The Senate does confirm two more picks for Trump's cabinet today: Brooke Rollins as the 33rd U.S. Secretary of Agriculture and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as the 26th U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services. You literally could not pick a worse candidate for this role. RFK Jr. is absolutely nuts. First, let's all remember that he did run as an independent candidate for president during the 2024 election, and then offered to drop out and endorse whoever offered him the best position in their administration. And Trump ended up taking this offer because they have absolutely no shame. What qualifications does he have to even talk about health? Well, to this day, he pushes the horrible misinformation that vaccines cause autism, claimed Bill Gates and Dr. Anthony Fauci exaggerated the pandemic to promote vaccines, which, by the way, we're all still alive. It seems like all this was just bullshit, and it makes my blood completely boil that no one has to confront the fact that people actually believed this was going to happen, nothing happened, and yet we all still have to pretend like the people who think COVID was a hoax and fake and not real are at all to be taken seriously. This is insane. He further claims that the FDA suppresses advancements in health, claims that wireless technology can cause cancer, promoted the theory that AIDS isn't actually caused by HIV, and says that fluoride can cause diseases such as cancer. Most recently, RFK Jr. gave the most unhinged rant about autism that was so ass-backward and uneducated, I wanted to sprint headfirst into a brick wall. There was this weird as fuck story during his campaign run. Then there's all the shit about his brainworm, whatever the fuck that was. The point is, this guy shouldn't even be in charge of his own health, let alone the health and human services of the entire fucking country. Like, what is this? In other news, Trump holds a bilateral meeting and joint press conference with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the White House, which, while I'm editing this video, India launched missiles into Pakistan. So there goes the whole Prince of Peace, no wars will happen thing. Next up, we have an executive order that I want to talk about, which is Executive Order 14212. This establishes the President's Make America Healthy Again Commission. This executive order basically just celebrates RFK Jr. for being in charge of health and whatnot, because apparently our society has forgotten that we should celebrate people who dedicate decades of their life to health and researching medicine, rather than the people who randomly get appointed to these roles who have absolutely no degrees in medicine or have any understanding of how the human body even fucking works. I would not want to get my health information from Mr. Brainworm. And with no end to the war, we are moving on. I hope you wanted even more information about Eric Adams, because today we're starting off with a video call with Acting Deputy AG Emil Bove and 20 other Justice Department lawyers. Ed Sullivan volunteers to sign the motions to dismiss the federal indictment. The reason he gives for doing this was to protect his coworkers, not wanting anyone else to have to lose their jobs over this. Here were all of the people who resigned by the end of this fiasco: Danielle Sassoon, the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York; John Keller, acting head of Public Integrity Section; Kevin Driscoll, the acting head of Criminal Division; Hagen Scotton, assistant U.S. attorney with the Southern District of New York; federal prosecutor Cecilia V. Cohen; federal prosecutor Andrew Rohrbach; and federal prosecutor Derek Wickstrom. This event has become known as the Thursday Night Massacre. In an absolutely abhorrent violation of the First Amendment, the Associated Press is indefinitely banned from the Oval Office and Air Force One today for using the term Gulf of Mexico instead of Gulf of America, and they have the audacity to call us snowflakes. Holy shit. In an almost hope-inspiring update, J.D. Vance meets with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. I say hope-inspiring because maybe we'll finally have peace. I say almost because this meeting takes place at the Munich Security Conference, where Vance gives the most hostile speech you could possibly imagine. The truth is, I don't know if we'll ever get back some of the alliances and respect that we're going to lose through this administration's absolutely wild attack on our allies. Did people forget that it's good to have countries that want to have your back? Did people forget that it's good to have other countries that will fight with you and that want to do business with you and that don't think your president is a total narcissistic shitbag? Because honestly, I don't think anyone understands what real power even is anymore. Obviously, this does not scare Putin into miraculously stopping the war, so we move on to another day. Today is a fairly quick day as we start off with Donald Trump touring a Boeing airplane to highlight the company's delay in delivering a new Air Force One jet, because Trump gets what Trump wants. Secretary Rubio visits Israel, meeting Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Isaac Herzog in Jerusalem. Today wasn't very eventful, so there's no end to the war in Ukraine. However, something I found while researching this day was that outlets are starting to pick up on just how dangerous this administration has been to the health of our democracy. If you have made it this far into the video, I think you have to admit, now that you've seen his actions laid out back to back like this, that yes, Trump is definitely threatening democracy. Moving on to yet another day. You know, it's almost like Donald Trump could actually sense the left picking up on his authoritarian tendencies, because he really wanted to make sure we understood what he believes when he tweets out some of the most dictator shit you could ever come up with. What you are looking at right now is a Napoleon quote. I understand not caring about this without any context as to what's going on, but I think you've seen enough now to agree that this is very alarming. With what's going on behind the scenes, with all of the judges trying to stop his unconstitutional and illegal orders, saying shit like this while you're the president should be disqualifying. The Department of Education gets just a little bit racist when it sends out a letter threatening to refund federal funding over
the main defense that a lot of Trump will give is just well, he didn't do anything, he just said something. It's like, okay, what did he say? It's like, oh, he said that he's incapable of violating a law because he's saving the country. But he just said it. It's not like he did anything. Why would the US president ever say something like that? It's the same thing with like the terminate the Constitution line. It's like there's no reason that a president should ever say some shit like that. There's no reason that anyone should ever let it come out of the chief executive's mouth that maybe we should terminate articles in the Constitution. That's insane.
Consideration of race in most aspects of student life. Well, that's fun. President Donald Trump asks the Supreme Court to allow him to fire the head of a government ethics watchdog agency in his first appeal from his litigious second term, as the case reaches the highest court in the nation. This is in relation to Hampton Dellinger, who got fired earlier this month by Trump despite protections enacted by Congress, which require an administration to show cause for dismissing someone from the post before their 5-year term has ended. Feeling the pressure of the Supreme Court, Donald Trump attends the 2025 Daytona 500 to cool off after all of his unconstitutional and illegal actions. A source tells the BBC today that Ukraine has not been included in the US peace talks with Russia as of yet, meaning that right now Donald Trump is just shooting the shit with Putin, the guy who actually started the war, without any input from the country that was actually fucking invaded. Surely Trump isn't biased in this conflict. He's just looking out for American interests. With obviously no end to the war in Ukraine, we end week 4 and move on to week 5.
I have concepts of a plan.
Starting off today, we have Secretary of State Marco Rubio holding a diplomatic meeting in Riyadh with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Trump triggers an emergency meeting in Europe to discuss his expanding executive power and threat to the status quo. I think Americans like to think we are some crown jewel that is unimpeachable by other countries, but that is just not the case. America is not the powerhouse she used to be in terms of chasing the American dream. Countries like Sweden, Norway, and Denmark all rank within the top 5 places to live. We don't say this just because it's some left-wing utopia that we imagine. These countries genuinely have the best social mobility of all of the countries. You will be happier, and more importantly, you will be more likely to escape the financial class that you were born into if you're born in one of these countries rather than the United States. That used to be what makes America special, that you could be the best version of yourself in our country. That's not something we ever should have lost. I bring this up because the response from the right when news about this meeting broke was that they were just scared that the money was being turned off. This just isn't reality. I want America's tagline to be the country where it's easiest to be the best version of yourself. That's what we should strive to be. This just isn't true anymore. There are other countries you would want to move to in order to achieve that goal. Not much else is going on today, so we will be moving on. And yes, the war is still warring. All right, listen up, Discord kittens. This one is a doozy. When I first heard news about this order, it sent shivers down my spine. It's really hard to publicize just how dangerous orders like this are when you don't already understand the inner workings of how the government should work. It's not easy to write on a headline or explain in a couple sentences. Executive Order 14215. The President and the Attorney General, subject to the President's supervision and control, shall provide authoritative interpretations of the law for the executive branch. Marbury versus Madison is the landmark Supreme Court case of all Supreme Court cases. This decision is what established the precedent that it is the judiciary's job, more specifically the Supreme Court, to interpret what the law is. I'd like to acknowledge that this order only applies to the executive branch, so it does not have any say over how the judicial or legislative branches interpret the Constitution. But the executive branch is still at the mercy of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution. We should want an executive branch that follows the judicial branch's interpretation of the law given to us by the legislative branch, not one at the sole discretion of the President or the Attorney General. This isn't just firing people the wrong way or not going through the right process or using the wrong branch of government. This is directly a challenge to the most foundational Supreme Court decision in American history. This is aimed at fundamentally changing how the 3 branches of government work. Not to beat a dead horse here, but this is exactly out of Project 2025. Their end goal is to take away the power to write laws and control the budget from Congress, take away the power to interpret the law from the judicial branch, and enforce the law however they see fit as part of their executive power. That way, they have full control over the government. No one can stop them. And then the others just become facades. They become jokes. They don't actually do anything. In other news, the campaign to cut as many jobs as humanly possible from the government has reached the FDA, including jobs reviewing the safety of food ingredients, medical devices, and tobacco products like electronic cigarettes. So less safety, yay! Nothing else to talk about today, so that means no end to the war in Ukraine. Let's move on. Unfortunately, we have to start today with what is, in my personal opinion, the most abhorrent official post in the history of the White House. They post deportation ASMR. I'm an atheist, but this shit genuinely makes me wish there was a hell after we die where people would have to pay for the shit they do while they walk on Earth. I will gladly suffer there with them as long as they get punished. We have Kelly Loeffler becoming the 28th administrator of the Small Business Administration. Not much to say about this, honestly, but she definitely has that conservative look down. Trump making another crazy statement today as he says the federal government should just take over DC. Like, I have nothing against people making crazy statements like this, but this is the president of the United States we're talking about. Why do we let him get away with all of this? Why do we grave him on a curb? Could you imagine the reaction if Obama said something like this? Trump claims that he wants to resurrect the rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine, even though they have already rejected it. Previously, the administration had tried to strike a rare earth mineral deal with Ukraine. I found an article dated from February 14th stating that the Trump administration had suggested to Ukraine that the United States be granted 50% ownership of the country's rare earth minerals and signaled an openness to deploying American troops there to guard them if there's a deal with Russia to end the war, according to 4 U.S. officials. Rather than pay for minerals, the ownership agreement would be a way for Ukraine.
Hold on. I'm done with Minecraft. Oh boy, am I tired. Okay. Give me 1 second, and we will keep watching this. We might do debates later too. I have the TikTok itch. But for now,
to reimburse the U.S. for the billions of dollars in weapons and support it provided to Kyiv since the war began in February 2022, the two officials said. I did miss this when I was looking on information for the 14th, so I just threw it into today's notes because I thought it was worth mentioning. I just want to point out that the billions of dollars we gave to Ukraine was used military equipment and old military equipment that we no longer were using that we gave to Ukraine, which happened to translate to billions of dollars after the fact. This is why the whole reimbursement angle that Trump's going for is just extorting Ukraine for money. We're trying to extort Ukraine out of rare earth metals just so that we can make a little extra off the top when they were the country that were invaded by Russia and are in defense of their homeland. Why are we doing this? But hey, at least we're making progress. It's not like the Trump administration is going to stick on this point so hard that it completely blows up in their face and nukes this deal on live television or anything. So with that, another day has come to an end without the war in Ukraine coming to an end, so we move on. Starting today with some web design, the White House posts an America is Back webpage going over everything Trump has done in the first month of office. It celebrates all of the horrible shit we've already talked about. It tries to pawn it off as all good things and victories, even though half of the things they listed by the time they wrote this are actively being challenged in court, resulting in temporary restraining orders, preliminary injunctions, or other legal hurdles. Another Senate confirmation today, and this one is a controversial one. Kash Patel is barely elected as director of the FBI in a vote of 51 to 49. What does your boy got going on? Well, he's extremely critical of the FBI, which I mean, hey, what's the problem with that? Everyone's allowed their own opinion, right? The problem is he wants to completely dismantle it. The real reason he's so critical is that he has had his communications pulled by intelligence agencies many times in relation to a variety of cases. His communications were subpoenaed in relation to the investigation into Donald Trump's connections to Russia in 2016, which, as much as the right-wing media insisted it was a hoax, did show evidence that Russia interfered with the 2016 election with the intention of getting Trump in office and causing Hillary to lose. He himself sued the FBI director Christopher Wray for this, as well as other officials for the Justice Department, arguing it was retaliation for his connection to Donald Trump. These cases went nowhere. In 2018, Kash Patel was mentioned specifically by Q.
Read California's lawsuit challenging mobilization of the, oh boy, 10th Amendment? Oh, geez, I know this kid's frothing at the mouth. The dude who... Hold on. Fuck the New York Times, though. Hold on. Might be some more reading, boys and girls. Sues Trump. Oh boy. Newsom v. Trump. Are we ready? History, LA riots. It's technically still the 9th. Oh boy. Okay. Get ready, everybody. This is going to be very, very thrilling stuff. The crazy things he said, the way the GOP has no red lines is what blows my mind. Epstein videos would hardly do damage. They call it AI or make up the age of the victims for themselves. Yeah. Where's my phone? I got a text Delta. Maybe he can, This kid's gotta host a political live. Okay, give me 1 second and I'll read. Okay. Very straightforward. Okay. Everything should be looking good. Okay. Sorry, David, we're probably done with the video for today. Because holy fuck. Very, very, very long. Which is good. It's good. I love long shit. But boy, we're only an hour and a half in. I'm dying. Not finished resource doc. 82 pages. Okay. We'll look through that later. But David, I appreciate the video is really, really good. Just enough in depth in order to, have people kind of stay paying attention. We didn't get to my wheelhouse, so I'll probably react to it on stream a different day, probably still during guest week, and then I'll probably contribute more because it will be more within my wheelhouse. But yeah, okay. Now, introduction. Okay, I've been waiting for this. The governor of the state of California and the state of California bring this action to protect the state against illegal actions from the president, the Secretary of Defense, the Department of Defense to deploy members of the California National Guard without lawful authority in violation of the Constitution. One of our cornerstones of our nation is that our democracy is that people are governed by civil, not military rule. The founders enshrined these principles in our Constitution, that a government should be accountable to its people, guided by rule of law, and one of civil authority, not military rule. President Trump has repeatedly invoked emergency powers to exceed the bounds of his lawful executive authority. On Sunday, June 7th, he used a protest that the local authorities had under control to make another unprecedented power grab, this time at the cost of the sovereignty of the state of California and in disregard to the authority and the role of the governor as commander-in-chief of the state's National Guard. The vehicle that the president has sought to invoke for this unprecedented usurpation? Is the 10th Amendment broad enough to override other emergency powers? We have left too much to the courts to interpret. Ought to be a committee to find ambiguity, suggest legislative clarity. I don't know. I've got no idea. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay. 10 USC 12406 that has been invoked on its own only once before for highly unusual circumstances not presented here. Invoking the statute, the president issued a memorandum on June 7th calling into federal service members and units of the National Guard. Secretary of Defense Hegseth in turn issued a memorandum, DOD order, the same day to the Adjutant General of California, ordering 2,000 California National Guards into federal service. And on June 9th, Secretary Hegseth signed another memorandum ordering an additional 2,000 California National Guard members into federal service. These orders were issued despite the text of Section 12406, which, among other things, requires the president to call members of the State National Guard into federal service pursuant to that statute. Those orders shall be issued through the governors of the states. Instead, unlawfully bypassed the governor of California issuing an order by statute that must go through him. We'll get more into that, I'm sure. As a result, the National Guard has been deployed to Los Angeles, and now on top of the National Guard, defendants are reportedly also deploying Marines into the area. The president's federalization and deployment of the National Guard for reasons not authorized by law and without input or consent of the governor contravenes core statutory and constitutional restrictions. Use of regular armed forces is similarly unlawful here. The Constitution reserves to the states power over the respective state militias, now the National Guard, unless the state requests or consents to federal control. Only under the most extension of circumstances can the president, over the objections of a state, call the National Guard into federal service. The balance of the framers struck between state power to control its own militia and the very narrow circumstances with which the federal government may take command and control the militia service as a vital check against federal overreach. Section 12406 does not provide the authority defendants have claimed and cannot be the vehicle for these actions. The Constitution grants the states, not federal executive the authority to conduct ordinary law enforcement activities to deploy how their own statutes should be enforced. Reflecting the founders' distrust of military role, the U.S. Constitution and laws of our nation strictly limit the domestic use of our military, including federalized National Guard. The posse codifies these strict rules, prohibiting the military from engaging in civil law enforcement unless explicitly authorized in law. The authority to use the military domestically for civil law enforcement is reserved for dire, narrow circumstances, none of which is present here. Defendants have overstepped the bounds of the law and are intent in going as far as they can to use the military in unprecedented lawful ways. It appears that the Trump administration intends to treat Section 12406 as a mechanism to evade these time-honored constitutional limits, but the statutes provide no authority. This court should reject the unlawful attempt by the defendants to wrest away the state's control of its National Guard for improper and unjustified ends. There's no shot that this doesn't go to SCOTUS, right? June 6th, ICE officers carried out enforcement actions at multiple locations within Los Angeles. According to news reports that rely on statements from the Department of Homeland Security, ICE officers were executing search warrants at various locations, including outside Ambience Apparel, a clothing wholesaler. ICE reportedly carried out enforcement activities that included detentions and arrests at a donut shop in the fashion district of LA and 2 Home Depot stores. Prior to ICE operations, federal officials did not provide the leadership of Los Angeles with any notice to planned operations. During the course of these operations, ICE and its agents repeatedly took actions that inflamed tensions and provoked protest. On information and belief, agents engaged in military-style operations while conducting these detentions and arrests that sparked panic in the community. For example, in some instances, ICE agents were reportedly observed sealing off entire streets and targeted buildings and using unmarked armored vehicles equipped with paramilitary gear. In all, the Department of Homeland Security reported that its enforcement activities on Friday, June 6th, resulted in the arrest of 44 individuals and detained 70 to 80 people. That same day, members of the public gathered in a protest at the Edward R. Roybal Federal Building and the U.S. Courthouse. This building, on information and belief, protesters gathered at this location based on reports that individuals who were detaining during the ICE operations were being held there. Protesters also gathered at other locations where ICE operations were reportedly happening. While it was not unified in their views or tactics, most protesters seem to have gathered to express their view in opposition to the manner in which the Trump administration had executed its immigration agenda and to express solidarity. During the protest, David Herrera was injured in the midst of interactions with federal agents. He was arrested, treated at a nearby hospital, then detained. Federal authorities have alleged that Herrera was obstructing federal agents' access to work sites. Hello? Delta.
Hello?
Hello.
Somebody, I'm gonna go political right now.
I'll be a second because the lawsuit from Newsom just dropped.
Oh, based?
Yep, we're reading it right now.
So I have a question about that. I don't know if you know the answer, but did Newsom approve the National Guard deployment?
No.
Then the National Guard deployment was illegal.
Depends. That's what we're gonna read about.
No. It was in the law that he cited for the deployment of the National Guard. It specifically says orders for these purpose shall be issued through the governors of the state.
Yeah, that's what it says, or that's what's claimed in this as well. But I'm going to read more about the law through this, and then we'll see.
Okay.
But right now we're just going over the fact of the case. If you want to stay in, you can.
Yeah.
But yeah, whenever you're done, I'll probably join in.
Okay.
Or whenever I'm done reading, I'll probably join in if you host a political live, is what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back in a moment.
Holy shit. And I'm gonna let my cat in real quick. Oh, we love my baby boy. Okay. Okay. Jesus, it's like a fucking wire mess over here. Okay. During the protest, Service Employees International Union, Herrera. Federal authorities have alleged that Mr. Herrera was obstructing federal agents' access to. Wait, hold on. Did I change the scene? Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Jesus, I'm super. I'm just checking. Okay. While in contrast, union representatives have claimed that Mr. Herrera was detained while exercising his First Amendment right to observe and document law enforcement activity. The arrest of Herrera, who remains detained as of the date of filing, led to upset in the community. Protests continued on the 7th and the 8th. Most of those involved protesting have been exercising their rights under the First Amendment in a peaceful, nonviolent, and legally compliant manner. There have no doubt been exceptions. News reports have shown individuals in the midst of a protest breaking the law and acting violently, for example, throwing objects at law enforcement officers and damaging property, including by setting fires. State and local law enforcement agencies have responded to such actions, and Governor Newsom and other state and local officials have unequivocally condemned such conduct and called for prosecution of such law breaking. At no point in the past 3 days has there been a rebellion or an insurrection, nor have these protests risen to the level of protests or riots that Los Angeles and other major cities have seen in the past, including recent years. The protests and the unrest of the past 3 days pale in comparison to a host of examples, including when the National Guard was last federalized for riot control in 1992. At then governor's request during the Rodney King riots, the unrest involved thousands of people across Los Angeles County, resulting in multiple shoot-downs, over 60 deaths, and thousands of people injured, and more than 12,000 arrests. That's probably okay. Both the Los Angeles Police Department, the LAPD, and the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, the LASD, have substantial training and experience responding to protests and large-scale riots. The last instance in which it was determined there was need or want for intervention of federal authorities occurred in 1992. In the above described circumstances that stand in sharp contrast to the events commenced on the 6th. They have been responding promptly, professionally, and effectively to the events unfolding. Officers from both departments have been on the ground, actively enforcing law, issuing enforcement orders to disperse and protecting public safety. In the afternoon of June 6th, sometime after the protesters gathered near the building, federal agents sent requests to the LAPD for assistance. Within an hour, assistants from the LAPD arrived on the scene and began coordinating their officers to address the situation with the protesters. That was on the 6th. This is backed up by the testimony from them, too. The LAPD would have responded sooner had the federal officers coordinated with the LAPD prior to engaging in law enforcement actions. Federal officials did not, and as a result, the LAPD was unable to proactively plan for potential incidents. For example, the pre-positioning resources, and it was not positioned to immediately deploy appropriate staffing and equipment. That's also consistent with what we heard. 7:50 p.m., the LAPD declared unlawful assembly. Okay. At the protest site at the intersection of Alameda and Temple Streets, and it issued the order for protesters to disperse or be arrested. Yo, what's good in Twitch chat? What is happening day by day is that they are testing the fence. Protesters just get them closer to the big fence that they want to do executive interference in state powers like elections and law enforcement. Yeah, probably. Copy paste that. Okay. 8 p.m. the crowd starts to disperse with LAPD officers blocking their path. A few hours later, LAPD received a report that another crowd had gathered outside a parking lot in Chinatown. The group dispersed as federal agents established a perimeter. ICE immigration enforcement activity continued the next day. Protests continued in the city of Los Angeles that were by all accounts peaceful. LOL. Don't know what's happening. I don't care. I love watching the chaos. Kind of crazy, but okay. The LAPD issued a statement that night that demonstrators across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful and committed those who exercised their First Amendment rights responsibly, or commended. Earlier that day, outside of the city, but within the county of Los Angeles, there were other protests. Approximately at 10:15, personnel from LASD responded to the 6400 block of Paramount Boulevard in Paramount, California, following reports that a large crowd gathering in the area obstructing traffic. Upon arrival, LASD deputies observed the presence of federal law enforcement. Around 4 p.m., the LASD declared an unlawful assembly. Shit, wait, hold on. Um, 7 p.m. Oh, 4 p.m. is unlawful assembly. Are you on the side of the protesters or no? I think rioting is bad. Rioters should obviously be condemned. But I think this was probably an overreach by the federal government. I don't think they demonstrated that the deployment. I think there's an argument maybe for National Guard, but the deployment of the Marines or as many National Guardsmen as they have is ridiculous. The merits of the protest, I'm absolutely in favor of. These deportations are absolutely inhumane, and the activities surrounding immigration enforcement from the Trump administration has been pretty evil. But yeah, what are you reading? Gavin Newsom just filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration. What are you dotting down? I assume you mean like the notes. I'm trying to get a good timeline of everything that's happening. I feel like it's helpful. By 7 p.m., approximately 100 protesters had gathered on the other side of the freeway. About 9 p.m., a line of LASD deputies and vehicles began moving towards the crowd, forcing them back, and by midnight, most of the demonstrators began to leave. The LASD's standard practice is to call in assistance from other local agencies, such as the Sheriff's Department. This is the Sheriff's Department. And then for direct aid from state agencies when the LASD determines it cannot handle a situation. These two steps would be done before a request for federal assistance would be made, but the LASD did not need nor did it request assistance from other agencies. That's important. So the arguments. So,
hello.
Were the LAPD/LASD overwhelmed? Or that says where? LOL. This feels like unequivocally no. They were not overwhelmed. This looks like it's going to be a we didn't need the Marines versus look at what I did to stop the riots argument now. So the argument is that there needs to be a very, very high threshold in order to it's a very high threshold in order to bypass gubernatorial certification for the National Guard. And if the LASD and the LAPD were doing a perfectly fine job at addressing the riots, then why the fuck did Trump need to go over Newsom's head to deploy the National Guard? That just feels like a huge step in federal overreach. So if Newsom can demonstrate that the LASD and the LAPD didn't even need any help in addressing this, then Donald Trump's declaration of emergency power in order to declare the National Guard is completely inappropriate. Sending the police, National Guard, whoever to stop these criminals from causing destruction. Then ICE needs to raid any and all locations where illegals are located until we have 5K to 7K deportations per day. That's insane. Maybe Newsom and Trump are both wrong. Why support the police? What an argument. Wow.
Wait, what?
Someone said maybe Trump and Newsom are wrong because why support the police? There you go.
Who said that?
Someone in chat.
Oh, on which platform?
I think Nonfon's Twitch chat. Oh, by the way, I'm live on like all of Nonfon's platforms. By the way, lol. So I think someone in Nonfon's Twitch chat said that.
Yeah, I have your YouTube and his YouTube pulled up.
I'm live on my YouTube, my Twitch, his YouTube, his Twitter, his Kick, I think. I'm in your chat. Oh, okay. Fire.
Which chat?
Then he's in my chat. Or she. Or they. I just assumed it was Nonfon's because Nonfon is way bigger. Okay, well then who will police? True. That's based. Absolutely true. Also, Biggs, I disagree with like everything you said, so that's good. Okay. Governor Newsom has also taken steps to ensure that the state itself is actively providing support. In close coordination with the city and county, there is no unmet needs from local law enforcement. Local law enforcement agencies have not requested any assistance, but if they were to do so, the state is more than prepared to meet any needs that may arise. As an example, on June 6th or June 7th, the state deployed an additional California Highway Patrol personnel to maintain safety. That's true. ICE continues to carry out immigration enforcement, including in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's a super good point. So I would say deployment of National Guard would be appropriate if the holy fuck, my typing is terrible. Give me 1 second. If the law enforcement, do you support abolishing ICE, Rinald? Probably not. To match the 5 to 7K illegals per day that were crossing during Biden's presidency, we need to remove 10 to 20 mil over these 4 years to get back to the base levels. Then we can start allowing legal immigration again. That's insane. Why not? There hasn't been a good argument given to me as to why we should. Deployment of the National Guard would be appropriate if law enforcement were requesting help and that help hadn't been delivered, I guess. USA is done. Pack your bags. These are just brush fires, and it will only get worse. Do you support ICE? It's a hard question. It kind of depends on who's under ICE.
Yeah,
that's literally following the law. How is that insane? You literally just said that we wouldn't be allowing legal immigration until we get back to. That's if you're not allowing legal immigration, that's probably illegal. Okay, yeah. So okay. So I keep getting sidetracked. So deployment of the National Guard would be appropriate if law enforcement were requesting help, and that help hadn't been delivered. I would say. I think that's a fine bar. This is just not the case in Cali. Okay. Simple. Okay. Okay. June 7th, Border Czar Tom Homan stated Mayor Karen Bass should be thanking us. She says that they're going to mobilize. Guess what? We already are mobilizing. We're going to bring in the National Guard tonight. I want to see. I don't care about the fucking. I've got all this. I want to know. This is basically just saying, oh, like Trump sent in the National Guard. LOL. Okay, this is what we want. Defendants' actions unlawfully activating 4,000 California National Guard members into federal service directly infringes on Governor Newsom's proper role of Commander-in-Chief of California National Guard. Except when the state militia has been lawfully called into service, the governor maintains command and control of the militia. As Commander-in-Chief, the Governor of California calls members of the California National Guard into active duty to serve the needs of California. The California National Guard is vital for service, vital for various state functions, including emergency and national disaster relief, and drug interdiction. Interdiction? The California National Guard acts to protect the people and property in many ways. The state relies on the National Guard to be ready to intervene in emergent situations. We should put a moratorium on immigration until we resolve the illegal immigration, and until that happens, we can't move forward.
Oh, it's not that bad.
No, yeah, I just don't agree. Hey buddy, I saw your channel and noticed you are streaming some great content. However, I noticed you need more followers. LOL. Oh, Kick. I can't believe there's a bot on Kick. Wow, strange. I shouldn't say. Okay, my bad. I have KDS, so what's your YouTube channel at Rinald? If you go to youtube.com/@Rinald, it'll take you there. It's called Rinald's Notebook. And I have a feeling that that might be it. Oh no, Delta just followed me on Twitch. How about that? What a goat. Don't understand how Gavin can't call on his National Guard and tell them you're fired or go home. I don't know. Does it actually go into like the legal authority? Jesus Christ. You should have your logo in your webcam. I probably should have a logo somewhere, but it's okay. The 10th Amendment provides that the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor provided by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively. The president's unlawful order, calling up 2,000 National Guard personnel, infringes on Governor Newsom's role as commander-in-chief. Our system under federalism, policing, crime control remain one of the most basic rights reserved to the states. Indeed, we can think of no better example of the police power which the founders denied the national government and proposed to the states than suppression of violent crime and vindication of its victims. The power to establish ordinary regulations of the police have been left up to the individual states and cannot be assumed by the federal government. Local control of law enforcement is also essential for protection of liberty. Deploying over 4,000 federalized military forces to quell a protest or prevent future protests, despite the lack of evidence that local law enforcement was incapable of asserting control and ensuring public safety during such protests, represents the exact type of intrusion on state power that is at the heart of the 10th Amendment. Okay. It didn't go into the U.S. code that Trump cited, which I think is pretty unusual for something like this, especially since it claims what it does. U.S. code absolutely. Oh my God, I'm gonna. Trump memo deploy National Guard.
It's called the White House Initiative to Promote Excellence. Oh wait, no, that's not it.
Yeah, I was gonna say absolutely not.
Hold on.
I have it linked in my notes somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Signs a memorandum. Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah.
10 USC 12406.
Yeah. Oh, you could have just asked for that. I would have gave it to you.
What do you think I was looking for? The president may call into federal service members or units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel invasion, suppress rebellion, or execute those laws. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors in the states, or in the case of the District of Columbia, through the commanding general of the National Guard of the District of Columbia. So what does that mean? What does it mean to issue it through the governors?
Would assume consent.
Yeah, probably. I can't think of a situation where consent wouldn't be necessary to issue something through somebody. Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably say that's illegal. I mean, without the Insurrection Act. This is what happens when you have 4 years of blatant disregard of the Constitution and the law. Biden caused this, and now Trump is cleaning up the mess. What was unconstitutional about what Biden did?
Real.
I don't know how people started getting on George Floyd in here somehow. You look like if Vitaly and John Lennon had a kid. I don't know who Vitaly is, but I get the John Lennon thing a lot. Are your parents conservative? 50-50. Immigration is good. True.
I have a MAGA father and a non-Dina mother.
How do you feel about Hassan going to the protests? I'm jaded against Hassan. I think it was probably just for clout, but I mean, it's good that it's better to see him out on the streets than in his room. I think that's probably good, talking to real people who have real concerns about real things. But allowing 10 to 20 million people into the country illegally, how is that unconstitutional? Granting that happened, how is that unconstitutional?
Which it didn't happen.
I just need people to like clarify what they talk about. I like Biggs. We love Biggs, but he's from my OG days.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, but whenever people like claim violations of the law, I need people to be like way more specific on it. Rinald, you should read about the origin of the Second Amendment. Maybe I should. I've got a lot of shit that I should read about, though. I feel like the next thing on the chopping block is I ordered some book that Nonfon was talking about, so I'm probably going to read that, and we'll probably read some stuff about the USSR. What do you think about genocide?
Me?
I don't. That's one of the Twitch comments. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know how I feel about genocide. I don't know why you would ask a question like that. That's insane. Basically, genocide's bad.
That's insane. Oh, it's that one guy who thinks we should abolish ICE. Holy shit.
What?
That's just a crazy question.
Hassan has grown on me over time. I used to be a hater. I still don't like him necessarily, but I don't hate him anymore. I do think he actually does care, though. I mean, there's just way too many, way too many, very big moral concerns with Hassan before I'd ever say that I don't hate him. I mean, like, not to be that guy, because everybody brings it up, and I'm on Twitch, so we all love Hassan and we all love Dan Clancy, but I don't know. Like, justifying the Houthis attacking ships and shit is insane. It's insane. By like saying, what do you expect them to do other than attack unaffiliated ships with Israel? Like
9/11.
Not that. Fuck. I can't believe that the one time that I was being a political independent, the lefties got me back. Fuck. I can't believe that. I don't like a young left-leaning people now. I think I'm just getting older and my life was dwindling before my eyes. Yeah. Do you not know that 10 to 20 million immigrants entered the country between 2021 and 2024? Immigrants in general? Maybe. That doesn't answer how it's unconstitutional. I'm still waiting. I also read the lawsuit from the American Bar. Seems pretty crazy. Not that crazy, but pretty crazy. I'm gonna read the one way later. I don't even know if it's today. The one about targeting. Fuck. What's the name? Jennifer Block LLP, but it's like 80 pages and I can't do it right now. I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about at the time. That's fair. Yeah, I get that. What moral dilemma do you have with Hassan? What's wrong with the Houthis blockading ships passing through an area? Whereas there's an active genocide going on. I thought you said you don't support genocide. I would say that probably attacking ships that have nothing to do with Israel, kidnapping innocent people who are, manning a vessel is probably inappropriate. Probably not what we should be justifying. I think we could probably draw a line at kidnapping innocent people as acceptable resistance. Maybe.
Also, the Houthis are fucking horrible.
Yeah, that's
It's an insanely immoral and horrible organization that is holding Yemen hostage.
Try to keep my ADHD brain quits halfway through the ramble. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I got this, buddy. Listen, I got problems too. I gotta do something to keep my brain locked in too. Give me a ship that didn't have anything to do with Israel. Or are you gonna point to like some fucking Israeli investor that had nothing to do with the people that got kidnapped? Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. I'm pretty
No,
sure
they
the
don't.
population supports the Houthis. It doesn't matter. I don't care. That's not
There's
what I'm
a
talking
reason their
about.
government opposes them intensely.
This is
Which
I'm not a foreign policy guy. Okay, this is not what
Which-
my. I'm focused on the fascism here, buddy. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really care about the organization that calls for the death of America. They can fuck off.
Do you want to get a live going?
Yeah.
I'll join.
I'm eating my frozen strawberries right now.
Fire.
Yeah, I'll start it right now.
I should get something to eat too. I'm getting pretty hungry. This is gonna be the first time I'm live streaming, doing TikTok through my phone. So hopefully it's all right.
Oh.
Ringgold, how can you say you don't like Trump's tariff when China is doing a bad thing? True.
What?
Said, how can you say you don't like Trump's tariffs when China is doing a bad thing? Honestly, targeted tariffs against China, I'd have to talk to Nonfon, my plug. But I think that's probably fine.
Well, the problem is if you want to do targeted tariffs on China because of their immoral actions, you can go through the UN to do such a thing.
Right.
And the UN will even implement their own policy on top of that to counteract, for example, like child slavery or like human rights violations. Whereas just putting tariffs on them doesn't do that.
Okay, well, give me 1 second. Oh, shit. We could have a chat with Minar too, possibly. My goat.
Saying America is more immoral than China is crazy.
Did you guys go to school for political science? No, I just like reading lawsuits. I think America is a lot more immoral than China. LOL. I could have guessed that.
That's crazy.
Those who have entered the country The majority were illegal or granted temporary status based on self-clearing CBP One app was meant for visa holders and others to extend their stays, not meant for new entries, which was a complete disaster and probably illegal. I'm pretty sure it was upheld as legal, but maybe not. Not to mention all the people that never show up for their follow-ups once in the country. That again, none of that is unconstitutional. A lot of what you listed probably isn't even illegal. Being granted temporary status, and that's legal. If they don't show up to their court date, then deport them. That would also be legal. That's fine. Do you guys like Kyle Kalinske? I think his Twitter account's really fun. I'm always kind of critical of populist rhetoric, but in general, yeah, I like Kalinske. That's all illegal. Biggs, master troll. Thank you so much. Join waiting room. Fuck, we're not even gonna be in Discord for long. We're gonna be on TikTok, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Well, I was responding to one of your guys on live, or in the YouTube chat, but yeah,
No, but we're not gonna be here for like almost
yeah,
all.
join TikTok. Join TikTok. I'll go live right now. I'll just keep eating my strawberries, and then you can debate people.
Are you live?
I'm about to.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why you're telling me. It's temporary. Though, are you cool with them being deported now?
Hey.
What do you mean if it's temporary? Are you cool with them being deported now?
We're gonna go to TikTok, so if you want to join on there, do it.
Do it.
All right.
Okay. It's still gotta be playing through the stream though, so you'll be good.
Yeah.
All right.
If you want to, well, I'm live on TikTok now, so.
Okay.
I'll see you over there, Reynolds.
Yep. Bye.
Whenever you come.
Okay. If Biden can let them in, can't Trump kick them out? No, not necessarily. What's your TikTok? Are you ending stream? Nope. I'm staying live here. That's it. I'm staying live here. Okay. Hopefully this should play through OBS still. Okay. Delta, can you talk? Fuck, I can't tell if I can't tell if it's working or if it's not working. What are your computer specs? They are dog shit. My computer's very not good. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. It's me. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, I'm having an issue. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Now we're good.
Century,
there we go.
There we go.
Okay. No, ew. Kamala for the win.
There you go. Finally.
I'm not gonna lie.
True.
If Kamala had a better administration and her tax policies weren't terrible, she definitely would have been a great candidate.
And Trump's administration is 10 times worse.
Not really. Only for like immigration. Like immigration, they're a little bit reckless.
His appointees were
a little bit reckless.
Wait, tell me which of his appointees is actually good.
Howard Lutnick is pretty nice. Caroline Leavitt is pretty funny.
I don't care about funny. I want actual qualified, good at the job people.
Donald Trump, JD Vance.
Yet to name one.
The other one, that one guy.
So what you're saying is that he
Good
had
answers.
He had no qualified, whereas Harris actually had qualified people. Thank you. Concession.
Concession, GG. AOC can get it for sure. Wow.
Yo.
Jesus.
All right, Renyo. Okay.
That was a chatter. That was a chatter. No.
That was you. That was you, bro. Y'all know that was you.
It was a chatter.
Okay. Read the next comment. Read the next comment, right, Neil?
I like Indian girls too.
GG.
GG. But I know Renio's real name now.
True.
So I'm on a
You
first
do.
basis with him.
Kinda.
Yeah, we're
Don't
tight,
say it
bro.
though. Don't say it though, or else you're gonna get kicked.
I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not weird like that. I normally would come up to debate, but I just got teeth work done, so.
What'd you get?
No, I'm just reading a comment.
Oh no, it's Braden.
Chadnator MMM. Thank you. I love you.
Braden. 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 Oh, he left.
You left.
Good debate.
Wait, so why is Trump bad? What's the argument for that? I'm gonna take that silence as a concession. GG.
I'm not debating you. All due respect. Are you saying because Teddy Roosevelt let a bunch of people in through Ellis Island with no documents that we can't deport them all? True. Yes.
What?
I don't know.
That baseball guy from last time? I think so. No. That was a different guy. That Braden was a different one. Ooh, God.
All right, Hex. If Trump is so bad, then
Shut up.
why did he make HBCUs better? Make HBCUs great again.
Swadloon.
Oh, I just got aired.
Oh, he left. Where's my
She's an alcoholic wine mom with no policy and no chance of running anything but black men into prison for petty drug crimes. Holy
Whoa,
shit.
Wait, hold on.
Jesus Christ. That's a bar. I won't deny that. That is a bar.
Whoa.
Also, just so everybody knows, I'm reading shit for the TikTok people. I'm reading shit from
Hey,
chat.
Adam.
So, just so everybody knows.
Welcome back, Adam.
Renio, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you support Donald Trump's plan to make HBCUs great again?
Dude, he didn't. He failed out of his first term.
Yeah.
Define. Yeah, tell me about it.
Historically black college universities.
What's he planning on doing?
Making them great again.
No,
how?
Renio, I read his policy. His literal policy says we're just going to make them great again by making them great again.
Fire.
Exactly.
That's a good idea. Yes.
Such
I support.
Fire.
Thank you.
Such a fire
That's a
bar.
concession. So now we're all
There was no concession.
Yeah, you granted that he was making HBCUs great
That's
again.
not a concession.
You granted me that. Concession just means you grant someone something.
He did say it. I won't deny that.
He's doing it too.
Y'all hear about the Golden Dome? Yeah, it's low-key based.
The problem. Look, this is the whole problem with the Trump administration, is that every single policy aim is directly contradictory with each other. It's like, yeah, we want the tariffs to onshore domestic manufacturing, but we also want them to negotiate better trade deals, and we also want to balance the budget, but we also want to abolish income tax, and we also want to make a golden dome. It's like, Jesus Christ.
I'd rather have that than have what do you call it? Social cohesion in Mali.
What?
Social cohesion in Mali?
You don't get that? That's what Doge found. Doge found that $10 million for social cohesion in Mali.
It's probably good. Social cohesion is fire.
In Mali? Why do we have social? Why do we need social cohesion in Mali?
Because what if Mali becomes a better country for better social cohesion? Because they're better. It's easier for them to work with each other, and then they become a better trade partner.
Actually, you just think because we spend money,
What'd you say, Hank?
it's waste, fraud, or abuse? Like,
Nah, but I think social cohesion in Mali is probably not the best thing we could be spending $10 million on. I think we could give it to like homeless people or like, like people who need it, small business.
$10,000 or
just small business grants. $10 million is a lot.
Wait,
social cohesion in Mali.
Delta, am I?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Am I? Oh
What?
yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm tripping.
Hello, Autumn and Issa. Do you guys support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, get out.
Yes.
Swadloon,
Yes.
do you support Donald Trump?
Wait.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, no, this is my cell phone YouTube.
Oh, fire.
Oh, okay. What did you want to talk to Rinda about? Or I guess you guys can talk.
Or just chit chat. I don't know.
Okay. I'm here for X because he keeps dropping out, brother, and I am so tired of it. Mm-hmm.
Fatima.
What?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Dropping out of what?
Hold on, guys, hold on. Fatima, do you support Donald Trump?
No. No.
Okay, thank you. I have to leave one spot open for Trump supporter.
Jesus, that's gonna be a fucking dog pile. Holy.
Yeah, man. Six Biden supporters versus one Trump supporter. Am I right?
No.
Biden supporter.
I'm not a Biden supporter.
6 Kamala
Why not?
supporters.
Wait, why aren't you a Biden supporter?
Well, I wasn't able to vote when Biden was in office, so therefore I'm not a Biden supporter. I had no right to be a Biden supporter. I was 18 years old. I had no opinion on politics until I turned 18 years old.
You weren't a Biden voter. Were you a Biden supporter? Do you like Biden?
I mean, yeah, I liked Biden. I was more of a
easy
liberal
concession.
than I ever was.
Oh,
sorry?
easy.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wait. Is this 2 Trump supporters?
No. I said easy concession. I was joking.
What?
Just go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
he's
ahead.
copying-
I'm
he's
sorry. I'm
copying
sorry.
Century.
I'm sorry.
I think everybody on this panel is a Kamala supporter. I think.
Except for you, bud.
Yeah, except for you. Hold on.
Nah, he is. He's a troll.
New God.
What?
I was gonna say,
sure
that bro-
961. You're not loaded.
No, I like Trump and I like Kamala. I just think Trump is better.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm not in the mood to debate right now. That's fine.
On Easter. Oh. What did I do?
Where'd that guy from your TikTok live go? You should tell him to come here.
What?
The guy who said China's like less immoral than the United States.
Oh, fuck that. No, I don't want to talk to them.
So, X, do you concede that you lost? Like, you should concede to our last debate, correct, about global warming and climate change?
Also, we want to build millions of
Do I
factories and import
concede
millions
that
of
we
workers.
had a
True.
debate about climate change? I mean, sure.
You lost.
But was
You
the
lost.
Wait, I lost? What did I lose? You never debated.
Yes, we did.
What's the argument for that?
I'm sorry. Are you serious?
The argument that you guys debated? What? I can attest.
Yeah,
to it.
If I wasn't on vacation, I'd totally school you
never-
lefty
we never
cocks. I
engaged
don't know
in
why
a
everybody's on
dialectic,
vacation.
so
I'm
I'm
only
not
I'm
that
streaming
we
for
didn't.
non-fun because he's on vacation. If you ever want to chat, we
Did,
can,
literally
Biggs.
did.
I love you, buddy. I'll always make time for you.
This dude, bro, he's
Yeah, I don't
cracking
know
me.
if that confused, but it sounds doctored.
Funny. He's too funny.
So,
Yeah, it
I
sounds
have
funny.
no choice. I have no choice but to accept the fact that I lost the last debate that we had, but you can't accept the fact that you lost the one about climate change.
Because we didn't have a debate about climate change. That's different. We had a discussion about climate change. where
Oh
you can't
my
lose-
god, this fucking kid.
Get out! Get out, you
Holy-
pagan!
Holy.
Because it's not like
Okay,
a
hold
formal
on, hold
debate,
on, hold
like,
on. We have a
trying to
Trump
there was
supporter.
no end goal to that debate. We weren't trying to
Wait,
determine something.
Cedric,
or argue.
Cedric, be quiet. Distress. Do you support Trump?
No.
Oh.
Damn. Nobody
What's
supports
that?
Trump. Kick X too. Fuck it.
I wonder why.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I appreciate that.
Miss you and no one wants to debate anymore. I know. Tell me about it. That's why I'm fucking relegated to these stupid TikTok panels. Save me. Save me, Biggs. I miss you too.
I literally, who thought it was a debate? Because I was pretty positive that it was a debate. I presented the facts like he asked me to. I presented the statistics. Yes,
No, you didn't.
what?
Wait, no, I granted you it because it was just this go. Wait, hold on. Everything about climate change that you said, I literally just granted it because we weren't debating. I never agreed to engage in
Okay,
dialogue.
so you conceded it. Okay, so you
Oh my
conceded it.
god. This kid.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
but
mean,
you were on a live. You were on a live that said debate me, and you're saying that it wasn't a debate.
Yeah, but wait, did you say debate me, or is that what Hex says?
That's what Hex says, but you're part
Yeah,
of
okay,
the
I wasn't
debate, are
talking
you
to Hex, I
not?
was talking to you. Exactly, that's a concession. GG.
Maybe you conceded all of her points though.
I mean, yeah.
TikTok
well,
isn't
let's
just
say-
just
I
Trump
won the
haters. I
discussion.
promise. I promise.
Wait,
All
how
of my
can you win a
content on
discussion
YouTube,
if
go
there's
to
no end goal?
youtube.com/@Ringold, okay? All of those debates on there,
Maybe.
all Trump supporters,
Please,
all right?
mate.
All most from TikTok.
What's up?
This guy's anti-Trump.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I love the way you asked me that as if you know my positions. Would
Did
you
you-
like to try again?
Do you support Donald Trump?
That's what you should have started with, right?
Oh.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, like I'm not being a jerk. You'd be like, "Why do you like peanut butter and jelly?" I might be allergic to peanut butter. Like that's a silly ass way to start a
Steve, I'll ask you
conversation.
again. Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Thank you.
Why was he so aggressive?
I don't know.
To be fair, Delta, you are very aggressive with the way that you start debates too.
Well, I just said,
Jesus.
why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, but you're like hyper aggro with it.
What?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
How was
No,
that
I don't think
I
so.
said, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, that he said, I think you're assuming my position, and then you went, why do you support Donald Trump? Yeah, obviously
Yes.
that's obviously that's
No,
aggro.
wait, no. I didn't say why. I didn't say that a second time. I said, okay, do you support Donald Trump?
It doesn't. Do you?
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
think
well,
no
deliberating.
Delta. Do you think that asking the same person
Steve.
the same question
Oh
6 times isn't aggressive?
Just like white people can't be allies.
Steve, I am an ally to no one, okay? I speak on what is empirically correct. Don't ever call me an ally. Annoying. Go away.
Drop when you're wrong. No.
Trot, I already read that chat. You don't got to resend it, buddy. I already read it.
Whoa.
I don't
But
think
it is
you
true.
were.
Big TROO or you.
I won the conversation.
Boy, man. I really truly don't think there's gonna be many debates tonight. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, you know what? Oh, he left. Never mind. I'm gonna say.
Can we talk about that one thing where you get rid of a child?
If you want to.
What?
Yeah.
Abortion?
Yeah, I don't know if you're allowed to say it.
AB, just say. Well, yeah, whatever.
Nah, just say it. Come on, you're fine.
Yeah. Abortion. Nazi. Sorry.
Abortion.
What?
Yo.
I was just testing it, okay? TikTok live, I love you. TikTok shop, I'm all
Okay,
about
Delta,
it.
what's your meta-ethical stance? Go ahead.
What the
For
fuck?
what?
Your
Bro,
meta-ethical
actually kick X. Holy.
Can you
Why?
guys just
I'm more
speak
relativist.
normally? Like,
It's
holy
just
shit.
it's gonna derail. It's going to derail every single conversation. I
I'm a more
promise you.
relativist.
Wait, why?
Because
Sorry
Because
about
that's
that.
all you
Actually,
do.
matter,
All you do is derail arguments.
I think
How? When have I ever derailed?
Because you just kick people out.
That's a derail.
But you can't.
You're derailing right now.
Bro, are you kidding me? I don't just kick people out for no reason. I only kick
Wait,
them out. What's the
Robert,
reason?
come on up.
Why do people call Trump their daddy? Like, bro,
Yeah,
chill.
it's low-key weird.
Because he is. Because he's fine.
Oh hell no, he ugly as hell. Look at him right there. His hair.
Because he is.
He got double chin. Got no eyebrows.
Hold on, Delta. You need to,
Who's
you need to
that?
change your background.
I'll become a communist for her.
Whoa!
That's mommy.
Oh, can you change the screen, bro? Like,
Mommy Kamala.
There's already a term for that. It was mamala. God damn.
mama.
You guys have
Bro,
you guys have
that's
bad
not
memory.
Okay. That's no better than Daddy Trump, alright?
Bad memory. Bad
X,
content.
what are your thoughts on AB? What are you guys' thoughts on AB?
You say X or
My
fire?
normative stance is pro-choice, but like my meta-ethical stance is like pro-life.
Abortion. I love abortion.
Dude! Just say, what
Guys
do you
love
think
it.
about abortion?
I'm scared. I don't want to get you banned, brother.
No,
Abortion.
I'm
Abortion.
Okay, Joe. Century, what's your
Okay,
stance
what
on abortion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should be ABing all the babies, but it's not moral though. But I think for like
Oh.
society.
Wait, are you
Oh,
the guy that said we should kill everyone?
Oh yeah, you
Because
are.
of-
I just remembered that.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you guys talking about? Wait,
You were
what?
like,
You
we should
are.
kill
You said you're an
everyone before they're born.
anti-natalist.
Oh my
This is
What are you
brain
guys
rot,
talking
by the
about?
way.
You
Oh my
are an
god, I was hoping
anti-natalist.
that
I
we would
remember
get
that.
some decent
Yes.
conversations. I got some decent conversations with
I
Delta
feel
last
so,
night. This is brain
like,
rot.
Problem with
Help
atheism.
me, but I can't
Wait,
leave
I'm
now.
confused. What are you guys talking
Someone help.
You.
I remember that, bro. That stood
You're
out.
the problem.
Yeah, alright, bro. Moving on.
Wait, Century, are you denying that you're an anti-natalist?
Am I denied? I don't even know what that is.
Are you an antinatalist?
I don't even know what
you
that
know what it
is.
is.
I don't
That's
know what that is.
Cap. So cap, dude. You said it on the live.
I remember that.
Hey, what's the argument for that? Go ahead.
Yeah, in a previous live with the man, the myth, the legend, the Carvered, you said you were antinatalist.
That's a claim, not an argument.
He didn't debate you. It was just a conversation, so it doesn't count. He forgot about it.
We should focus on the real issue, which isn't abortion. It's limiting unwanted pregnancy. True. Thank you.
Rah rah rah.
Yeah. I mean,
All right, what's the best Geek Bar flavor?
Ooh, mine is sour apple ice.
what is that?
Ew, pick your
Whoa,
poison.
it's so bad.
Wait, what's a geek bar?
You don't know what a geek bar is?
Oh my lord.
Oh my god, this kid.
Oh my god, get this guy out of here.
My life.
So
Someone
crazy.
kick
Someone
him
ban
for
him.
real.
Someone ban him.
Him.
No.
fuck.
Is Blue Rise
Him?
Ice, but it just hit
Okay, who said
0,
that?
so I have to get a new one.
Yeah,
Alright,
I just
Delta, I love you. I'm gonna go and try and start a political live. I need debates. This is brain rot. Okay.
Yeah, right.
I love you.
Because this is not working. I'll probably join in.
I love you.
Because this is.
Okay. What a shame. I didn't wanna go to this extent, but I think we're gonna need to take matters into our own hands here. We're gonna need to take matters into our own hands here, I think. Do TikTok live our lonesome. All on our lonesome. Now, I don't know for sure. I think this should theoretically work the same exact way, but we have to see. Let me see here. There should be like settings. I guess settings or whatever. Oh my god. Fixed panel. 4 slots. Always show layout. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Okay, we're live for the first time on TikTok Mobile, not TikTok Live Studio. Okay. We should have some good conversations. Let me make sure if somebody in TikTok chat can confirm that they can hear me okay, that would be just great. I'm real. Ask Grignard. He's seen me. I have absolutely seen Biggs. He's a goat. I would bang a Democrat. Maybe that's all you need. Jesus. Okay. I don't trust anybody online. Holy shit, David on TikTok. I think I've seen you on TikTok before. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Listen, hopefully this TikTok live serves to be shit, this TikTok stuff is wild. True. Hopefully that this works. This is the first time that I'm doing a live like this on TikTok mobile, so we'll have to see, I guess. We'll see. Probably not the most flattering angle in all of the world ever, but I can't like put it because my computer, my webcam is up here, so this just has to be like down here. So that sucks. Now you Gucci? Okay, good. You can hear me while I assume. Based off of that response, I kind of need to pee, but it's too late because I started already. Works fine on Twitch, though those Christmas lights are cringy as fuck. I disagree, but that's okay. Keeps people interested. Listen, you're watching, okay? We need something for the ADHDers. Someone said Trump forever in TikTok. Good. We may have different political views, but I've seen your views and you're low-key a chill MF. Thank you. I try so hard. Being cringy ain't a crime, so it's all right. True. Keep in mind, if you are a Trump supporter, if you're watching on TikTok, there are these boxes, okay? If you're on non-fawn side, okay, I apologize for the cringe. There are boxes over here. You need to click them. You can come up. We can have a discussion. It will be all good. Or if you just don't want to and you want to see me fucking languish in no contentville, then that's fine too. We can live in no contentville. I can bullshit into this microphone all day, which you can't hear, but you can hear. I'll come up, bro. If you want to, you can. I mostly just need to figure out how the fuck mobile guests work. 1212.
Yo,
can you hear
what's
me?
up, bro?
How's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Okay. Do you have anything in particular that you want to chat about?
I just want to start off with this. I'm not one of those Trump supporters that are like MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. You know, like I criticize Biden, I can criticize Trump. You know, I just thought Trump would be a better candidate for certain different reasons, and that's why I voted for him.
Okay. So do you still stand by your vote for Trump? Do you still think it would have been a better vote?
Over Kamala Harris, yes.
Okay.
If anybody else would have run, I might have changed my mind, but over Kamala Harris and the Biden administration, yes, I would. I think I'd still probably vote for Trump.
Was it more so a vote against Biden, Harris, and the Democrats, or more so a vote for Trump?
I don't know. Not really either. Like I didn't. Trump's not my favorite person ever, but I'd rather have him running a country than the Biden administration.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, like if you were to give Trump's current admin like a letter grade, what do you think you'd give it?
6 or 7 out of 10.
Okay. I very hardcore disagree. I would probably give it like a 2 out of 10. We could probably go in a lot of different directions. I think one of my biggest problems is that it feels like a lot of the Trump admin's policy aspirations are like directly contradict each other. So like the idea that the tariffs were put in place in order to bring back manufacturing, but it's also there to prompt negotiation with other countries, which would actively hurt our manufacturing. Like those two things are directly contradictory. So I don't even know why those things were put in place, or like they were trying to, build all of these new factories for new manufacturing, but we're also deporting like a huge chunk of our workforce. What like that? Why are we decreasing our workforce while adding on a fuck ton of new jobs with nobody to work them? Or like there's stuff like that. Thank you, Caden, for the galaxy. I love you so much. It's stuff like that makes me kind of question their aims, or like the consistency or the thought process that they're going through. There's also a lot of things that I think that are just like blatantly immoral. Like I think there's been due process rights that haven't been fulfilled like they should be. The pardon of the January 6th rioters, I think, was really, 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 really bad. I think that the orders targeting the law firms were absolutely insane. A really, really big transgression against political speech, basically in an effort to try and get Democrats to stay silent, which I think is really a really dangerous thing for the president to be trying to do. I think Doge was a disaster. I obviously think that, Trump's divisive personality is leading to stuff like what we saw with Bissett and Elon Musk, and eventually what we would see with Elon Musk dropping the Epstein file thing. It's just not a unifying force. Misguided policy proposals and what I think is pretty immoral actions.
Yeah, well, one thing I do have is like I think Doge is would be a great thing to have, a Department of Government Efficiency, but and I think Elon Musk did a pretty good job, but Trump probably only put him in that spot because he helped him win the election. I'm sure there's more qualified people out there. I don't know That's kind of what I think. But I think
Thank you,
Doge
Caden.
is a good organization to have.
So I mean, I agree in theory that it's good to have an organization that basically looks at fraud, waste, and abuse, looks for ways to mitigate it. I think that's fine. But the problem that I run into is that we kind of already had an organization to do that. There's this thing that we had called the Office of the Inspector General. The Inspector Generals were basically independent of the three-letter agencies, but assigned to a three-letter agency to find fraud, waste, and abuse within the agency, as well as like prosecuting cases of like provable fraud, things like that. We already had that agency there that was tackling more provable cases of fraud. Was rather successful at doing it, considering like what we have so far in verifiable stuff canceled by Doge doesn't meet the level of stuff that we had from the Inspector General. I think in 2023 we got 93 billion back or something like that. I'd have to check the specific number. And instead of like funding this, or if we're interested in like federal revenue, instead of like funding the IRS, what we're doing is basically firing inspector generals, which is something that Trump was doing, instead of appointing this like kind of shadowy, not super legally defined, department that doesn't have much legal authority. That's kind of more interested in not seeking out real fraud, like this said it was going to this, but it's actually going to this, and more so like, I don't like this spending, so we're just going to get rid of it. Like that's the kind of fraud that they were finding. I think it's less effective. The numbers have borne out that the Inspector General is better at finding this kind of fraud than Doge is, and there's also a big concern with like private information with Doge. There's a big problem with how much money it's even saving, considering how much money it's costing us. You can talk for a little if you want to, or if you want like clarification on anything, I can.
Yeah, I forgot completely of what'd you call it, the
Inspector Generals.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I completely forgot about it. I didn't know what they did, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, so their whole job was just finding fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah.
A lot of the time they were pretty effective at doing it. Let me see. Yeah, so the OIGs in 2023 found $93.1 billion in fraud. It was 82.2 billion found through audits, 10 million found through lawsuits, and it was a $26 to $1 return on investment. That's just like an objectively really good thing to fund. And it's probably good enough to say like we shouldn't be kneecapping this in favor of Doge, which is a totally unproven thing, which seems like it's not finding very much, is way more political in its application, and might cost us a lot of fucking money too.
Can you look up how much Doge has saved us? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so so they claimed a crazy high number that no one has really backed up. I think it was like what was it? Give me 1 second. Yeah, they claim to have saved 165 billion, but what has been verifiable is around 16 billion.
Yeah.
And the OIG saved around 90 billion. A little higher, but.
Well, that is just in his first 120 something days or probably less, that Doge has even been around.
That is true, but I mean, the difference is that Doge is going to be basically a 1 year thing. It's going to expire by the end of next year, I think. So Doge isn't something that's going to stick around. That's going to be something that is only going to be there for about a year. There hasn't been a whole ton of increasing. It seems like Doge has already done the brunt of the work that they're projected to do. And I mean, again, even when we're looking at their 16 billion in verifiable funding canceled, we're not even necessarily talking about fraud. We're just talking about grants. We're talking about
Yeah.
contracts. That's I'm even when I say 16.3 billion, I'm even granting that the grants and contracts that we were canceling were good, because I probably wouldn't classify them as fraud. Because realistically, there's not going to be a lot of fraud to find, because we already have an organization that's dedicated to finding real cases of fraud and real cases of waste.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see where that makes sense. What do you think about the immigration and deportations?
I think the way that the Trump administration has been handling a lot of the deportations is super immoral. I think that, you know, immigration is probably good. Illegal immigration maybe could be possibly good. I think a lot of the action that people would, or that I would want to see, were things that the Biden administration either took or wanted to take, but ended up not getting something through Congress. The actions that Trump is taking, I think, is just inflaming communities, which is, you know, obviously not good for political division. And I think that, you know, certain immigrants are being robbed of the rights that they're supposed to have when they're being deported, which I think is immoral. Like, you know, having their asylum litigated, or you know, being able to contest a country that you're being deported to, or, you know, being able to contest your deportability at all. Those kind of things are being bypassed in the name of like speed, and I think that that's not good.
Yeah, I see it like the Biden administration, terrible job with the border. Trump came in, he's like, we're going to fix it. We're going to have these mass deportations, and everybody was for it. And then at the end of Biden's term, we're going to make it easier for people to get citizenship. And then Trump caught his buddies up in Congress and shot it down. And
kind of
pretty much. And then Trump got elected, and they did these mass deportations. And the way I see it is, the Biden administration had 4 years to do something about immigration, and they didn't. And they didn't even try to until the very end. And the problem I have with Trump's is, you know, the gang members and stuff like that. 100% get them out of here. We don't need that. But the people that came here illegally, and they're working in construction sites and trying to provide, treating them the same way as those violent criminals.
Yeah.
That's where I have the problem with Trump's deportation. I mean, I think he should deport the criminals and the gang members, but the ones that came over here, even if they came illegally, but they're trying for a better life, they're working, they're being useful, then steer them into getting citizenship instead of just deporting them right off the bat.
Yeah, one of my big problems that I've come across is that I think the big problem actually is just messaging, where it's Democrats have really big ideas about like real reform that they want to push for. But the Republican solution sounds a lot simpler, and it's way easier to just rip off like a catchphrase. So when Biden is like, yeah, you know, we're going to try and get this piece of legislation through that's going to give us the ability to cap entries past the border, and once we do pass that encounter level, then we can shut down the border and asylum will be suspended until we get back to this level of encounter. And, you know, asylum can only be done at official ports of entry, and you know, we're going to have more immigration judges being able to litigate claims of asylum way quicker. And then Donald Trump says, well, we're going to do mass deportations. And then that's what we have. Like, it's way easier to comprehend what Donald Trump does. But it's kind of illusion, because like whenever Donald Trump says we're going to have mass deportations, it kind of rings a bell in your head where it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. But then you don't think about like the practical implications of that, where it's like, and by that I mean we're going to have ICE raids going through every major city, even if they don't want them to be. We're going to have unmarked military grade convoys coming through cities, which are probably going to spark riots in left-leaning cities.
Yeah.
We're going to be ripping people away from their job and from their family if they're here illegally. We're going to be decreasing our workforce, which is going to, negatively affect the economy and negatively affect these communities that are missing people. We're going to basically be trying to do this as quickly as possible, giving them as little opportunity to challenge as possible. Like whenever, and also like the money that it costs to deport that many illegal immigrants is insane. Like there's going to be a giant monetary cost for conducting these operations, but those kind of things don't get thought about whenever you say, oh, we just mass deportations. Whereas like the Democrats don't have like a catchy slogan that they can just snap to whenever they're describing like actual substantive reform to our asylum process.
Yeah. But it's like, the thing with me is the Biden administration had 4 years to do something about it, and they didn't try till the very end. And that was just, I mean, you're pretty much just putting it up on a silver platter for Trump to just shoot it down and use it to his advantage.
Well, here's part of the problem too, is that, Biden gets sworn in 2021, right?
Right.
2021, there's not really a need to do much with the border because we're still dealing with, COVID related emergency powers. So the border's like completely shut down in 2021 still. And then like the legal authority to completely shut down the border goes down, and then we start thinking about changes. I'm pretty sure that bipartisan border bill was introduced into Congress pretty soon after, maybe in 2023. I'm sure that there was coordination. I'd have to see like a specific timeline, but I think there was actions from Biden trying to get certain things or get political will for things, through Congress. And like the border czar quote from Harris came from Biden asking Harris to find out why there are so many immigrants coming from this particular thing and what we can do to kind of slow down the traffic of immigrants from these particular countries. So like we were doing things with the border. It's just not it's not as snappy as like, oh, I signed an executive order to get rid of asylum and I don't care if it's legal. Like that's the kind of thing that Trump will be doing, like that Trump calls action at the border. But in order to have like real actionable long-term solutions for the border, it seems like we're going to work a lot slower, and we're going to, it's not guaranteed. Like getting bills through Congress is not guaranteed. So it feels like Biden wasn't doing anything until he signed those executive orders because he wanted long-term solutions. He wanted to find out why there are so many migrants coming from this country and find out like what we can do to stop so many migrants coming from this country. That doesn't involve just turning them away at the border. He wanted to find out like what kind of legislative non-reversible thing that we can do to slow down, the giant influx of asylum. But that's just, it's not as easy to pay attention to that. And it's not as easy to see as Donald Trump, like, oh, and I signed an executive order and now asylum shut down. It's like, I reject the idea that Biden was doing nothing about the border just because that doesn't really feel as visible as all of Donald Trump's arguably illegal actions surrounding the border.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I kind of know what you're saying. But just like, I mean, I hope that the Democrats were trying to do something about it, but it did not work.
I mean, we could probably say that it didn't work. I like there are real issues that came from the amount of immigration that we were seeing. Sure.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think the answer is to just kind of do what Trump is doing. I think that there's definitely a moral line that I don't think we should cross there.
I do too.
And honestly, I mean, I hate this because it feels like such a crutch, but like realistically, there was a long-term solution that had all of the political support to pass in the House that didn't pass because Donald Trump was calling Congress people to make sure it didn't pass because it's a good election issue. Like, it's hard to say that the Democrats weren't doing anything or what they were doing didn't work because it was actively being kneecapped by the person who was looking to make it a political issue, to politicize it so he could run on the lack of activity, even though he was the reason that a lot of the lack of activity happened.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I, look down on Trump about is even if it did come from Democrats, at least it could have been something he could build on.
Yeah, because this is the first piece of legislation that would give the president explicit authority to shut down the border.
Yeah.
That would be huge. That's like a giant concession to the right. But it wasn't enough because it was at the end of Biden's election, and he would have been able to take credit for it. That's probably why.
Yeah.
Which is bad. It's like literally like holding up your campaign over the well-being of Americans, especially when you're claiming the border as this huge issue.
Yeah. Well, I got work in the morning. I hate to leave.
Yeah, no, that's
but
no problem.
I got to go to bed. So I appreciate it, man.
Yep,
You
I
have a good
appreciate
one.
chatting. You too. Let's go. Good chat. 0 guess. So I guess we're just chilling. Someone in chat says illegal labor makes for working class wage suppression. You never hear about that on these apps because everyone is middle class. I mean, I can look into that claim and get back to you. I'll copy it down and put it in my notes, and we'll see. I gotta make a big page on illegal immigration probably. So. But yeah, we're just chilling now. How's it going, everybody? Whoever was liking the live fucked on, I can't really see, but thank you. I appreciate you. Let me see. Let me see what I can see. Do you think deporting people is an exclusively Republican Party thing? Showing your age a little bit. No, and I don't necessarily have a problem with deportations necessarily. I'm talking about the kind of mass deportations that require this level of, intervention. Do you understand that they're going after immigrants that have committed crimes, right? No, they're not. They're going after immigrants whose crimes is illegal immigrants. Is illegal immigration. They're not going after criminals. That's just not true. Jeez. Okay. It's tough. Mobile TikTok's tough. It's making my phone hot as fuck. It's just
Hi there, man. How's it going?
How's it going, buddy?
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. You saw this prompt is kind of offensive.
Has it? Or is it?
Yes, sir. I believe it is.
Why do you think it's offensive?
Because that's my president you're talking about.
It's my president.
It's your president. I know. So why would you talk bad about him?
I think he's doing a bad job.
Well, from somebody coming from somebody who has like collection of MF Doom albums, I don't think you're really allowed to arbitrate political topics.
I don't know why MF Doom albums would have it. That's not even the normal thing to hit at.
Well, it's what I'm gonna have to hit at right now.
Yeah, because you got no material, buddy.
Nah, well, yeah, I don't have any.
No, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. You got
L troll. Terrible job.
Shut up! You freaking playing with
Terrible
the fidget
job.
spinner right now.
Yeah, dude, it broke. It broke. It's not spinning.
What is it, like 2017?
I don't know how the fuck I broke my fidget spinner. No, I have OCD, so I need to.
What? Okay, so why is it bad to get rid of the immigrants?
It depends. I don't necessarily think deportations are bad, but I think the way that they're doing them is really bad. I think the militarization of it just leads to scaring the communities that you're going into, which is leading to things like the LA riots right now.
Well, yeah, but I feel like that's kind of like a facet of the strategy, because in order to have what's the word, peace, you need to invoke some fear,
Well, if that's the strategy, it sure as fuck hasn't been working. I mean, we're on what, day 4 of riots. There's some popping up in New York. That's definitely not the way to get. I genuinely don't think that you're able to like scare Americans into submission. I think we've prided ourselves too hard on like fighting against tyranny in order to scare Americans into submission.
Well, half the country would disagree with you. You know what I mean?
Dude, you're trash. You are actually trash.
I'm not trashing. I'm not trashing. I'm not trashing. Reniel, I don't know if you know what you're talking about right now.
That might be true.
And I respect it, but I really think you need to, read up on these topics.
I've read actually a pretty decent amount on immigration now.
Yeah, so what is an immigrant?
What's the technical definition?
No, do you think you're an immigrant?
No.
But you're here in the new world and you're a white man. So you're a white man.
I'm a descendant from an immigrant, but I'm not an immigrant.
How can you be sure?
I was born here.
How can you be sure?
I guess I can't. Listen, maybe my eyes are lying to me. Maybe my senses aren't reliable. Maybe my precepts are fucked. That's possible. How do I know anything's true?
Well, you did just confess right there to not being an American citizen, and I'm gonna have to report you to Department of Homeland Security.
That's fine.
Yeah, well, expect to knock soon, my friend. Yeah.
Trash rage bait. Absolutely garbage. Absolute garbage. Imagine that being your attempt. Also important to note, they are going after LPRs and green card holders who they disagree with. Absolutely true. Yes. Not only that, they're going after people who are given birthright citizenship. Citizens. So, I mean, yeah. Absolutely not just criminals, unless you're saying that they're like criminal newborns who are like popping out of their mom's vagina and like doing domestic terrorism or something. I don't know how the fuck you break a fidget spinner. I don't understand that. Look, have you ever seen that in your life? This isn't that old. Holy. Absolute garbage. That was me, federal felon at 1 week. True. Oh, wait. Hold on. Is it just this way? Oh, I don't know. I don't know nothing. Ball bearings wear out? I guess so, but it's not that old. I would figure they'd need a little bit more age before they bear out or wear out like that. Maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. We're pretty low on content right now. It's about 1. We've been live for about 5 hours, so I don't know how long we're gonna still be on, if I'm being real. But we're gonna try and get like one more debate. Maybe. I am shocked about how little the LA stuff is being brought up. The only time that got brought up is when I brought it up. It's crazy. And when Nonfun brought it up, I guess. But that's he was asking for a status update. I wonder if Trump has said anything about the Newsom stuff. Fuck, I've been spelling his name wrong this whole time. I hope he arrests Newsom. I got my popcorn. I think anybody who's saying that's just trolling, realistically. So I don't even see a need to engage with it. But like, I don't think anybody genuinely believes that. Is there anything new from Truth Social? Oh my god! Don't make me sign in. I don't want to sign in. Except, Oh my god. Do I have to open X? Is that really where we're at here? We're still technically live on X too, by the way. 50% disapprove of Trump's handling of the deportations. Wow. Maybe we could talk to Pisco. Hold on, is Pisco still alive? I do have a question for him. He is still alive. Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay. So I guess we're probably just going to do that. So thank you everybody for watching on TikTok. I'm God. I love you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, cool. TikTok's gone. I'm probably going to end over here on non-funds platforms because waiting room etiquette, I guess. Margin of error means probably just Kamala voters. Maybe. I mean, 39% support it too, but I guess we'll see. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully I did good by non-funds name. Okay. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked. If you're on my channels, then go to, I don't know what the fuck his ats are. Just search non-fawn on YouTube or Twitch, and I'm sure it'll come up. If you're on non-fawns platforms, especially on Twitter, because there's a fuck ton of you watching there for some reason, go to @Ringyald on Twitch, I think it is, @Ringyald on YouTube, and @Ringyald on X. Okay, I'm there. I'm based. I read a bunch of law stuff. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the future of Guest Week. I think JC and Isaac are going to go live again, probably. So if you're on Non-Fawn's channel, enjoy that. I'm a Non-Fawn Orbiter, so I'll be around soon as well. We're going to see if we can talk to Pisco. So, mwah, thank you so much.